9 o'clock, call the meeting to order. First item is to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
By Cass, second by Brooke. Any input as far as the agenda before we vote on it? Hearing none, those in favor, keep saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. The agenda is approved. Moving on to public comment. The state board's agenda is full, and I will place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude, and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in a public comment on a future agenda. The topic from public comment that is not related to an agenda item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. Do we have public comment this morning?
Welcome, everyone. If you wish to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. It appears we have one public comment at this time.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Courtney Collier. I'm a mother in the Waukee Community School District. I am here today just to bring up a topic about the ongoing discussion in our state right now about cell phone policy at school. This is an important conversation because there should be basic policy in all districts and schools that states students must keep their personal devices in their backpacks during class or something to that effect. This is common sense so that students are not distracted with notifications or the temptation of using their phone for entertainment during what should be learning time in class. However, we have instructed our children to use their dumb phones, which are phones that are not connected to the internet and do not have any apps, for documenting things and situations at school that shouldn't be occurring or shouldn't be there. Sadly, we are still encountering this despite laws being passed. Until the state can guarantee that our schools are not using materials that violate HF 802 and SF 496, our students need to be able to use their phone at their discretion without fear of reprimand. Further, we cannot have a conversation about removing the distraction of cell phones in the classroom without acknowledging and discussing the very real problems with moving to and giving students one-to-one devices connected to the internet and the detriment to students' academic outcome from doing this. So I'd like to draw your attention to this and ask you to please consider the question I have, which is, who at the Iowa Department of Education or in the state of Iowa working on education for our students is monitoring the outcomes for students since we've transitioned to a one-to-one learning device? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Courtney. Any other public comment this morning?
We do have one other public comment.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Shelley Flockhart, and I'm a parent at one of the districts. I have a high schooler currently, and right now we are going through, I found some material in our English 2 classroom that was concerning to me, so we're doing a reconsideration of materials meeting, and this started September 10th, and the district is having a hard time, including other districts, figuring out between House File 802 and Senate File 496, when it comes to the meeting of the reconsideration committee, is the parent's anonymity kept at that point and not revealed until if and when it would go to the school board with the recommendation either way. So yeah, question is, is the parent's anonymity kept during that point in time? And, or is it a public meeting, a closed meeting? From what I'm understanding with the two bills combined, the parent would be kept confidential along with the materials at that point in time. So if we could get clarity on that, I looked at different districts and they're all doing it quite a bit different. So I guess clarity on the bill of the intent of that part would be absolutely fantastic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other public comment this morning?
That is the end of our public comments.
Okay. We will move on to the director's report.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Axiotis, and members of the board. And as always, thank you for your dedicated service on the board. We have a number of updates since our last report in November, one of which is that we were thrilled to join Governor Reynolds and Secretary Neg to announce the Prairie Lakes Teacher of the Year, Melanie Bloom, who is a 16-year ag ed teacher, as the 2025 Iowa Teacher of the Year last month. Melanie is a farmer. She's an agriculture educator who established the district's first full-time agriculture program and serves as their FFA advisor. She's spearheaded the expansion of ag career exploration and work-based learning opportunities across the district, and she is an expert in the development and implementation of HQIM ag materials. She's also served as a beginning teacher mentor and a teacher faculty member in an Iowa teacher preparation program. So she will begin her year of service July 1st, and she's excited to attend and introduce herself to the board during your February meeting. So again, congratulations to Melanie and to all of our incredible regional teachers of the year across the 9 regions. This was our first year implementing a regional teacher of the year process, which is new. So we also want to again thank the superintendents, the principals, and the teachers who served on each of those regional selection committees. And it's hard to believe, but we are going to be opening the regional nominations for the 2026 Teacher of the Year later this month. To continue to think through teachers in your life that you would like to lift up as members of the public, and to those joining us on Zoom today. We were also excited to share that through a $3.5 million investment directed by Governor Reynolds, the department was able to provide every Iowa first grader with 2 decodable book packs of 5 books or 10 books each to take home and keep, so that we can support schools and reinforcing classroom instruction wherever children may be. That's a total investment of about 100,000 skill level decodable book packs containing over 1 million total books. And over the last month, book packs were shipped to 826 elementary schools to send home with nearly 38,000 first graders. And many school districts distributed those book packs before winter break or are doing so now. Kindergarten through 2nd grade students in need of support who attended a department-funded summer reading program for Learning Beyond the Bell out of school program this year are also receiving decodable book packs to further advance their reading gains. And just as a reminder, decodable books are written for beginning readers. They use simple words to help students connect letters and sounds. They're sequential in nature, and they progressively introduce more complex skills. Each decodable book also includes a QR code with access to video lessons to support active family engagement in leveraging those decodable books at home or wherever kids may be. We also recently announced that about $8.5 million in Teachers Accelerating Learning grant funding is now available for districts to identify and provide supplemental pay for teachers who have had the greatest impact on student learning and success, or accelerated student learning. This grant program builds upon historic teacher pay raises implemented this school year. the pathways to the teaching profession, including the teacher and paraeducator registered apprenticeship program, and the board's current work to update the teacher preparation program accreditation standards and process. The Teacher Accelerating Learning Grant will celebrate excellence in teaching and help districts to recruit and retain top teachers in all Iowa public school districts that commit to developing and implementing a methodology to identify and recognize teachers who accelerate learning beyond 1 year's growth are eligible to apply. Applications are due tomorrow, actually January 10th. And then based on the number of awards, we're able to make a second round of applications may also be considered. And then as we continue to support schools in implementing the board's new math and ELA standards, we are also progressing in the science standards review process. And as a reminder, the science standards first review team, which consists of elementary and secondary educators, administrators, content specialists, families, and representatives of Iowa higher education institutions and community partners have convened, have reviewed the state science standards to ensure that the content is current and aligns with best practices. And now the department is seeking public comment on that first draft of the proposed revised standards. So Iowans can attend a public forum either in person or via Zoom. There are 5 public forums across the state. One occurred just yesterday in Council Bluffs. One is occurring later this afternoon in Storm Lake. And then next Wednesday, we'll host public forums in Iowa, a public forum in Iowa City, and then next Thursday in Ottumwa. And then on Thursday, January 23rd, we'll host the final public forum here in the Grimes office building. All members of the public are also invited to submit comments through a public survey link available on our website and through our multiple social media and communications channel at any time. And public comments will be accepted through February 3rd. And for planning purposes, we anticipate bringing before the board for a first read the revised proposed standards at the March meeting, and then for a second read at the April meeting and potential consideration of adoption at that April meeting. Also, we haven't been engaging in the comprehensive review of educational standards directed in legislation from last session, House File 2545, which directs the director and the department to conduct a comprehensive review of our educational standards. We've implemented it through 3 main committees, one focused on standards and instructional practices, one focused on graduation requirements, and one focused on our statewide literacy plan. Each of those committees includes membership of superintendents, principals, curriculum directors, teachers, and representatives of higher education. That membership's available on our website as well. But just wanted to provide a brief update on the initial report that was due at the end of last year, beginning of this year, to the General Assembly with a focus on the standards and instructional practices work of that committee. So the first overarching theme has been strong support for our current comprehensive review and revision process that's currently being implemented in our science standards and was previously in our ELA and math, including our plans to implement a regular, predictable 5-year review and revision cycle. Given their understanding of the decade-plus delay in the review and revision cycle, there was understanding of the ELA math, the science and social studies needing review and revision in a quick succession, but then support for our plans moving forward for that 5-year review and revision cycle. In science standards in particular, there were requests for additional implementation support beyond the initial statewide teacher and administrator professional development. There were recommendations that there should be fewer and broader standards at the elementary level, and that the current middle school standards are disjointed. So it's recommendations to address that concern. And there were recommendations to ensure alignment with the math and science standards, especially in high school. And then related to social studies, there was a strong recommendation to improve the rigor and increase the content specificity of the standards. There were recommendations to increase Iowa connections, especially in elementary, and to show literacy connections, especially in elementary. There were recommendations to integrate more civics in fifth grade and to increase emphasis on financial literacy. And there were additional recommendations on the implementation of the specific standards requirements, of social studies in House File 2545 that are covered in that report. And then finally, on 21st century skills, there was a recommendation to remove civic and financial literacy strands because they are identical to the strands in social studies or cross-posted. There was a recommendation to remove health literacy because it overlaps with the board's recommended health standards. And then there were requests to integrate 21st century skills into other content areas, namely ELA, math, science, and social studies, with a focus on employability skills. Within the graduation requirements committee, there were 5 main recommendations that are articulated in the report. One was to maintain our existing 433 graduation requirements, which align to rigor and comparisons regional and states across the nation, while supporting schools and utilizing existing course choice flexibilities that have been further expanded in recent legislation, as well as to establish a statewide diploma recognition of student attainment of industry recognized credentials, which is actually a department pre-filed bill that the legislative liaison, Eric St. Clair, will cover later today. The third recommendation was around supporting the expanded utilization of the CTE cluster enforcement, which was acted upon last session. And then to incorporate career pathway course recommendations and the revised science standards that are consistent with the recently revised mathematics standards. And then finally, to identify additional CTE and core course flexibilities beyond those allowed for in House File 2465 in math and science, and to support districts in utilizing that existing flexibility in math and science in particular. And then there were a number of recommendations in the statewide literacy plan that you can review, including around literacy-informed leadership, quality and coherent MTSS systems, early childhood and the Iowa early learning standards, family and community partnerships, and educator success. So to conclude that report on the initial report, the committees will reconvene in the spring, and then we'll prepare to submit a final report July 1st of 2025. But really incredible work and consideration from the experts on those committees thus far, as represented in the initial report. Within the Division of Special Education, the department has launched an engaging new webinar series called the Special Education Policy and Practice Webinar Series that is available to any educator with special education responsibilities and the public. They are focused on core identifications of best practices or potential knowledge gaps, informed by the regional special education directors across the 9 AEA regions work. And in October, we presented on exiting learners from special education. We discussed the fact that considering an exit from special education isn't just a consideration of being a proficient learner, and also discussed the need to consider the learner's progress over time and the ongoing need for SEI or specially designed instruction when making the decision to exit a learner from special education. And then in December, we provided several think abouts and 3 checklists that the team might, that district or school-based teams might use when considering a shortened school day for a student, and reviewed how administrators might use the new shortened school day report and Achieve to help facilitate informed and strong decision-making. And then the next session is scheduled for the 15th of this month at 8:30 a.m. and we'll be providing information on general supervision of special education and talking more specifically about the responsibility to inform, prevent, detect, inspect, and correct in our IDA, DA, or general supervision system. The Division of Special Education and the school improvement teams are currently implementing the revised AEA accreditation process to support the board's work beginning in July, focused on the revised accreditation standards in code. 2 AEAs are currently serving as pilot partners for the new accreditation process, which will then be replicated in all 9 AEAs later this spring. And then beginning next month, we are launching, as you heard in our November meeting, a first in the nation Achieve Family Portal, through which parents and guardians of children with an IFSP or an IEP will have 24/7 access to their child's early intervention and special education information. And we've been partnering since August with districts and AEAs across the state to complete the family contact validation process. We've held 3 informational webinars. There is a number of resources on our website and recordings of those webinars to support the successful launch of that first in the nation Achieve Family Portal. Within STEM, the department is accepting applications for the STEM Scale-Up program, which empowers educators to provide students with a diverse range of STEM units and activities, serving nearly 100,000 students every year. The program offers applicants access to 13 different evidence-based programs that were selected from a pool of 80 proposals across the country, and the deadline to apply is March 3rd. We have also opened our STEM teacher externship application for 2025, and those applications are accepted through March 1st, or the applications are given priority that are received by March 1st. And through this program, teachers will earn a stipend of up to $5,000 and 3 graduate credits in partnership with UNI. And Iowa STEM teacher externship matches will be made based on workplace needs and teacher qualification skills and interests. And then finally in STEM, STEM Day at the Capitol is going to occur on February 12th, where educators and students from across Iowa will be showcasing STEM exhibits. And the recipients of the Iowa STEM Teacher Award will also be announced and recognized. And as a reminder, that award program recognizes 1 full-time licensed pre-K through 12 Iowa STEM teacher from each of the state's 6 STEM regions, and all are welcome to join in that celebration on the 12th of next month. Within the Division of Higher Education, the department is partnering with Iowa Workforce Development to provide a statewide professional learning webinar series available to all stakeholders. Recordings of those webinars, including introductory webinars, webinars on apprenticeships, quality pre-apprenticeships, industry recognized credentials, funding sources, and more, are available on both of our websites. And 6 additional webinars are planned through April. The next webinar is going to be the 21st of this month, and will showcase innovative ways to successfully implement work-based learning programs, especially that meet the needs of rural communities. And then the department is also hosting a webinar on the 13th to assist schools in how to code and report work-based learning experiences that are aligned to the new statutory definition of work-based learning under Senate File 241. This accompanies a recent technical assistance document on course naming and coding as well. Within college access, and specifically in FAFSA, all Iowa public and participating non-public schools started receiving their weekly FAFSA completion rosters for their senior classes. And as of late last month, 155 Iowa high schools have set FAFSA completion goals for the class of 2025. These goals drive activities that are required in the DCAP or the district career and academic plan related to FAFSA completion and financial aid advising. In Gear Up, 5 schools have reported that 559 Gear Up Iowa students participated in a college visit last month. And another quick grant announcement, our local college access network or LCAN grant opens on the 28th of this month. LCAN's grants support multi-year work to equip communities in hiring an LCAN coordinator and building cross-sector teams that sustain local efforts to increase college and post-secondary pathway and career access in their communities. And then briefly, the governor's teacher and paraeducator registered apprenticeship program impact continues to expand. So to date, 123 school districts are participating in TPRA, which has resulted in the creation of 1,081 total registered apprenticeships, and the program exceeding the state's initial goal. And just this week, IWD announced an additional $3.4 million in new registered apprenticeship grants to support an additional 11 school districts in growing their own teacher workforce. And then finally, just on briefly on engagement over the past month, we continue to join all superintendents in person in their regional superintendent meetings. In November, we were with the Prairie Lake superintendents in AEA and the Green Hill superintendents in AEA. In December, we were at Heartland, Great Prairie, and Central Rivers in person. We've had the opportunity to visit Ankeny High School to help celebrate Computer Science Week in December. We've also had the opportunity to visit Peking Elementary to learn more about how the district is implementing their K-6 specially designed instruction or SDI modules in partnership with the department, and met with graduates of the teacher and para-registered apprenticeship program who are serving as special education teachers in that district. We also, in partnership with the Department of Corrections, held a Iowa Consortium for Higher Education in Prisons, or ICHEP, meeting to discuss how to improve and grow transformational corrections education's opportunities across the state, and heard from the pathway navigators and the corrections education ambassadors. And then finally, tomorrow, on Saturday, we will be helping host the Emerging Educators Academy. So Saturday, January 11th, which brings together Iowa pre-service teachers and teachers in their first 3 years of teaching and their teaching mentors. This is the 10th year of hosting the academy. It's a partnership between the Department of Education, ISEA, and Drake's School of Education, and current and past teachers of the year, including Ann Minks and Melanie Bloom, and other award-winning teachers from across the state will.
I'm sorry.
No.
Trying to silence my watch, keeps going off.
No problem at all. We'll be hosting and presenting at that exciting academy, which is of course open to the board members. So with that, I'll pause and happy to respond to any questions or provide any additional information that might be helpful.
Pretty extensive report. Oh.
I don't have any questions, but I want to commend you and your team for getting around the state and being inclusive in what's going on at the state and improving district communications, including the superintendents and the AEA. So I really appreciate your efforts in doing that.
Thank you. I had a question. You talked about the AEA accreditation. So how is that going to look? And is that something that that process, that's something that the board is involved in? Absolutely.
Okay.
So it's developed to support the board's accreditation process.
Okay.
And one major update is, of course, the accreditation standards specific to the services, supports, and outcomes of students with disabilities. So a lot of focus on data and quality and consistency of special education services and supports, and then the integration of both our special education division and our school improvement team to ensure a comprehensive and integrated accreditation process for both special education, education services, and media services.
I just want to say, I think it's fantastic with the TPRA program that we have so many districts that are participating and so many more coming online. Do we, in creating the apprenticeship, do they have to have someone who's in it to create it, or are they? So I'm just curious about how many folks are in the apprenticeship.
Well, when they apply for the funds, they generally do so because they've got people that they want to put through the program. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully not every school that applied or that was part of the original consortiums actually ended up having apprentices in every program, and the paraeducator program has been one that's been a little more challenging in the sense that we've had more people drop out of that one before completion. But by and large, all of the schools, that second round, she put out the second round in direct response to request and feedback she got from administrators saying, we didn't realize that's what the program was going to be like and we want in. And so that's why she put some more money into it and did the second round.
I think this is one of those items, and if the other board members agree, that it would be great to have on the agenda and just hear how it's going and connect the outcomes, because this impacts so many of the other programs. So
Yeah, I can send you those numbers.
yeah,
I'll have
that'd be
Damien,
great.
yeah. Or I'll send them to Mackenzie and she can send them.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Ryan, anything from the public?
We had our second meeting of our newly formed committee on December 10. We reviewed our charge that the purpose of that committee is to assist DOE and the state board with a deeper knowledge of issues affecting non-public accredited schools. And we then kind of followed an agenda that had 3 large items on it. One was we had a report on conditions for learning from Barbara Olin, which is to improve safety and the overall learning environment so that students have optimum learning conditions. And we heard the survey, and we saw the actionable data that was in it, and that's all used to align professional development with improving conditions for learning. We also had a presentation from Eric Heights on the review process for independent accreditors of non-public schools. You know, the Board of Education, the Department of Education can do that, or independent accreditors. And I think there was a third category. Eric, what was that again? We focused on the independent though. And it's interesting to note that the number of non-public schools using independent accreditors has risen fairly significantly over the last 5 years. As a matter of fact, we have an agenda item on our later in our meeting to to look at that process.
So they have a choice, I'm assuming?
They do.
Okay.
It's, what, 25611 or something like that is the code section. And then, lastly, we were introduced to the, I'm gonna butcher this, the ombudsman, Luke. Yeah. And I think the nice thing about that was there was some clarity provided on streamlining communication between non-public schools and the Department of Education. And then we kind of did some housekeeping on how we're going to have agenda items created for future meetings. The director was there. We appreciated that. It was a good meeting. I think we're off to a pretty good start. I know it's kind of feeling our way along as we do this, but people seem grateful to have that opportunity and talk about substantive things. It's not just a, complaint session. It was a learning session. So that's good. That's all I have.
That's quite a bit, actually, Brian. Thank you for your service and leadership on.
Oh, maybe I should ask Mary, did I miss anything? I could have. Mary?
No, I think that was a great summary, and I'll just reinforce that. Again, it's a great opportunity for good communications, open dialogue, and a better understanding of roles and responsibilities. So I appreciate being on the committee.
Thank you.
Next meeting.
February 11th. 1 to 3 here, weather permitting.
Oh, wow.
Forecasting.
We'll be here.
All right. Yes, anything with community colleges?
Yes, we had our first meeting on December 3rd and had just so excited to get the reformed Community College Advisory Committee started. And just like with Brian's meeting, Director Snow joined us as well. And with our first meeting, we discussed our charge and had a very robust discussion, just kind of changing. As a reminder, we had a lot of legislated responsibilities and now shifting into an advisory role. So the committee came up with a great list of items, and I want to share these with the board because there were a few things that they added that weren't part of our initial draft. So the role of the Community College Advisory Committee, elevating important community college issues to the State Board of Education, enhancing the board's ability to guide Iowa's community colleges while influencing statewide practices, facilitating collaboration by uniting perspectives from the department, the state board, and the community college sector, ensuring the board is equipped with the knowledge needed to address emerging challenges and opportunities in the community college system, support implementation of the department's work. And then the key item that they added was advising, accepting assignments, and consulting with the Board of Education as needed. They wanted to make sure that we as a board know that they are here to support the board or do research or have discussion to support whatever work the board would put forth for them. From there, in discussing the charge, I think the other key thing that I'll share is we talked about what success looks like as a committee. So in being part of this group, we have so many new perspectives around the table and so much insight from educators to administration to credit participants and advocacy. We want to make sure that those participating in the discussion feel valued and that they're having impact. So what does success look like for the advisory committee? Learning more about the Department of Education, creating better environments for community colleges, greater opportunities for students, open dialogue, interchange of information, impactful discussion, and implementation, making sure that everyone's input around the table is included. So from there, we had great discussion around Chapter 21 and Chapter 46 and assisting with those rule refinements, and then provided input on the accreditation, changes to the accreditation process. And we hosted our first meeting in conjunction with the Community College Convention, which was fantastic. So we got to be on site as part of that event as well. I think another piece that was really impactful about our first committee meeting is the buzz kind of continued. So all of the discussion we had in our first committee was able to kind of continue. And so idea generation, as we talked about the accreditation process and some of the new ideas that are coming through accreditation, we realize that perspective missing from our committee is the non-credit perspective, and then also an active superintendent. The highest percentage of current community college students are high school students right now. So making sure we have that K through 12 connection on the committee was a recognized perspective we were missing. So our committee is going to grow a little bit before our next meeting, and we're excited about adding that perspective. So our next meeting will probably be in March. We adjusted our schedule a little bit because someone is going to be out of town. So we decided to, yeah, that person will remain nameless.
Way out of time.
So Cindy, anything I missed? Cindy is our other Board of Education representative, so.
Yeah, I would just say, great report there covering everything. It was such a great conversation and engaged participants all around the room. I think interesting to have some of the trustees, Board of Trustees members from the community colleges. But I agree that, you know, talking about both the credit and the dual enrollment or concurrent enrollment, as well as the non-credit programs that they provide, were kind of key as we look at all the accreditation and the, you know, just the changing landscape as we move forward. But I'm telling you, those community college folks, as you know, they're all very committed and they want to make sure that they're supporting their students, no matter if they're high school, whether they're, I'll call them traditional, or they're non-traditional in non-credit programs. So it was a great conversation, and I'm sure that they'll be very, their report and engagement will be very helpful for the full Board of Education moving forward.
Questions or comments regarding community college advisory? Hearing none. Thank you, Cass and Cindy, for your work on that. Our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have the minutes to approve from November 13th and December 5th.
So moved.
Moved by Cass,
Second.
second by Brian. Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. The minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda is a work session with NACSA. Come to the table, please.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Good morning.
If you give me just a moment, I will get myself in it. I did that quick. Okay. Great. And for the folks that are online, nice to see you. I believe I can see you all. If you have any question at any time, just feel free to use the hand raise feature. I think I've got you all viewable. So I think we're all set there. So thank you so much for having NACSA come to present to the board. I'll do some introductions about NACSA and our organization and myself, but want to kind of lay out our agenda first. I think we were brought in to set out three goals that we want to kind of accomplish over this working session. Discuss and kind of to go into more depth about the various roles between you as the board compared to the department and how those roles complement each other and operate in an effective authorizing process. And then go into a little bit more depth about specifically about the application process, best practices within that, and again, where the role of the board and the role of the department overlap and work together to strengthen. And then some forward-looking things that we've talked about with the department that the Board of Education and the Department of Education can take as you continue to strengthen your authorizing practices. So I think those are the three goals we'd like to set forth. Please at any time interject and ask questions or ask me to clarify. I'm happy to step back and adjust to the needs of the group. So a little bit about NACSA. NACSA is a membership organization. We've got authorizer members across the country that either through membership, through our membership services and programming for members, or through those timings. Either through our programming for members or our main event is our annual conference each year. We interact with authorizers that oversee over 50% of the charter school sector. And we do tend to disproportionately work and serve with large authorizers. There's about 900 authorizing entities in the country. The vast majority of those are very, very small districts, so maybe oversee one or two schools. But the bulk, I believe, there's about 20% of authorizers that oversee about 90% of schools. So it's a very top-heavy field. We primarily do this through advocacy, through customized trainings like this one, where we'll do customized trainings directly with authorizers, through our conference and other targeted learning opportunities, such as Authorizer 101 and our Leaders Program, and then resources to the field. We've published and updated a core suite of resources since we were founded in, I think, 2004, around the application process, around the performance framework, around the renewal process, and are constantly revising and updating those to strengthen the field of authorizing. And a little bit about myself. I'm Jason Zwara. I'm the Director of Federal Policy and Partnerships for NACSA. I've been with NACSA for about 6 years. Before that, worked for the New York Charter School Association on policy work. And I've been on the board, part of the founding team of a number of charter schools in the Buffalo, New York area, which is where I'm based. Attorney by education, but not trade. I went to the University of Notre Dame, but am retired in the eyes of New York. So it's a little bit about me and NACSA. Any questions about NACSA or who we are or what we do for the field before I kind of jump into the context of the charter school movement? Great, thank you. So some context setting about charter schools and the charter school sector. Charter school movement. So charter schools were first thought up and the first charter school law was passed in Minnesota in 1991. So it's been around for over 30 years at this point. Today there's 47 jurisdictions with charter school laws. 45 states plus DC and Puerto Rico. It's only a handful. I think there's only 5 schools. In one school, Kentucky is an outlier where they have a law but haven't figured out funding. So nearly across the nation. And these are the most recent numbers from the National Alliance. About 8,200 charter schools that enroll over 3.7 million students. I believe currently charter schools are estimated to enroll about 10% of all students in the country. And there's a wide variety among states. Some states and cities like New Orleans is 100% charter school district. Other cities are increasing 40, 50%. And in some areas it's much smaller, but that's the rough estimate. And you can see 20 states have 100 plus charters, 10 have 50 plus, a wide range. Charter school movement is really built on a very simple premise and exchange. It's an exchange of autonomy for accountability. Schools are granted autonomy over more operational things, curriculum, instruction, school calendar, hiring practices, budget, in exchange for accountability. Where do I keep turning slides? But also charter statutes, and I'll have on the next slide, charter statutes identify many purposes beyond just this simple idea of autonomy or exchange. They'll target, and I'll just actually go ahead and look at Iowa's in particular. This is the Iowa statute that lays out the specific purpose. And there's a lot of text on here, but what's important is that charter school laws aren't just designed to have this simple exchange of autonomy for accountability. They're established to innovate in this space, to come up with new learning opportunities, new instructional opportunities, new pathways for teachers, new approaches to dealing with student intervention, new approaches to meeting workforce needs. So while we always talk about a highline purpose of autonomy for accountability, it's important to understand that charter schools aim to serve many, many purposes. And I think it's particularly important as we get into talking about the application process and your role in the application process of thinking about these many purposes that charter schools can and do serve. So that's that. NACSA focuses on authorizers. Authorizers are the legal entities that do the work of authorizing that do this. And we focus on this because great charter schools don't just happen. They're not just created. They're created through smart collaboration between an operator and authorizer. It's an important relationship, and a contractual relationship between the school and the authorizer that ensures successful charter schools are able to continue and able to grow, and unsuccessful ones are shut down with minimal negative impact on students and schools and communities. What exactly is an authorizer? Again, a charter school authorizer is.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Go on.
Sure, of course.
What's the percentage of charter schools that end up closing once is it a fairly high rate or low rate or?
Yeah, we've tracked it, and I don't have the data on the top of my mind. So we've tracked this as part of our, we conduct an annual state of the charter authorizing sector survey. And one of the questions we ask in that is about closure rate. And closure rate has kind of gone up and down. I think we see between 5 and 10% closure rate on an annual basis. Yeah, on an annual basis. And there's also been studies done. I know the U.S. Department of Education did a report a couple of years ago looking specifically at charter schools that receive charter schools program funding, so federal grants that are eligible for schools in the first 3 years. And those closure rates are very, very low, about they get that level of support. But we typically see closure rates around 5% on an annual basis. And I think more anecdotally, I don't have the specific evidence around this, but much of that tends to be around financial sustainability issues, which tend to be schools that struggle to maintain enrollment, struggle to stay open. Thank you. And again, please ask. Yes, Mary, I see you raised your hand.
Thank you, Jason. Just following up on that answer, what's the average length of time a charter is operational before it closes?
That's a good question. Again, I don't have the exact date off the top of my head, but I do know we kind of talk about that charter schools that start strong, maintain strong. So most charter schools, if they're going to close within that first term, which is, I think, is important why we advocate for specifically for the initial charter, a 5 to 7 year initial charter term range, because that is important to schools that are going to have problems. Those schools are usually identified early on, particularly, as I mentioned, that enrollment issue. If the school is unable to get to its enrollment goals early on, it's typically unable to achieve that over the length of the term. So most schools, when they do close, are closing in that initial 5 to 7 year period or earlier.
Okay, one more question. So
Sure.
Are those schools receiving additional funds from the state in which they operate? So for example, the dollars follow our students in Iowa. Is that the case across the nation?
Pretty typically. There's 1 or 2 states that fund charter schools in an odd way where they're actually funded directly to the state's budget. But in almost every other, I think it's like Connecticut, and then Hawaii is kind of an outlier because Hawaii is literally one district. But most states, charter schools are funded either through allocation from the local district of a portion of that district's state allocation. So some states, the local funds also will follow the charter school, but in lower amounts. But typically, I believe the averages that we see across the country, a charter school will receive about 80% of the total funding when considering all funding sources that a district receives. So state funding, local tax dollar funding, and federal funding will receive roughly about 80%. And it depends on the state, but that's about average.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before
Are there I mean, and maybe I should already know this, but just kind of monitoring and just making sure that we know when they are struggling, I guess? That's probably
Yeah.
something that we have in place already.
Well,
but just,
we'll get into that. And yes, that is something we'll get into.
okay.
What exactly is a charter school authorizer? An authorizer is an entity that decides who can start a new charter school, sets those academic and operational expectations, oversees the school performance, decides when the charter school should remain open or close at the end of the term, or determines when a charter contract should be terminated early. That's the legally defined entity. And this, I always like to use this slide. And hopefully you can, it's hard to see it smallly, but this is basically a layout of every state and the type of entities they allow as authorizers. Iowa is one of 6 states that only allows the Board of Education or the State Board of Education or the equivalent as the sole charter school authorizer. In a lot of other states, districts will be authorizers. Institutions of higher education. So in Michigan, for example, a lot of state colleges are allowed to authorize charter schools. In a few states, certain nonprofits are able to authorize charter schools. So that's in Minnesota is the main one. And then a number of other states have created what we call independent charter boards, where they actually create a standalone state agency that's sole job is to authorize charter schools. And then there's 1 or 2 really random cases where the Indianapolis mayor office, a few like municipal organizations are allowed to authorize. But what this kind of shows is we consider is basically around 6 different categories we consider, but then even among those 6 categories, states have different mix. Some states will allow districts and the state. Some will allow only districts. Some will allow only the state. Some will allow only the statewide authorizing board. So there's no one best system. It's more a once you've kind of understood what the landscape is in your state, then there's different policy levers and policy approaches that you could take. But among the like Iowa, some of the other notable states that operate in this way are Massachusetts, New Jersey, Arizona. Arizona is actually an authorizing Arkansas. So there are a few other states, and we always look at it interesting where there was a long time where we would advocate that state schools should have kind of multiple pathways to get authorized. But then you look in Massachusetts, Massachusetts is only the state authorizes, and it's the highest performing charter sector. So we've kind of said there's no one best way. There's different ways to get there. It's more about the practices and the policies that those states set up to accomplish that. What are authorizers responsible for? First is maintaining high standards. So it's approving high caliber applicants, conducting school oversight in a thorough way, and implementing consequences, including closure for poor performance. 2 is upholding autonomy. That's particularly when we talk to schools. When you ask schools, if you ask charter schools, what do they think of and what do they look at when they think of autonomy? The number one thing that you usually hear back from schools is minimizing administrative burden. It's minimizing the reporting requirements, minimizing the things that they have to do to report on how they're doing. So authorizers can hold a big opportunity here of minimizing as much as possible, getting out of the school's way. And holding schools accountable for their outcomes, not for the processes. So holding them accountable for both their academic outcomes, but also that they're financially sustainable, they're in legal compliance, but focusing more on the outcomes than on those processes. And lastly, and important, particularly from a Board of Education perspective, protecting student and public interest. Again, these are charter schools, are public schools. They are receiving public funds. They are accountable to not just the students and families. They're accountable to the public, to the state. So ensuring that students' well-being first and foremost, ensuring that public schools or that these schools are meeting typical public education obligations, specifically around underserved students, special education students and English language learner students, and ensuring that they comply with expected public transparency around, particularly around finances. Pause there before I kind of move on to the next big bucket. Any other questions on kind of the high level things?
I did have one question. Go back one slide. Oh, sorry. Thinking about the number of charter schools aligned with how they manage the system. So like you mentioned, New Orleans is 100% charter schools. So what is Louisiana's management?
Louisiana has a, they allow, I think, both the districts and the state. So I think in Louisiana, I believe now the city of New Orleans or the district of New Orleans oversees all the charter schools in New Orleans. And that's a very odd situation because that's literally all they do. And then the state also oversees a lot of charter schools in other cities, like in Baton Rouge or Fayetteville, not Fayetteville, other cities, but.
I don't want to belabor this point, but I know the last time we talked about charters, we asked the question of how many charter schools are too many? And so I'm kind of wondering the question of how many charter schools, I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, but at what point of a number of charter schools do you think about how you're managing the system?
Yeah.
You know, is this the right? So I'm just curious with 100+ charter schools, how are those states managing their system? Like, is the management system contingent on the number of schools you actually have?
I will say, I will say one thing, and I'll touch a little bit on it at the end. One thing we're asked if we could talk about, and I think some aspirational things as for Iowa as a relatively new authorizer in the space are things like that about doing community need assessments and understanding saturation points and things like that. And there are examples of districts and states and regions doing that we can highlight. I would say in terms of what we see around effective authorizing practices, certainly once an authorizer's portfolio gets to, I think, under a certain size, and we typically draw that line at around 5 schools. If an authorizing office is overseeing under 5 schools, the ratio of like staff to school is it's so small. You're kind of have one person that's the authorizer doing all that work. Once you get kind of above schools, we see like a staff to school ratio between like 5 to 8 schools per staff member is kind of how we see as it's scaling. And then once you kind of get it, kind of becomes an economies of scale thing as you get larger portfolios where you can bring in, I think we start to see then maybe at like the 20 to 25 school size, you're able to have enough, you're kind of able to have internal staff that's able to specialize. So you kind of maybe can have a person that just does charter school finance rather than you're the state's or the district's finance person who also has to know how to look at a charter school budget. So that's kind of what we think about in terms of from the authorizer side about capacity is breaching that scale. And then in terms of on the other side of it of you know, what's the right charter schools, I can highlight some examples later and also share out some examples of some cities and regions and tactics that places have taken to try to understand, what the community need is, where there's opportunities and maybe where you're doing that. So I could touch that. Any other question? And I'm here for you all to learn. So what you want to learn, I want to make sure I answer, not just get through what we're going to. I'll turn and walk through authorizing standards. And in this section, I'll kind of really try to lay out the difference and how the board's role and the department's role complement each other in navigating the system. So NACSA first published our principles and standards for quality charter school authorizing in 2004, which is the year that Next was started. And we've constantly revised and updated this and refined this over the years. Actually, in 2023 was our first major revision to this in about 5 years. So we published a new version in 2023 that is really carrying us forward. It's over so I can see my notes. And really the 2023 version in particular emphasized school autonomy, positioning, authorizing work within the larger organization. So in the Iowa example, placing the departments authorizing work in the context of everything else the department does around public education, highlighting the importance of staff professional judgment and affirming the importance of reflecting community need, community demand, community aspirations. So we can discuss the role of the authorized portfolio reflecting what the community needs. We'll proceed through these key principles and highlight the difference in the board's role and the department. I kind of mentioned that. In general, we can think about the board as having two significant responsibilities when it comes to it. The high stakes decision makers. That's at approving applications, determining renewals or non-renewals, and determining revocations. Those are kind of the three big high decision points when it comes to charter schools. And then receiving consolidated information and recommendations from staff to aid in those decision making. And also the flip side of that of guiding that and setting up priorities, setting up pathways, and setting up the systems to ensure that happens on a regular basis. On the department end, the department will manages those day-to-day activities, is the liaison with those schools, is collecting, managing, and monitoring school performance, and is generating those recommendations to the board. So in the other work that you do with the department, the board is receiving and making high stakes decisions based on the department's recommendations, and also guiding the department in establishing those policies and protocols. A lot of text, but just to set this up and set the highlight. Standard one, and when you saw that graphic, we put standard one, agency commitment and capacity at the center. Foster and excellent schools to meet identified needs. So creating organizational structures and commits to human and financial resources. So when we talk about agency commitment and capacity, we place this at the center, and the revised principles and standards reinforce the importance of this commitment and capacity of the authorizer, including both the board and the department is vital in carrying out all the other principles. And when we talk about commitment and capacity, we define that basically include properly staffing the office, adapting and employing high quality policies and procedures at all phases of the charter school life cycle. And if you're really interested and want to learn more about this, in 2018, we published research and some guidance on this of highlighting some examples of authorizers that demonstrate it. We termed it as a leadership, commitment, and judgment, kind of demonstrating that these are key factors of an effective office. We're going to spend a lot of time on this in the second half of this training around the application process, but you'll see in the highlighted point, a clear application process is fair and transparent, uses rigorous criteria, and grants charters only to applicants who demonstrate strong capacity. And we'll go through NACS's recommendations of policies and procedures for a strong application process. But again, looking at the board's key role and the board's role in this position is determining new school priorities and alignment with state needs and laws, and receiving application criteria and recommendations from the staff. The third standard is around performance contracting. So this is the process. I think we're also discussing this today. You'll be receiving and approving the standard contract. So an authorizer executes a contract that articulates the right responsibilities, regarding autonomy, funding, administration, and oversight, and outcomes, and the metrics by which schools will be held accountable. So we'll also discuss this later. These are kind of the two big that we're talking about today. Again, the board key role is executing that charter agreement with the school's governing board and ensuring mutual understanding and acceptance of the terms of the agreement by the school's governing board. Again, we'll talk about this more following this training as we get into the model contract, but the model contract is really, or the contract between the authorizer and the school is really the operational document for that relationship. It lays out the responsibilities of both parties in very clear terms that school is going to be held to, different than any other relationship that the Department of Education, the Board of Education has with any other school in the state. Standard 4, and this gets to your point around ongoing oversight and evaluation. Quality authorizer conducts oversight that competently evaluates performance and monitors compliance throughout the term of that charter school. We have kind of a graphic of, this is what we refer to as the charter school life cycle of a charter school application and approval, and then the ongoing oversight process, which is largely conducted by the department that tries to achieve basically 3 objectives. One, getting information to the board and to the school on a timely basis on how that school is performing against those kind of 3 objectives: academic, operational, and financial. 2, setting the evidence for the school and the board of whether that school should be renewed when it comes time for renewed or not renewed. And 3, flagging if that school has reached a point where it's needs to be revocated ahead of a charter school. So you're trying to accomplish those 3 things through the ongoing process. Within this, the board's key roles are reviewing those annual performance reports and any intervention actions, and articulating and enforcing stated consequences. I'd also say in this of setting the standards and the priorities for the department of in addition to your normal ongoing monitoring, we want to make sure schools are particularly achieving X, Y, or Z. You can set the priorities of, we want to know that schools are meeting these objectives, and we want to know if schools are falling below these objectives. You can set the agenda for the department of how that is done. I also mentioned up front, and one that we've placed increasingly emphasis to the field on of this is a big opportunity for schools, or for the authorizer to collaborate with schools to ensure autonomy. As I said, when you talk to schools, the number one thing you hear from schools about what autonomy means to them is minimizing the bureaucratic requirements on a school of having to report, having to share information on a regular basis. This is an area where authorizers have a good opportunity to strengthen that for schools by minimizing duplicative reporting, and especially as a statewide authorizer, how much can the department collaborate across departments to share that reporting, so they're not reporting one thing to one department and another thing to their authorizer. They can share on that. How can authorizers align its reporting timelines and deadlines with the school calendar? That's a big area where authorizers have the discretion and ability to collaborate with schools to kind of reduce that burden on them.
Are you going to have that situation in Iowa where the Board of Education is the authorizer and they report to the Department of Education? I mean, are there other state agencies that get reports from schools?
Yeah. So as a public school in Iowa and any other state, an Iowa charter school has to comply with kind of all the other reporting requirements, particularly around state assessments, around student enrollment, student records.
Right, but that all goes to the Department of Education.
Exactly. So it's important for the charter school office to coordinate and align with those departments to not ask the same thing twice.
Oh, so when you say departments, you mean within the department?
Yeah, I should. Yeah, you refer to as
Yes, got
divisions.
it. Okay. I was
Divisions the
confused.
term?
Got it.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, so across different divisions of the
Yes,
department, yes.
got it.
Yeah. Thank you. No, that's a good clarifying question. But yeah, so the ability to align across divisions, to not have the school report their special education enrollment numbers here and here, or their assessment data here and here. You can combine those and try to reduce that burden on the school.
Which is of course a concerted effort in all of our reporting for all public schools, district public schools as well.
Which makes me ask, what's been presented so far? And this is maybe, I mean, I'm not against charter schools, don't get me wrong, but what have we seen so far that shouldn't already be what community school districts do or should do? I mean, everything we said, I mean, if you look at all the requirements for a charter school in Iowa, they should all be part of the mission of every community school district in our state. I mean, I understand if it's people are dropping out and they have a focus on that to me was, okay, that's something that isn't being done, but it could be done. It's just not getting done. Is that really what this is about?
Well,
There's gaps or holes and charter schools are filling those in? Or is it something more positive than that?
I think, and I'll touch a little bit as we get to the application cycle, but one of the ways I like to think about it and frame it for charter schools is, and Iowa, I think one of the strong parts that Iowa's law does that not a lot of other charter schools law does is Iowa kind of starts from the point of view of charter schools have to abide by pretty much everything. They can explicitly request waivers from curriculum standards, from specific things. So it kind of puts a bit of the onus on the school to say, like, we don't want to comply with this because of this specific purpose. Like, our school is setting out to do this specific mission, so we kind of want waivers from these specific things. So that's one aspect where it kind of puts an onus on the school to do that. The second part, and I'll get into it, and the example I like to use with the application process is it's using that autonomy and using the innovation, the ability to implement a very specific model, but the role of the application and the role the authorizer plays in that is making sure that all the aspects of operating a school are married up together. It's one thing to say, and the example I give a lot is a charter school that wants to use a integrated co-teaching model. If you're familiar with that, you've got a general education teacher and you've got either a specialist, so a special education teacher, or a English language learner teacher in each classroom. It's one thing to say, we're going to use this model. It's another thing to say in an application, we're going to use this model. Here's how our budget lines up with this. Here's how our school leadership has the expertise to implement this. Here's how our professional development schedule and professional development culture lines up with this. So a charter school bears the burden and of establishing that not only are they going to do that, but here are all the elements to make that successful. And I think what in an anecdotal experience, and I think in the experience we've seen in too many districts is it's easy to say we're going to implement this model, but you don't have the autonomy to hire the teachers that do that. You don't have the autonomy to hire the leadership that can guide that. You don't have the autonomy to set your budget to say we're going to focus on hiring these types of teachers instead of what we're kind of required by past budgets. So that's kind of how I think about it in terms of what differentiates the charter schools from a district school in actual implementation. I think what you do see is legally you do have the flexibility to do that in other systems, but it's the burden of establishing that you can actually implement it. Makes a little bit of sense.
Can you talk a little bit about the community needs and assessment? Because I feel like in the ones that we've seen, it's, they might have like a public forum, whatever, for the community to come, and then they say, no one showed up, or like 5 people showed up. So how are we supposed to determine a community needs or that they've met that standard if they did that, but if no one comes, it doesn't necessarily say there's not a need, but I just don't know.
Yeah, and this is an area where we've been putting out some more guidance in recent years, and an area where I think there's continued opportunity for improvement because I think a lot of states will require, say, an applicant to have a list of, here are all the families we talked to that, which can say a little bit more. So I think that's an area where, as much as we've tried to put out some guidance, but it kind of comes back to what's most important for the authorizer. So as an authorizer, is it most important for you to say, okay, I want to see that you say you want to enroll 120 kids. I want to see that you talk to 120 families, or you could demonstrate community need through, hey, demographic trends in this area say there's an increased enrollment of Spanish speakers, and there's no other schools in this area that have a strong dual language program. So there's kind of different ways to get to it. And I think it kind of depends on both the individual school and the authorizer meeting that need. I think we see a lot in schools taking unique approaches to career technical education or unique partnerships with, say, an industry in that area. So I'm using anecdotal evidence of some of the schools. I particularly think of schools that really innovated around green tech and had strong partnerships with some green tech industries that was started in that area of demonstrating. I think demonstrating community need, the most challenging thing about it is community need can be demonstrated in different ways depending on the different type of school. So it's a little bit up to the authorizer to think about that differently on each unique school. I hope that kind of answers it and makes a little bit of sense. But what we have seen is like making every school demonstrate that in the exact same way isn't super effective, because then you just end up with a school that turns over an application like, we got signatures from 100 parents, but those 100 parents may not go to that school.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Yeah, I think it is.
Give a follow-up.
I think we've just not really known how to ask them to demonstrate it. And it's good to think about it in the way of maybe it needs to be more specific to the applicant.
Yeah, and I do know, and Iowa does require you to conduct a public forum for all applications, which isn't universal. Not all states require that. So that is one. So there are ways, and I think I've got some notes here, but we've put out some guidance around how to kind of conduct those. Again, broad scale, what we've seen with those is that's a good opportunity for, even if you're not getting a lot of public input on that, an opportunity for the school and the public forum to talk about what makes them unique and why they're needed. So putting their onus on the school to demonstrate what gap they're filling and what purpose they're serving. We'll get a little bit to that because that kind of comes around to one of our big pushes and our big recommendations to the field over the last years has been this idea of, we've been calling it moving from paper to people, of really understanding the people behind the school, and that they understand what they put in the application, that they have the capacity and the skills to carry that out. And they're the ones that are, they're the ones that are building this. An application is application, a school is people in the building. So that kind of gets that as well.
Go ahead. Just to piggyback on your question though, on the public forums, I think one piece of feedback has been getting deep community engagement at community events where members of the community are, as opposed to trying to host a public forum and recruit folks into that one-time meeting, has been something that some applicants have communicated. And we are kind of looking at this from two lenses. One is the demonstration of that critical community engagement and the development of the model itself. And then the other component, as Jason indicated, was those indicators of potential enrollment. So those are two important lenses, I think.
Do we have a way? We have so much rich data within the Department of Education. Do we have a way of overlaying all of that data to find where we have gaps within our own system of where student need is facing significant challenges, or where there's greater opportunity to create more support for education within certain areas of the state? So where we can see gaps, or opportunities. So kind of going back to that question of the right numbers or how we're tackling this, where we can see where maybe there's greater opportunity for charter schools in places within the state based on the data that we have available to us.
I think, does the Charter School Association use data to do that, or do they not have access to all the? Because I think that they are, I think they've helped charter schools at least identify where there's a demographic like needs.
There's been demographic data included in the applications. It could be dropout rates. It's oftentimes it's either open enrolled, rolled out students that are missing from their district. A lot of different ways to show it, but that's always one of our questions from this board is what exactly is the need?
Yeah.
Sometimes I come around to the point of, well, if they're successful and they get students, there obviously was a need.
Yeah,
If they can't fund their school, then there wasn't a need.
I think I speak to a little bit at the end, so we may not even get to it, so I could discuss it now. But one area in kind of our recent recommendations, so last year we put a bunch of resources out to the field and kind of a set of 8 recommendations for authorizers to kind of rethink the new school application process. And one of those, and it's kind of more of an aspirational one and one that requires strong capacity and strong capabilities, but is that collaborating across different stakeholders to better understand community need and community opportunities. And we've highlighted examples in a couple areas. I think there's an organization called Opportunity 180 that's in Las Vegas. I think there's one in kind of the Memphis, Tennessee area where it's kind of a collaboration between the authorizer, the charter school association, and what we call as like incubators that basically help fund individuals that want to start charter schools in that planning phase of doing these kind of community needs assessments. So again, where everybody's bringing in their strength, and particularly from a statewide authorizer, you've probably got unprecedented data and information around demographic trends and school models and things like that, where bringing that aspect with other stakeholders that have an understanding of maybe parent demand or student demand or of talent pipelines, of developing talent pipelines to start charter schools. So that is one area where one practice that we're really interested in and has kind of shown some promise in some areas of collaboration across different stakeholders to understand here are the real opportunities where unique school models or underserved populations can be approached to this model.
So can we, as the authorizers, I guess, engage in that? Like, I mean, can we as the authorizers drive that?
Whenever you can, and I'm familiar with Iowa's law, and I've gone through Iowa's law, and I helped draft the model contract. But one area where it's a little out of my grasp, but the office may understand is some authorizers can set priorities or preferences in their application for, say, unique models or geographic areas or grade spans. So you can use that for, I think the biggest lever from an authorized perspective is, hey, during this RFP cycle, we're particularly interested in applications in Cedar Rapids or and it is some laid out in the statute. I think if I went way back to the purpose of this thing, the statute specifically lays out STEM and STEAM are areas where if we specifically want to see that. Workforce development is always one where you can say in the application in an RFP process, we particularly want to prioritize innovative workforce development schools. You can use that. The biggest lever for the authorizer is that RFP process, and both in the identifying priorities for potential applicants and also internally with the department staff of the kind of grading those applications. We're going to particularly emphasize schools that meet these purposes. So you can kind of do that both publicly facing and internally facing, and then through informal relationships with stakeholder groups is identifying, we're seeing big gaps here in these areas. So yeah, that is something we're. Mhm. Hi, Mary.
Hi.
See your hand raised.
Yeah. I believe there's an Iowa Coalition for Public Charter Schools in Iowa. And I know that a year ago, there's someone in that organization that helps pull that data that everyone's talking about at the table on the best areas within the state, mostly urban areas, like you said, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, whatever. And they try to help define a need. And of course, all those dashboards are out there for all the schools in the state. So I think there's plenty of information. And I thought that coalition helped an individual organization that wanted to start a charter school, help them through that process to make sure they had the correct demographic, the numbers that they needed, the locations. Does that coalition exist?
Yeah, that I do believe that. I'm not super familiar with them. I do know they exist. I don't know too much of the role, but I'm getting nods from Dr. Elder that yes, they exist and
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So
they
I
do
think,
important work in that area.
yeah, a lot of that background work is very helpful to these organizations that are coming into the state. So some of that is already out there and being worked on. And I'll go back to what John said, they're not going to start a charter school if they can't get students, right? So that's the burden is on the charter to get the enrollment numbers up to where they need to be financially stable and viable moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll add one note there and I mentioned it at the top end, when the number one force we do see for schools that close or that are not renewed tends to be under enrollment and not being able to maintain a financially sustainable school. So that is definitely an important priority for schools of demonstrating that they're able to meet that enrollment target. And again, that part more than any other is schools that don't meet kind of early enrollment objectives very rarely are able to make that up, because typically then what you're dealing with is, say you've got a school that is proposed to open kindergarten to fifth grade. If you don't get your initial kindergartners, you don't make those numbers up in first grade. You're not going to get people enrolling at first or second grade. It's very hard to enroll kids not at those kind of natural break points. So schools being able to get to a sustainable enrollment level in their first 2 to 3 years is pretty vital to their long-term success. I will close out then with kind of these two parts and then take a brief break and we'll turn to kind of the application process. Again, the fifth standard is around the revocation and renewal and decision-making process. And again, this is an area where the board role is vital. This is really the most important role the board plays is receiving those recommendations from staff, revoking a charter during the charter term if there is evidence of extreme underperformance or violation of laws or the risk of student health and safety, and granting renewal only to schools that have achieved the targets stated in the charter agreement. So this is obviously, like at the approval stage, the board role is the most vital. These are the highest stake decisions that an authorizer is to make. And one I'll highlight here and I'll highlight again throughout some other points of this is the board in particular bears the responsibility for not only making these decisions, but ensuring that they are firmly supported by evidence and that they're in accordance with statutory requirements regarding timing and notice. So it's very important that the board is doing things kind of by the books and doing them in the appropriate timeline and with the appropriate notice. Iowa statute is pretty explicitly lays out both the timeline requirements, but also the written requirements to schools so that they understand if they're revoked or if they're not renewed or if their application is denied, why that happened, which both gives them kind of that answer, but also gives them the understanding of, if we want to apply again, here's what needs to be targeted and addressed. Just kind of sum up what I said. A quality decision is evidence-based, it's transparent to both the public and the school, and it's fair. I'm doing a pretty good time. I could take a brief break if people need a break. I know you've been at a long morning already.
Let's break.
Yeah, take a break.
It's, bring that clock. It's 9:35. Let's take a 10.
Thank you.
Quarter to long.
So I'll turn now and we'll kind of walk through specifically the application process. So we'll kind of talk through,
I'm bringing that up. Sorry.
the next breaks it down to kind of 8 elements and 8 aspects. And we'll kind of walk through each of those and again, try to focus as much as possible on what's coming up to the board and what the board should be considered in each of these processes. So again, pulling from Nexus Principles and Standards, to authorize or implement a comprehensive application process that tries to meet these key objectives. Clear application with clear questions and guidance to the applicant. So that's spelling things out to the applicant, what they need to do. Follows fair and transparent procedures and a rigorous criteria process. And then again, the decision-making grants charters only to applicants who demonstrate strong capacity. So put that out of the way, an application process is trying to achieve 3 things. It provides, or is actually, the application itself should fulfill 3 key functions communicating to potential applicants. So Iowa runs, I believe, one RFP, you run it 1 RFP cycle a year. Some other states run multiple RFP cycles, or other authorizes run maybe 2 RFP cycles. Some have a rolling application. Man, but a 1 to 2 application RFP cycle is a strong process to accomplish that. So again, providing key information about the application requirements, about the application timelines and deadlines, about any kind of guidance or information they can get from the department. The criteria and the standards for approval that the application will be evaluated against, and timelines for each step of the application process. I believe Iowa just has a single RFP where the full application is due at 1 applicant. Is that correct? Yeah. But some other states will use a multi-stage process. So they use, say, a letter of intent or what we call it, but some have actually evolved to maybe a 3-step process where there's kind of a letter of intent, and that's basically a checkpoint to say, like, yeah, this is an eligible applicant. This is an entity that's eligible to apply for charter school. The next phase is kind of really big picture design elements and is kind of a really high level check of, okay, they've got kind of a comprehensive vision for something that's possible, and then a full application. So there are different ways to do it, but having clear timelines for each step of the application process is vital to that. I'll pull specifically from Iowa's Charter School Act. And again, Iowa has a very strong Charter Schools Act. I think it's helpful when you're maybe one of the later states to pass a law, is you're able to kind of learn a lot of lessons, but it is very explicit in the statute around some of these requirements. So, Iowa's law specifically requires the authorizer to use nationally recognized principles and standards, require evaluation of a written application, require an in-person interview, and require a public forum opportunity. So statute lays out these things that we identify as best practices that maybe some authorizers have to adopt for themselves. I was kind of ready to that statute, which is very strong. Kind of go through all these 8 elements of this and then go through each one in a little more depth. First is the application itself, which, as I already briefly discussed, includes the deadlines, includes the guidance, includes the application template, all the things that the applicant sees before they enter the process. Rigorous approval criteria. This is the for evaluating and the benchmarks for recommending approval on each of those elements. Evaluator panel. Well, these next 2, 3 are all part of the actual process of evaluating. So kind of we identify 3 quality elements. First is use of evaluator panels. That could be internal staff, that could be external staff, that could be a mix of both. If you want to use external consultants or just use internal staff, again, with a Department of Education, you have kind of an advantage where you can draw from across different divisions to bring in special education experts, bring in finance experts, bring in facility experts to, that is one of the advantages of a state level authorizer. You can leverage the expertise across a number of different divisions that maybe other authorizers can't. A due diligence process, which is really just, and I think this is important, particularly if you're receiving applications from charter management organizations that operate in other states. A due diligence process kind of verifies the academic track records of those schools, the financial track records of those schools. So kind of not just taking an applicant at their word, but if the applicant has a track record of other schools, digging into that a little bit. NACSA has conducted due diligence processes for quite a few authorizers. And then the capacity interview, which I'll dig into in more depth later on. This is an area, one of the areas where we're increasingly encouraging the field and supporting the field and strengthening this. And again, we kind of talk about this shift from paper to people. I think one thing we're starting to see in the field, as I mentioned up front, charter schools have been around for 33 years now. There's consultants, there's AI, there's a whole bunch of different ways to write a really sound paper application. But taking that paper application and actually opening a school is a big challenge. So using things like capacity interview, using things like a public hearing where the school can kind of present its vision and how it's going to accomplish that are really vital to ensure that the people responsible for the school can take what's on paper and put it in. So it's a big area where we're putting more guidance to the field and supporting authorizers in making this really meaningful. Again, as I said, public input, we talked a little bit about this before. Iowa statute does require this, and there are ways to use this in different ways to again, not only receive input from the public, but again, give that an opportunity for the school to present its vision and kind of clarify what it's trying to achieve and the need it's trying to meet. Evidence-based recommendations. This is the kind of the final staff step where the staff will compile its recommendations and provide evidence of each of these other steps that it's gone through to present to you all as the board. And then the authorizer's decision, again, in compliance with statutory notice and with timing requirements in a comprehensive way that gives clarity to the applicant and gives clarity to the public. Pause there. Any kind of high level questions before I kind of dig into some of these unique elements?
This question for Deborah. So when we get the recommendation for a charter school, how many people are involved in that decision generally?
Go to the table so I can be heard on the speaker.
Sure.
I want our board members on Zoom to be able to hear the answer. And I'm gonna actually go through this before we review our first charter school. But we have representatives from the School Improvement Office, Special Education, Business Office, that includes transportation, if necessary, food and nutrition services, and then we have administrators who look for cohesion. So I'll get more into that when I introduce the first applicants. But we do have all segments of our organization as part of the review team. And all segments also helped develop this year's application that the board saw and approved back in August. And so we had that inclusive process so that we have everyone involved from the beginning all the way through.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. And again, to the scenario where you may have, one approach or one practice may be you've got kind of your set base panel, and then based on the unique circumstances of the school, you may want to leverage some additional expertise. So again, if it's the school is proposing a specific workforce development tact, you may want to bring in either someone from another division or an external consultant to kind of specifically focus on that part. We'll get into element one. So the key application components. Again, Iowa's charter school law, very strong and very clear in this. Some charter school laws don't spell this out and leave it up to the authorizers. Some will spell out just really high level. Iowa's is very explicit. Explicit requires 28 required elements of an application that can generally be grouped into 3 sections: the education program, the operations plan, and the financial plan. And I believe you may have seen some of these slides in previous, so I'll kind of put them up and talk about them briefly, but talk about them more holistically. The academic plan consists of the elements you would expect. Operations, again, more of the leadership, the enrollment and recruitment, the facilities, and student support would kind of fall in the operational bucket. And the financial would be your transportation and food services and your budgeting and cash flow plan. The high level aspect I would place here, and I kind of touched on it before. Key to the operational and financial elements of an application is that they align with and they enable the successful implementation of the educational program. I like to think of it as the educational program is the pinnacle, and that's what the school is setting out to do. Well, did you develop an operational plan and a financial plan that support and enable that to carry out? Again, going back to the example I always use is of a co-teaching model. If you say you're going to use a co-teaching model, is that reflected in the budget? Does your budget reflect that you're going to have 2 classroom teachers for each classroom? Does your facilities allow that? Are you going to have enough classrooms to do that? Does your administration's capacity and experience have the ability to coach and support those teachers? Do you have a professional development plan that supports that? So are your elements cohesive and they supportive of one another is really the best way to think about the operational and financial plan. Obviously, you want those to be standalone, sufficient standalone on their own, where you've got a budget that makes sense and you've got an operational plan that you've got a facilities that is safe and works and it makes sense for you. But in the application process, particularly when you get to the paper over people element of that, of the capacity interview, and public forums and public hearings and publicly questioning at school, that all those elements are cohesive and supportive of one another. The second element is rigorous approval criteria. Again, Iowa's Charter School Act has some specific language here saying that the state board shall approve a charter school application only if the founding group has demonstrated competence in each element of the approval criteria, and if the founding group is likely to open and operate a successful charter school. Here, I'll bring this back to where I started with the principles and standards of that first principle and standard around capacity and commitment. This is a key area for authorizer capacity and commitment of clearly defining the application elements is the first step, but within each of those elements, a clear standard, a clear rating scale, and clear cross-evaluator expectations should be established. And I believe somebody else from NACSA has supported the department in some support around evaluator norming, making sure evaluators are kind of using the same scale to across applications and across themselves. So we've lended some support in there, and that's an area where you can continue to build capacity and commitment to ensuring that you're looking at each application with the same set of eyes. I mentioned evaluator panels, and we talked briefly about how Iowa is currently approaching this. These can be comprised of internal and external based on the needs, and in particular, demonstrating expertise and capacities in those big 3 around the academics, particularly around the curriculum and instruction that's being proposed, around governance and compliance, and around operations and finance. And we put a star here that this is kind of an area where the department has identified as area for future aspiration to achieve is that community connection. So, and I think that comes back to a conversation we continue to have around community need, community demand of building into the application review process and understanding of the particular need that school is aiming to fulfill. So someone can speak specifically to that is a kind of a level 2 best practice that takes a little bit more capacity and of an organization. Due diligence, I touched on this briefly. This is kind of your basic legal check. Particularly important with out-of-state operators and with charter management organizations that oversee multiple schools, but basically, your basic legal check of verifying background of the applicants, track record of the other schools, and details of the intended facility, that this facility is safe and secure. This is an area where I think most authorizers that are dealing with it now do kind of rely on some national external partners and consultants, because you're kind of pulling from other things. It's an area where we're doing some advocacy at the federal level to maybe make this a little bit easier, where the U.S. Department of Education can maybe help out a little bit of understanding cross-state operators, but an area that's really important when you're dealing with out-of-state operators, to verify that what they did in Indiana is true. Let's spend a little time here, and I will get more in depth in this. We'll kind of get into some recommendations that we placed, but the capacity interview, and again, Iowa's statute is strong in that it requires this. Not all statutes require this. Some authorizers have to build this into the process just as a practice, or are prohibited from this, just not strong. But a capacity interview is a best practice and a critical component to, one, focus on areas of the application that didn't meet the standards. So if you review an application and it's strong overall, but there's some elements that you have questions about or aren't strong, you can use it to get some clarity on those. But more importantly, it's to assess the collective capacity of the founding group, and sometimes even including a performance test to see how that group interacts with each other. Capacity interviews are designed to answer questions like, is the education program sound? Are the operational financial plans cohesive? And does the application group have the capacity necessary to implement the proposal? And I think this is increasingly important as well, where you see, you'll see an application from a founding group that may not have yet, or may not include, say, the proposed school leader. And by the time they get to later in the application phase, they have identified that school leader. Okay, now you've got the opportunity to see those individuals together, and how they interact and how they understand the school's vision. The public hearing, again, Iowa statute requires this in the application process, or in the application process. So important to use this as an opportunity to leverage. On one hand, this can be a kind of a public showing from the authorizer that you are committed to an open and transparent process, that you're open to receiving any and all feedback from supporters, from detractors or critics. It can also be used, as I've talked about, it can be used to have the applicant continue to present their vision publicly, present that in a public forum. We've got some recommendations on here. I think I've got some notes on here later, and Next is also continuing to produce some additional resources. This has been particularly important because there's been, in the current rules and regulations around the federal charter schools program, which is a federal grant that's available to, states would apply to get that, and then they can make sub-grants to eligible new or expanding charter schools. And there's been additional requirements in that around things that you could do through a public hearing. So getting public feedback, getting that. So we've kind of built out a series of resources for authorizers to conduct those public hearings in effective ways to meet a couple of these different needs. So happy to share those. And I know the department is working with our staff on those as well. Turning to kind of the last phases, and as this is coming, a lot of that phase up to this point has been done by the department. The board would have been engaged early on to help set the direction of the application, approving the application, approving the RFP timelines, approving any sort of priorities. And then the staff would have conducted these kind of elements up to this point. And this is at the point where it's coming back to the board, where the department would be making an evidence-based recommendation. Again, this is where the board can, again, set those expectations of we want to know most clearly these aspects of the application. We want to ensure public need and demand is demonstrated in these ways. That's a key area where the board can interject. But we talk about it in this way: to ensure recommendations are evidence and merit-based, authorizers must ensure evaluator panel has considered and prioritized a comprehensive data review, internal alignment, and external validation. So checking all that data across different sources and presenting that kind of verified information to the board. And then finally, the authorized decision. So this is the most important role the board plays, is making the decision to approve or deny the application, and in a renewal to approve or deny a renewal. I tried to lay out here, and again, Iowa's charter school law is fairly explicit in how this process has to be done. The board must approve or deny an application no later than 75 calendar days after the application is received. So ensuring that application, that RFP cycle is aligned with this. Successful applications, the application end here, and we always say the more challenging work of actually opening the school starts. And I think we'll talk a little bit about that as well after this, when we talk about the standard contract, because we built into the standard contract. One of the things that Iowa's charter school law allows is the authorizer to build in conditions into that contract. So you kind of can have this pre-planning period where final approval of the contract is conditional on the school doing that pre-opening process. So I'll put that aside. For denied applications, the state board must provide written notice within 30 days, specifying the exact reasons for denial and providing documentation for those reasons. So again, this is why having that strong process is so important, because statute requires you to lay out these reasons and back up those reasons, provide evidence. I will note this last part kind of undercuts it a little bit, where Iowa's charter school law does not allow for an appeals process. In some other states, particularly when the authorizer is not, say, the State Board of Education, there are either appeals to the State Board of Education or appeals through a court system. In Iowa, your decision is final. That's not to say a school couldn't try to challenge because you didn't do your you didn't do a denial in accordance with this, but your decisions are pretty safeguarded under the statute. But either way, following this second to last line, written notice within 30 days, specifying the exact reasons and providing documentation of those reasons is important, both to provide transparency around that decision, but also provide information to that school if they seek to apply again, what the grounds for that were. Very, very important. Questions on any of that before I kind of wrap this section up with some high level stuff? And I know I went through a lot and it gets in the weeds, so thanks for sticking with me.
You mentioned there's federal funding available to assist with launching.
Yes.
Does that have to be applied for from the authorizers, or who applies for that funding?
So there's two pathways. So there is the charter schools program includes what's called the state entities grant, and what that is where the department, usually the department, they've expanded it where it could be the department or it could be a charter support organization, like I forget what it's called in Iowa, the Iowa Charter Schools Association. So either that nonprofit or the State Department of Education could apply for that state entity grant. And those range from, I'm trying to think how big, they range from say 20 million to 100 million, say 20 million to 100 million over 5 years. And then the state, either the State Department of Education or that charter support organization would hold that federal grant and could make sub grants then to schools, and sub grants range from $2 to $3 million for a school. So as it stands now, a school seeking to, and Iowa doesn't currently have one of these grants. You're eligible to apply for it next year. So if you apply for that and Iowa received that money, then a school, once it's approved by the authorizer, could then go get a federal CSP fund, and that provides, I think it's up to $3 million over the first 3 years of operation. And they can basically get reimbursements for that kind of pre-planning. So from the moment they're approved until they're open, they can cover expenses in that window with this federal grant. The other avenue is if a state doesn't have one of those grants, so an authorized or a school in Iowa could do this now, they can just apply to the department directly. There's a small pool of money for schools in states where the state doesn't have a state entity grant.
So what makes us eligible to be able to apply next year?
You don't have one right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and you have a charter school law. So I think there's 46 jurisdictions that have charter school laws. I think there's like 34 states with active state entity grants. Iowa applied last year, but did not receive it, but you're eligible to apply again next year to receive that. And basically you build out the application. Basically, the key factors in that are the number. That is where it is important to kind of look whole scale at projected growth, because you're basically building an application and we anticipate opening 20 schools over the next 5 years. And that's kind of how your grant amount is determined, is roughly correlative to how many grants you get over that. And then the other side of that is, so built into that, the grant holder. So in this case, if you all applied, the Department of Education is able to use, well, it's required to use 7% of that for technical assistance set aside. And that thing covers things like your authorizing practices. So you can kind of build in authorizer policies and authorizer practices, support to schools themselves. So a lot of states will do kind of learning networks of schools. Some states have been able to use that to help set up, say, like universal enrollment. So like a universal enrollment application. So you can put an application and apply to a bunch of different schools, special education collaboratives, things like that. So it both helps startup and growing schools and also helps the authorizer strengthen its own practices.
Do you foresee that there might be actually an increase to charter school funding available at the federal level, given the change in administration and
Yeah, so
federal DOE?
it has grown. It's grown significantly since it's been around. It's currently at $440 million annually, and about a little over half of that goes towards that state entity's grant, which is kind of the main thing where, you know, states get it and then pass that down to schools. The kind of sector has always advocated for that to bump up to $500 million. And then the other thing that we've been a particularly strong advocate for is that kind of set aside I just talked about, that 7% of increasing that and giving states more flexibility to use that, because that would allow them to kind of front load their technical support. So there is the possibility that it will increase. And then I think in the last, don't know if there's much movement on the amount that sub-grants were eligible for. That increased recently. That was only about $1.5 million a couple of years ago. And I think about 3 years ago, that moved up to $2.5 to $3 million. So individual schools are eligible to get more money. In addition,
Say half of the 440 is what goes out to the actual school.
so it goes to the states, yeah, and then because then there's two other grant programs. One, like I mentioned, there's one eligible to schools that are in states that don't have that. So Iowa, for example, could apply directly, and then there's another pool of money that's specifically designated to charter management organizations to grow across states. So it's kind of like they're operating in different states. So if they want to open a school in Iowa and Indiana and Michigan, instead of having to apply to those 3 states for CSP funds, they can just apply directly and get money for all of them. So that's kind of a pool of money. And there's a little bit that goes specifically for facilities funding. And there's a little bit that goes specifically for kind of like research stuff. But yeah, about 50 to 60% is specifically for those state grants to make grants. Yeah. And the recent data on that, I think it's somewhere around 60 to 65% of currently operating charter schools received CSP fund at some point in there, either when they started up or you're eligible to get it when you're planning to replicate or expand. So if you're, say, going from a K-5 to a K-12, you're eligible to receive those funds to help navigate that. So about 60 to 65% of the schools nationwide have gotten funds from that at some point in their lifespan. Check if there's questions. Okay. Kind of wrap up this part, pulling back to the role of the board and kind of zooming out and focusing on your role. Really 5 big areas where the board should be aware and exercise its role. First, understand the statutory purpose. And I should have put the slide after this because I had it at the beginning where, again, Iowa statute is very explicitly lays out, I think, 12 statutory purposes that it expects charter schools to achieve. So understanding the statutory purpose of charter schools and always keeping in your mind through this application process, is this school achieving one or more of these statutory purposes? Make a mental note to put a pin in that too. When we talk about the model contract, I think that's really important on that too, because one of the things we see with an evolve or with a more mature charter school sector is building those purposes into the charter contract to make sure those schools are keeping to that there's not this mission drift away from that as you get to your 10, 12, 15 of kind of creeping away, that always keeping in the school's mind, like you're approved to meet specifically identified statutory purposes. And that's got to be central to it. As we talked about, the board has a role in establishing the priorities and additional requirements within the bounds of statute for applications. So identifying in the RFP process particular geographic regions, particular school models, particular targeted populations that you're interested to see applications from and maybe give more priority to within the bounds of statute. But the board has the ability to set those priorities and kind of guide the department in administering those. Overseeing the department's administration of the review process. Again, this is an area where you can best support the department by appropriately staffing and appropriately building expertise in that, and also guiding maybe priorities within that oversight process of we particularly want to pay attention to schools enrollment levels or their college and career readiness, things like that, putting a particular emphasis on specific data points or specific oversight points. And this ensuring the department has the capacity and resources to fulfill these responsibilities. And
stop there quickly. Where are we at? I know we were looking at possibly hiring additional help for charter schools at one time or another. Where are we at with that process?
We're still working on it. So we do have a designated position that we're working on to hire.
And then last and finally, and I've talked about this a few times, but understanding and abiding by timelines and statutory deadlines, particularly when it comes to approvals of schools, particularly when it comes to non-approval of schools or revocation of schools, like making sure you're complying with the timelines and complying with the notice requirements is again important not only for information to that school, but information or public transparency and public accountability of that process. So that kind of wraps up and pulls together the really the role of the board through this application process to understand that. I will turn to some recommendations that NACSA has put out, and as you look ahead, as you look, a year, 2, 3 down the road of how you continue to strengthen this process. I want to stop here and ask any more general questions or specific questions to the application process before I kind of get to some aspirational stuff and make sure I'm on time. Oh, yeah.
You're in crickets, so let's move on.
Okay. So in the last 3 years, this has been a very strong area of focus for NACSA and for the authorizing field is strengthening the new school application process. And we've put a lot of thinking in this, reflective of the field, to both strengthen the quality of approved schools and to encourage new and innovative school models. And I think even double underline that second part of encouraging new and innovative school models of understanding what barriers exist, what hurdles exist to schools that exist outside the kind of the normal models we see, and how can authorizers change their practices, change their approaches to ensuring they're getting truly innovative schools. So we've talked a lot kind of on this first one of doubling down on known quality authorizing practices, making sure your existing policies and procedures are strong. I've kind of touched on here and there on just shifting rigor from paper to people. I will dig in a little bit more about ways you can utilize the do. And then I'll loop back on a couple of these others that we've kind of touched around about understanding need and demand. but we're gonna just lay out, this is the whole set of application recommendations we've done, and we've been putting out resources to the field. So if you're interested to learn more, there's a lot more information we've put out recently. Really just drilling down. So purpose of the capacity review, as I've said a few times, determining whether the educational program is sound, determining when the operational financial plans are comprehensive and cohesive, and understanding the capacity and the abilities of that applicant group. The capacity interview has become the most important component of the application process. As I mentioned, with the increase of consultant drafted and revised applications, of AI aided applications that we're starting to see more of. The capacity interview is a real opportunity to understand how to take that written application and turn it into an actual school. Capacity interviews are vital to ensure that the individual is actually responsible for opening and operating the schools, have the understanding of the program, have an understanding and cohesion of the financial and operational plan, and have the capacity to actually carry that plan out. Looking at who's in the room of when you're conducting a capacity interview. On the department side, or on the authorizer side, internal and external experts, probably the lead evaluator who's most familiar with the applicant, a minimum of 2 other evaluators that have kind of a range of expertise. One approach you could take as kind of a board is using maybe a committee structure and having, if you've got an identified committee that's specifically around charter schools, having a board committee member sit on these to participate. And on the applicant side, more importantly, ideally you want as many and as a biggest cross section of that founding group as possible. So proposed board members, the lead, the school lead or the principal. Hopefully that's been identified at this point. Any members of the school's leadership team that have identified, the school's finance team have identified, and critically, if that school is proposing to work with is part of a CMO or is proposing to work with an education service provider, which we term as really any organization that the school is contracting with for any sort of operational part of the school. That could be as small as they're providing back office support like payroll and HR, or they could be like they're providing curriculum instruction and coaching and things like that. So educational service providers run a very broad scale, but as much of a cross section of that as possible.
So Deborah, who are our interviewers? I knew you were getting too comfortable.
We had members of the review team. And all of our interviewers, all of our interviews included school business office on the finance end, and multiple other reviewers of that particular application. Again, I'll get more into how we constructed the questions for that at the beginning of the next section of the agenda when we look at the actual applications.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So again, looking at what's the goal of these interviews and how do you frame questions to do this? We're trying to accomplish in the interview. External validity, that not only is this program being proposed in a vacuum in of itself sound and has an evidence base and reason to believe that will lead to the goals that the school is setting out to achieve, but that the applicants have the capacity to execute that. Internal consistency, again, alignment of pieces of the original application, coming back to that co-teaching thing. You're proposing a co-teaching model. Your budget says you're going to hire half the teachers you need for that. How does that line up? Or you're in a facility that doesn't. So internal consistency of the application, capacity to execute and evidence of success. And these are the areas where I think we've struggled in some of the guidance with, again, walking that tightrope of ensuring you're approving quality schools and also being innovative, because a really innovative model is not going to have 15 research studies saying it's proven, but it's, I think, why we go back so much and lean so much on the importance of authorizer judgment and capacity and commitment to understanding the work is you are balancing a lot of these different components, but a capacity interview is and has proven to be a very strong tool to align on these things where even if the school doesn't have, all these strong research and strong written support of evidence success, the understanding of the applicants to execute that. Quickly looking at different kinds of information into that, using open-ended questions, closed questions, scenarios. Some authorizers will use, say, a performance task. I would assume, do you conduct your interviews in person or are they virtual? Oh, you do? Oh, so it's probably just being a statewide do they come here? So that you do have that leverage point if that's something that's important to you to kind of do a performance task. But different approaches to getting to that information. But again, keeping in mind that you're trying to strike as many of these as possible through that of validating the soundness of the program, validating the consistency, and validating the capacity. Questions on the capacity review before I turn, and we'll talk to the last part I want to talk about is stuff we've touched on, but is that those ways you can think about need and demand. So again, turning back to the 8 big recognitions we made last year, I've highlighted these 3 as areas that the board and the department could focus on in coming years as you continue to improve and strengthen your processes and your policies. Talk a little bit about this, collaborating and communicating with charter sector stakeholders. This is having an understanding of what the stakeholders in the sector are. In my more limited understanding of Iowa, you've got a charter support organization. In some other states, we have what we call quarterbacks or incubators, which are kind of private foundations to like startup funding for schools. Other sorts of parent advocacy groups or education advocacy groups, but having that communication and that collaboration to better understand what the needs are, what the opportunities are, and understanding that from both ends. So understanding both where there's needs for schools of particular models, serving particular populations, meeting particular workforce developments, but also what the pipeline for that development of talent to operate those schools are. I'd say the biggest struggle we're seeing in states that are just kind of getting started with their charter sector is that lack of quality of school leaders that understand that comprehensive approach to a school, of not having the expertise or the skill set or the knowledge of all the aspects of a school. So that is a big area to understand both the demand but also the supply to meet that demand. I'm going to skip down to the 8th one. So better assess the need and demand. This can be done in different ways. As I've mentioned, in some areas, there's a collaborative approach between these stakeholders. In some areas this is very strong when you've got a state agency who's doing this because you have access to, I think, a lot more of that data and cross-divisional expertise. You can better understand demographic trends and enrollment trends and population trends and workforce development. And listen to the first portion of this, understanding your divisional reports with workforce development and community college and your community college advisory committee, like connecting all those dots of saying, here's what's not happening for this division to succeed. How can these coordinate together? And I think that's particularly true in workforce development is a strong thing. So leveraging the assets you have as a big statewide entity is very strong there. And then lastly, I'll touch on this evolving definitions of school quality. And I think this will come up as well when we talk about the contract after this, because Iowa, again, very strong charter school law where it lays out in here of the expected performance targets of a charter school. One of the statutory expected performance targets is mission specific metrics. And this is an area where NACS has really been trying to push the field forward, and authorizers have been slowly embracing of schools should always be expected to meet academic academic targets, academic proficiency and growth targets, enrollment and financial sustainability targets. But one that we're increasingly encouraging authorized to consider, and schools are increasingly want to see is this is the unique aspect of the school we set out to do. How do you measure that unique aspect? So is that in a workforce development thing, career placement or apprentice placement? Is that with a dual language school, language acquisition? What's that unique metric that sets a school apart? And it's a pretty evolved authorizer practice to do that. And I think Iowa's kind of jumped ahead of that by sending out a statute of requiring that. So it's a good area to build and maintain that relationship directly with schools, in an area where NACSA and others in the field are producing a lot of kind of guidance and support to do that in a way that doesn't, we always say supplement, not supplant. We don't want that to, you achieve this specific metric, but you didn't achieve the basics of math and reading, but you achieve this thing. How can you do it all together? And how can that take a comprehensive look at how that school conducted? So these are some recommendations that we're making in the field to kind of push the field forward. And I think as Iowa continues to build your policies and procedures to strengthen your authorizing practices, you can continue to evolve going forward to meet the needs for your state.
And just one component before you leave the evolving definition of quality, just to again reiterate that all public charter schools participate in our statewide school accountability system that was recently updated in our revised ESSA state plan and was implemented this past fall. But the focus on those model specific, especially because we have a number of charter schools whose mission is dropout prevention, is critical.
Yeah, it's very key. Up there, and any questions on that or anything you want to ask me before we turn to the contract?
What would be the context in which you would change to authorized? What scenario would that be?
So change who authorized. So that we kind of made that a recommendation in some states where I'd say particularly we've I think in states where only districts authorize, I think is probably the biggest pathway where having additional options for schools to go beyond a district that doesn't have the interest, doesn't have the capacity to do it. The other area, I think where we're making like really, I guess, niche recommendations are there's a few states where they've got a bunch of different kinds of authorizers. So Minnesota is a good example where I think Minnesota allows some nonprofits to authorize, allows some universities to authorize, and districts to authorize. They've got a bunch of different types of authorizers. What we're increasingly recommending in states like that is, okay, the state education department needs to kind of take on a different role where the state education department needs to oversee all that. Cause now you've kind of got
Different standards.
Yeah, you've got kind of 3 layers of the system. But I think that's, change to authorized in context is identifying in a specific state, like if there's not viable pathways for schools, then introducing competition among authorizers kind of leads to the same objectives that you would have introducing competition at the school.
One example, I went to the NACSA conference where it was a district, I forgot where they were from as a mayor, but it was a district authorization. And they basically wouldn't authorize anybody.
Yeah. Well, and what's actually been interesting that we just saw recently, and I wonder if we're going to see some more of this. So in Nevada has a statewide authorizer, and they also allow districts authorized. And Nevada is a state where actually each county is its own school system. So there are like 3 counties in Nevada that authorized, and then they just enacted a law that allows municipalities like a mayor's office to authorize. And the mayor's office of North Las Vegas said, yeah, we want to authorize charter schools. And that allowed Clark County to say, great, we don't want to do this anymore. we're gonna transfer our school. A lot of this, I think in some places we've seen like the district doesn't want to do it, but they're legally required to, so now they can kind of turn it over.
Gosh.
I see Michael, I see your hand raised. Is there a question, Michael?
Yeah, my main question was, this might be more for the state board, but like the other board members, have we looked at or looked into what it would the potential to establish an advisory committee for the charter schools like we have for community colleges and non-public?
I think it's a great idea and I'd love to be on it.
I think, thank you for the question, Michael. We have had key board members especially support the development of the consistent application process, but I think as additional projects might be developed, that could be something President Robbins considers.
Michael, in answer to your question, that's no answer. Part of that, we're just kind of easing our way into this. You know, we are out last year with 6 applications or more, and this year we have another 6 to 8. And so as we get into it, you know, one of the things that tripped my thought process is with the interview team. Does it make sense to have a state board representative on the interview team? What other roles could we be playing as we go about? But it's a good question. It's something that we just kind of need to keep in the forethought as we go through this process again, as far as the application. And then the question I have too is with the yearly reviews, and I'm not sure if this is a director question or a Deborah question, is that will they get the same school profile as every other school does? And do they submit a yearly desk audits as far as other schools do?
Yes, those are consistent.
One thing that would be nice to have, not only for charter schools, but for the private schools that we will approve authorizers again, is that every year we get a list of, I'll call it check marks against a school for, it could be their lunch program, it could be they're not meeting offer and teach. You get that for all the public schools, but it'd be nice to get that for the private schools as well, and also from the charter schools, so that we see a comprehensive list of all the schools that are accredited. So it's not just the public schools that are here, but it's also everybody else that's part of the accreditation process.
Well, and based on something Jason said earlier in his remarks about when you have a lot of the schools that are coming into Iowa are trying to focus on work-based learning and using work-based learning as a fundamental building block for their programs. And I think having workforce at the table through the Board of Education is a really great idea. And that might, if you decide to do an advisory committee, be one way to facilitate that without having to, I get not wanting to create a lot of extra committees and all of that, but you might be able to accomplish 2 things with one stone.
I have a question. So when we do like comprehensive review, I mean, I know like every year there's that list that comes out with the schools in need of improvement. Are non-public schools included in that? And charter schools included in that?
Charter schools are because charter schools are public schools that are considered an LEA in our implementation of us in federal law. And then non-public schools are accountable through their accreditation process, which is an agenda item later on today.
Okay, so they're not, so what if they needed assistance or whatever, they would just get it, or?
So they're not Iowa school performance profiles on non-public schools in Iowa or any state.
Okay.
But I guess back to my thought, it'd be nice to work with those accreditation agencies to get a list of, I guess, non-compliance or whatever.
And then so those agencies would be the ones monitoring and assisting them?
If they are independently accredited, yes. And then for the compliance list that's referenced, that has a summary of identified instances of noncompliance, the charter school desk audit is integrated into that. The summary. And I think just before, just to harken back to a point that you were making about the relationship between school districts and public charter schools, and especially as the board has set this priority for ensuring that we have a complementary portfolio of high-performing public school options. It has been strongly encouraged in the public forums and the consultation processes to work with district leaders. And as you know, many of the models are founded on that partnership with district leaders.
Well, now we know everything we need to know at this point in time.
Yeah, the last I'll close on this before we do that is, if you are interested anymore, NACSA has lots of resources for, I think one area we are identifying that could be an area where we can serve a little bit more targeted information is for board members to understand that role. So one area where we're trying to do, would encourage interest in NACSA's annual conference, which would be third week of October in Houston this year, which is always a wonderful opportunity for development, growth, and connecting. And thank you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
You know,
All right.
Oh, Mary's on the Jumbotron.
Mary, you have a little spot on your cheek. I'm just kidding. All right, we're on to charter school contract template. Who's up for this? Officer.
I'm right at maintenance dose for caffeine.
He's taking a cup of coffee. I know this doesn't bode well for his contract.
Thomas Mays, I'm part of the department's legal team, and I'm joining this discussion to first highlight how this deliverable came from a recommendation from the board. And so back to my colleague's discussion about board leadership and driving priorities, the authority for this contract, this sample contract, was based on a request from you, which was embodied in a rule change. So that's why we're here today. That's why we're recommending that you adopt this contract template. The contract at a meta level establishes sort of the roles and responsibilities of you as the charter authorizer and the other party to the contract, the charter recipient or the charter holder. I think this contract does a good job of delineating what expectations are. It will try to avoid or minimize in the future. You didn't tell me that. You can't make me do that. Why are you asking me that? Why are you treating me like a public school? Because you are. Why are you treating me like some of the questions that might have been surfaced to the department and the board prior to the adoption of this, hopeful adoption of this sample contract. A charter school exists only at the pleasure of the state board. And I think that that's something that this contract emphasizes. Public school districts exist at the pleasure of the General Assembly. They're creatures of statute. Charter schools exist only at the pleasure of this board because they are pursuant to a contract. And so it is very different conceptually from a legislative creation of 327 school districts and the state board saying in a bargain for exchange, open. And since this is a contract, take that a contract, law school, day one is a bargain for exchange. And so the bargain is autonomy and accountability. And with that, the contract itself is, my colleague understands the contribution he had to this. He and his team were integral in developing this. It's looking for the Goldilocks zone. This contract could easily be 400 pages. It could easily be one page. Chapter 256E is incorporated by reference with the following provisions. And so the department team and our external colleagues have done a good job of trying to find the Goldilocks zone of detail. And within that, the contract itself is a template, and the blue highlighted pieces are for the charter school, for you and the charter school to negotiate, some of which is simple, the name, the location, chief executive officer or the signer for the charter school. But some of this contains like the meat and potatoes. Since I don't eat meat, the tofu and potatoes. What is the accountability framework? What's the mission? So I didn't put together a slideshow. You have one.
Yeah, I can
So
go through if you want to go.
We're gonna line by line this, and I'm gonna stop or section by section this, and stop and hover over some things that might look different to non-attorney members of the board. What does this mean, and why is it important? Why is it in the contract? The contract itself starts out with definitions pulled from the statute. The contract as a whole follows the rhythm and the cadence of the statute. If you set out 256E, the sections of the contract, they follow each other. You are defined as the authorizer. You are the Iowa State Board of Education and all authorized agents. Authorized agents are department staff. So who you delegate to the department, who's doing the day-to-day operations. Back to my colleague's discussion of authorizer authority and staff and department authority. Section 2 establishes the charter. This is who, when, where, and section 2.5 establishes what this document is, what the contract is. The contract itself is includes by reference the application. So rather than having folks recite chapter and verse the things that are in the application itself is incorporated by reference. Target location may be established in the application or negotiated itself. Once it's established, either in the application or in the contract, by the terms of the contract, it's not to be changed because the location should sync up with the mission, should sync up with the community need. Changing the location indicates some sort of mission drift. They're not moving unless as part of a bargain for exchange in the amendment, you all agree to that. Compliance with other laws, section 2.7. Monitoring and oversight. This is the elevator speech on your role. So then, do you have anything to add to what I've covered so far?
Nope.
So the term and so establishment.
We're on a purpose and mission.
Purpose and mission. Highlighted in your earlier discussion. Purpose and mission, the need should sync up with the plan, the other language in the contract, but it also should ideally, and by statute, hover over one of these missions. What's special about this charter school? What hypothesis is going to be tested? What autonomy is going to be earned? And if the statute allows charters to have additional missions. If there's an additional mission additional purpose, in addition to what is laid out, the options laid out in the statute, it will be incorporated into this contract, and the mission itself is incorporated into this contract to prevent mission creep.
Yeah, I'll just double on that, and something I mentioned a few points. And at a global scale, one thing to remember that like this contract will incorporates a lot by reference or incorporates directly language, things from statute, but it's important to remember that it's a contractual document that's enforceable through contractual mechanisms, but it's incorporating statutory terms so you're able to enforce the terms of the statute through the normal contractual mechanisms of negotiating, amending, rather than through statutory mechanisms, which is a lawsuit. In this area in particular, it's particularly important, again, on mission creep, what we've seen, and to give examples of what we've seen, especially once you've seen schools have gone 10, 15, even 20 years, it's kind of a constantly evolving discussion of, okay, is the mission of the school changing? Is the mission of the school shifting with kind of its growth and its tides? That gets back to a contractual negotiation. You're able to have the contract as the leverage point to negotiate that of, 2 years ago when this contract was signed, you said you're going to serve this population. Your population does not reflect this. Are you changing your mission, or you need to do something to get back to that mission? It grounds all those conversations in a point of contractual negotiation.
Term and renewal, section 4 of the contract, subsection 1 specifies when when the contract starts. It includes an option for a delayed planning year. Subsection 4.2 is important because, as mentioned earlier, this is the pre-operating conditions. The conditions precedent to the contract taking place or becoming into effect. And if they are appropriate, including termination for failure to meet those conditions. Any questions about comments from you or questions from the board?
Yeah, I will add there, and this is actually an area where Ida's law was fairly unique, and I think a very strong example that other states consider, where the statute expressly lays out and gives authorizers the permission to build in preconditions for that contract. One of the best practices that we use and we encourage authorizers to use is what we call pre-opening checklists. And a lot of that is the things necessary to go from approval to opening. A lot of that has to do with making sure the facility is ready and up to snuff, that staff is ready, that you've kind of got your certificate of occupancy, all those kind of legal check marks. Iowa statute is very strong, and I think we built in this contract a pretty strong term of like, the department now can build out that pre-opening checklist, incorporate it by reference, and it holds the school to meet all those conditions of opening before they open. And you can then build in the language of, if those aren't met, you can allow maybe the opening year to be bumped back a year, or that's grounds for termination of the contract. So it builds all that in there very nicely to make sure that the school is ready to go on day one.
Or at our November meeting, the voluntary surrender of a contract, when the charter holder itself identified it would not be able to successfully open.
Can I ask a question back on 3, please?
Yes.
So applicable law is defined in 1.1. All state, federal law applicable to charter schools and regulations. Then in 3.1, we're now saying, okay, here's your powers, state board, under 256E1. Okay, and then 1711 is talking about, okay, if the law changes, we might amend this. I mean, can you help me? When would it be material enough that we would be amending or would it be operation of law, or would we have to sign something to incorporate a later subsequent law change?
I think that's going to depend on the specific statute. So let's say the funding model is radically altered versus an additional term and condition.
Yeah.
An additional protected characteristic added to the civil rights law. That's just going to happen. But if there's sort of a structural change to 256E that sort of makes this in some form inoperable, that's where 1711 is trying to skip ahead. It's trying to provide a safety valve for a small technical revision for chapter 256E would not require rebargaining a
Okay, so
contract.
not a major material.
Yeah, but if it was a major revision to finance, major revision to sort of governance.
Yeah, I think what that tries to capture is, because again, so the charter school is subject to the charter school law, but they're also subject to so much that's outside the charter school law. It's kind of incorporated by reference. An area where I will say where, like the reverse might apply, where it does require an amendment or term of the contract, where we see in a lot of other states is the legislature either enacts or the authorizer significantly changes like its performance framework and the metrics it does. So I know, for example, in New York, schools in New York are kind of operating under two different contracts, because some where they signed their contract under the 2018 model, and then that changed. Now new schools are. So that's one where like contract can lock in, say, the performance framework, but most of the other stuff is you want to incorporate the things that are outside the control of just the department.
And 17.2 kind of has an impact here too, because it's addressing how the contract is amended.
Correct.
So I'm just thinking out loud here, trying to make sure this is all consistent. And I think you're saying it is.
1711 is sort of like a case by case safety valve.
So when in doubt, we would just do it, and we would just do it written if we thought it was material.
And if you, bargain for exchange, if both you and the charter, the holder thought that it was.
It takes two to amend.
Yes. So we are on 5, which is governance. Governance largely sets out the statutory requirements, but one additional component, the very last subsection, is greater detail by or acknowledgement that the day-to-day functions will be by a charter management organization or an education service organization, whatever they're called. They call themselves many different things, but if you're using an external provider to do some or all of your day-to-day work, spell it out so that it's clear that that's part of your governance structure.
Yeah, I think two things. One, Iowa statute, full restriction on if a school is using an education service provider, full restriction on representatives of that serving on the school's governing board. So if a school has an education service provider, that should spell out in the contract that there can't be the interrelation of the government. And I think the other clause is in those instances is really important of again, that the governing board is ultimately the one that's responsible for the school. They're the ones that hold the charter. They're the ones that are responsible for all the records of the school. So making to really spell out that distinction between governing board holds the contract. They can contract with your service, but they're still holding the contract. You're still responsible for the school, even if you're contracting for the primary operations of it.
And I know some of this follows the statute and you're following it in here, but like we just talked about 17.2, but 4.3 talks about amendment to the contract also. They're a little bit, it's a little wordier later, but seems like it's saying, hey, the parties have to mutually agree, like you just said. I'm just pointing out that it shows up a couple of places in here.
It shows up a couple of places just because
well, it shows up in the statute in a couple.
Shows up in the statute, and that's where it is in this component, but it also amendments, language, and standard contracts typically shows up in the last couple of provisions or last couple of articles or parts. So belts and suspenders both places.
The same is true for non-sectarian 5.
Yes.
And 6.3.2 as well.
But again, if
I don't think it's right. That's what I figured out as I kept going through it.
So general operating powers and duties, this is sort of starting the meat the protein source, whether it's meat or tofu. and potatoes of the, you know, this is what makes the charter school the charter school. After you have agreed that it should be a charter school, its operating powers and its operating duties set forth in statute, exemptions and limitations. This particular subsection 6.3 is where 1711 might have some operation, because the past legislative sessions, there were additional exemptions, limitations added to charters authorized under 256E, charters authorized under the legacy charters under 256F. So there, rather than amend whenever a new exemption and limitation is added, 1711 would just incorporate those findings. So cell phone policies, let's say that there's a bill that adds cell phone policies to charter schools under statute. So that would all of these agreements need to be rebargained to include? No, it would just sort of fold in under 1711. The standard language from the statute, a couple of things, that's 6.5, your right to review, right, or your agent's right to review operations and finances, including related records, when in your sole discretion you determine necessary. So this answers the question that we received from charter operators that have been approved recently. Can you ask me that? Yes. Whose discretion? Yours, or the department's, or your agents. I think that that's an important power for you to recognize that you have, that you know, Ronald Reagan's approach to arms control, trust but verify. You can verify at any time at your sole discretion. Additional thoughts? So 7, educational incorporates specific statutory text, but this is where the charter school gets to show, you know, its opportunity to shine. This is where the testable hypotheses are. The performance framework is where the testable hypotheses are tested. So what is the graduation requirements, content standards, curriculum, start date, end date, and school calendar?
Yeah, I'll add here, this is an area again where you can, it's key to incorporate some of the specific design elements of the school. It is again, you're negotiating with the school. It's kind of hitting that sweet spot of, you don't want to get so specific that if a school says like, we're not going to use that learning supplement, they need to negotiate. But again, avoiding a school that's doing mission creep or is significantly changing its approach, you can come back to the contract and say, your contract says you're going to use this approach. Are we renegotiating, or are you in breach? Important to consider.
So section 8, the school performance standards. This is where the school says how it is going to show that it is doing the thing that makes it special, how that it is going to earn the autonomy that it is given under the charter school contract. Some of this is specified by statute. Charter schools, being public schools, participate in the school performance profile, but there are other things that might be important and measurable. Taking, for example, a school that does dropout prevention. It might have, based on an external standard, a high dropout rate, but based on its internal growth, it's meeting its obligations because the student population that it recruits has a demonstrated track record of dropping out at least once. So I might not be meeting the state's dropout target, but I'm growing towards it. I'm growing towards it, meeting my school's performance objectives, and should be held to that. Annual performance targets in sub 3, incorporating those by reference, and then monitoring and the site visits, provision of policies, standard charter contract from other charter authorizers or required by statute.
Yeah, and the other part I'll note is, as I've discussed before, 8.2.7 is, again, Iowa Charter School laws. unique in that it requires this mission-specific performance metrics. That's a specific aspect that would be negotiated with each school based on their specific mission, incorporated in the contract.
9, enrollment and admission. It is important, it's required to have minimum and maximums. So we've got some applicants who are starting to rub up against their maximums already, which would require an amendment. Admissions, an important statutory requirement that there can be no discrimination based on disability, presence or absence of a disability, athletic prowess. Under the legacy law, I had a individual contact me in my prior life about forming an elite athlete charter school. Okay. First of all, is that a priority for the state? Is that something that the State Board of Education would welcome? Don't have to answer that question anymore because the admissions criteria would not allow a charter school solely for elite athletes because by statute, cannot limit enrollment based on athletics or athletic prowess.
The thing I had here, we did a little bit back and forth with I that was drafting this with the department on the minimum and maximum enrollment aspect. Some other states in their contract will incorporate specific individual grade minimum and maximum. So kindergarten, for each grade specific minimums. We opted instead to go just for flat minimum and maximum that gives the schools enough flexibility within those. Say you can then say third grade or whatever. But the other part we did, some states don't include a contractual minimum enrollment. We include that in here. Again, creates a bargaining and leverage point with schools of where you can set that minimum, you can set the contractual minimum at or above, say, what the school's proposed identified financially sustainable level is. And then that gives you the ability to, if they're falling below that, again, turn to the contract, negotiate, say, okay, you're below that. Are you still financially sustainable? Okay, we can renegotiate the contract and maintain you to stay open. But if you're falling below that and it kind of cues the authorizer to do a little bit more of a review of that school, is like, okay, you're below your contractual minimum, but you're still financially sustainable. So we can kind of make this work. We can renegotiate the contract, maybe adjust some other terms to improve monitoring, or we take a look and say, like, you're below your contractual minimum and you're not financially sustainable. That's grounds to terminate the contract. So I think that's an important one in there to again, come back to the contract as a bargaining point.
So employment, facilities, and financial operations, I'm going to sort of group these, state that these are a combination of other state law, the certified financial report that all charter schools are required to submit, audit, and allow the process where charter school expenditures are reviewed by its board, and just generally accepted accounting principles. So any questions or comments regarding any of these employment, facilities, or financial operations?
This is just the contract as an operating manual for the school.
So
I got the budget there, do you?
Budget is a similar discussion, but you know, I've heard other people say that budgets are moral documents or priority setting documents. So how does your budget align with your mission? How does your budget align with your sustainability? My colleague did a great job during the work session of explaining how those Venn diagram circles intersect. Any questions or comment about budget?
The one I was saying here, and I think what the budget language will spell out, and I think what then the department can do in terms of its kind of rules and regs is just standard budget formatting so that you're not getting 15 different budgets and they're all in different formats. A lot of authorizers will have kind of very specific budget templates that they send to schools. So when you get it all back from the schools, line A is the same for everybody. So you're not negotiating, but I think that.
And that's, that's sort of belts and suspenders because Iowa charter schools are required to comply with, submit the certified annual report, comply with the chart of accounts. This is additional protection, and additional specificity. Item 14 is insurance and legal liabilities. Based on the nature of the entity, based on the grade served, based on the mission, the location, they in a reasonable amount of insurance coverage is going to vary. Some of it will be set by statute, but others are subject to negotiation based on risk. And that risk goes back to sustainability. If there is a casualty event, if there's a property loss, does the insurance does the insurance premium that be sufficient to allow the continued operation? Say if the charter loses the vehicle, the charter loses the building. And that is, these are to be filled in, they're not pre-filled. It allows staff on your behalf to negotiate that and to have those sustainability conversations with the charter to ensure that the charter has necessary coverage. So 15 is additional services. This is largely pertinent. This is more pertinent in states with less specific state statutes or multiple levels of authorizers such as Minnesota. But being the authorizer doesn't mean you're the guarantor. Doesn't mean I need this, I need this. Technical assistance? Yes. Money? No. Unless there's an additional authority, the charter cannot commit your resources. You cannot commit the charter's resources outside of what is specifically set forth in the contract.
Yeah, I had kind of a broad range. Actually, I think this gets to maybe some of your questions and like, you'll notice that there are kind of duplicative language or things like amendments come up, different points. One big picture and operational thing is to think about is like, think about the contract as an operational document for the school. The school kind of, you and the school, when you're talking, can come back to this and say, here's the scope of the relationship. Here's our responsibilities. Here's your responsibilities. And I think the reason why, and again, the way that I drafted this contract was took NACS's model contract that we have, took some of the examples from some of the contracts you approved last year, and then some examples from some other states. Charter schools, especially small charter schools, don't always have attorneys or like regulate at their disposal. So we kind of overfill it and make the language more of an operational manual for non-lawyers. So I think it kind of gets in kind of duplicative nature at some points. This part in particular is, and I know this came up in my discussions with the department of it's kind of wards against the school saying like, well, don't you provide that? Because like I report to you, aren't you supposed to provide, I don't know, aren't you oversight or I have issues with transportation. Can I go to you? This says like, this is the scope of the contract. There is the opportunity to separately negotiate if something that maybe happens, sometimes happens in some other states is the Department of Education has spare facilities and they can lease those facilities to a school. That's a separate agreement. You can do that, but that's not the scope of this agreement. Or in other ones where, again, this tends to happen in other situations where it's not a state education department is the authorizer, but say it's a district, the district can then contract with the school to provide nurses or meal services or things like that. So they can provide additional services, but that's a separate agreement. The scope of this agreement is the authorized relationship.
So this is the worst case scenario. Contracting the contract sets out the statutory rhythm or the statutory method for terminating or a contract or dissolving a charter. This is one where a lot of this text is from the statute, but because it is so important and so crucial to the charter to understand the consequences of breach, for you to understand what tools are at your disposal without going to the Iowa code. this sets out in detail, termination. So, setting out the criteria and the procedures for resolving breach, pre-dissolution, how can we work this out? How can we provide some scaffolding and support to get you back into compliance? For you, your termination must be through a written resolution. And as with public school districts and non-public schools, an opportunity to remedy, and it does not, the opportunity to remedy is alongside, not in lieu of required corrective action or timelines.
Yeah, two thoughts here. One, regarding termination, dissolution. I think the language is built in there, and one of the best practices in the field is where the department would adopt a like winding or closure protocols, like winding down protocols. And those can then, once they're kind of adopted as a template, can be incorporated for reference. And that kind of spells out, who's responsible, not just between the authorized and the school, but like who at the school is responsible for, and the steps to take typically about securing student records, securing assets and resources. And I think that the reason that's important is, as I kind of point out, when you talk to schools, like they're very strong on autonomy. So the moment you take away their contract, and then they want the authorizer to do everything for them to close it out. So having these very strong protocols of the school is responsible for securing student records and transferring them here. The school is responsible for securing assets and furniture and such for the school. And this is the process to going through that. So a good strong practice is adopting those closure protocols, incorporating them by reference. And then the second point I'll make on this last part, this opportunity to remedy. Struggle a little bit here. This is a kind of a quirk of Iowa's law. I think Iowa's law was fairly unique in statutorily including this opportunity to remedy. And the language is such that the authorizer has some responsibility to notify the school of insufficient performance or failures. What we tried to incorporate with this language was incorporate that opportunity. The school has that opportunity. The authorizer has the responsibility to notify the school and can notify it in different ways. So not just at, the things identified in the annual report. That's not the only things, their only opportunity to identify shortcomings. They could be through informal methods. And if you're notified of those issues or shortcomings, that doesn't stop the statutory review process. So your normal renewal process, your normal annual review process. So to try to incorporate those two things of the authorizer is always going to have an opportunity to notify you, you'll have an opportunity to remedy, but that opportunity to remedy doesn't guarantee you avoid other accountability things that come up. You can't say like, oh, well, we didn't have a full opportunity to remedy. Like, no, the statute lays out specific accountability timelines and junctures that won't be impeded. I hope that makes sense. It was kind of a little tricky to navigate, I think.
I had a question on that. So I know when we went through this with just like normal like accreditation in public schools like Davenport, right? It was like, I remember Amy had that old chart, like the circular thing. It's like you're here now in the process. It doesn't seem like we have that here. So it's something that we would have to decide. Is it like a case by case basis? Like they need to remedy this, and what if they don't remedy it? Then what's the next phase? What's the next step? What's the next thing after that? I mean, we don't just go immediately to termination, right? I mean, are there steps before that? Like when would we actually pull the trigger? How is that determined? How bad does that have to get? I don't know.
I think that's something that the department and the board in conjunction with the charter community works to develop. In Director Williamson's flow chart was very much following what the statute prescribes versus this termination is for breach of a contract versus violation of the statute.
Yeah.
And so because it's a contract versus, there's certain statutory requirements that would require termination or require at least the discussion of termination. But it's something that the board, the department, and the charter school community could jointly develop.
Well, and that's where it incorporates the department's discretion and professional judgment of, you've got the standard kind of review cycle. So a school is going to go through an annual review every year. Their charter term is typically going to be 5 years. So every 5 years, they've got that renewal process. So you've got that mechanism. You've got the renewal, non-renewal, and you've got the prospect of revocation in extreme circumstances. So you've kind of got that framework, but then within that, it allows the department the discretion and the autonomy to say, as we talk about, okay, you're below this minimum enrollment threshold. If it was a statutory thing, you have to do a statutory interjection and you have to take the statutory required action. In a contractual relationship, you can use that as grounds for a discussion and renegotiation. So it preserves the department's judgment in that, and it also preserves the school's autonomy to, you don't have to go through kind of a intervention, a very specific intervention protocol and everything. You can negotiate that relationship with the school. Some schools may need a heavier hand, some schools may need a lighter touch. It depends on that relationship between the department and the school.
And the professional judgment could be, part of that could be this violation is so egregious that it's unremediable, that there's no real contemplation for that in statute vis-a-vis public school districts, but there could be a violation that's so egregious that you're going to forever timeout right now, that there's no walking back from that. And
Kind of
so
goes both ways. It gives you more leniency, but it also gives you more authority. So it kind of goes both ways.
So Thomas, as you say that, I'm going to ask this question, and maybe this is kind of what you're saying. Can we establish a policy or have something within the contract that says if we terminate the contract because of breach or a violation of the contract, that you cannot apply to be a charter school again for a certain amount of time, a certain, giving us some space and distance to, if there is a significant failure because of one of these egregious reasons, and worst case scenario is they could still apply to be a new charter school in the next year.
So even if there's no statutory requirement, you have the discretion to assess capacity. And a part of the capacity was there was this egregious violation in Charter A, and I'm coming back in year 2 to apply for Charter B. That calls into, that's a capacity question. At all points, the burden is the charter must demonstrate, the charter applicant, the charter contract holder must demonstrate your satisfaction. The burden is on the charter to show compliance. The burden is on the charter to show the ability to be renewed. The burden is on the charter applicant to show that they are a successful applicant. So even absent statutory authority for saying no, you have sort of the meta authority to assess capacity.
There is something in here, isn't there, about
I thought it was
to
just-
reapply? I remember.
So
I
like
was looking because I thought.
a revocation versus a unsuccessful application versus a revocation.
Okay, yeah, there.
That's what immediately came to mind.
Yeah, there are some, I was looking for the statute. I thought there was some, because there are some states where they have explicit statutory language that like a school that's, or a group that's had its charter revoked is prohibited from seeking a new charter for 5 years as well.
Going back to 6.7, the no encumbrances language. It looked to me like that was contrary to 256E 7(1)E, where it gives them the power to pledge, sign, or encumber charter school assets as collateral.
It's
The only reason I know 6.7
compared to what?
E.
You know, that's one that's got like specific.
Oh, statute.
It's E7 of the statute, right, sorry. 1E. So it says in the statute, charter school has all the powers necessary for carrying out the contract, including but not limited to these. And E is pledge, assign, or encumber their own assets as collateral. But we're prohibiting that unless we consent. It's the we consenting that caught my eye.
So I think the we consent goes to ongoing sustainability. So they have this, they've got this power, but 6.7 in the sample, in the template, contract template. If I am encumbering an asset, if I am, if I am taking out a line of credit secured by charter school property, such line of credit and such repayment terms suggesting I'm not sustainable, that's where the permission comes from. So it's a sort of a tempering the power with the general question about sustainability.
Because it's under the general operating powers and duties.
Yes, and so
you say,
and it's in
do whatever's allowed by the statute. Here's specific powers you have, then here's things you don't have. But then it goes back to, they're back to the margin, non-discrimination, authority review. And then no one, it seems like 6.7 says you can't encumber anything without our permission.
So I have the authority if I open the Thomas Mays Charter School.
Yep.
For wayward boys.
Could have stopped sharing to look at the contract.
Oh. Go ahead, Thomas.
I have this power, but also by contract, you all as the authorizer have some oversight over my execution of the contract and my adoption of the contract. So I think that the two are consistent because you have additional authority to ensure initial and continued financial viability. So I don't think that.
But aren't we getting into, now we're making for the charter? Now are we responsible if we say you can't do that? No, and they should, right? I guess it says we're not, but I don't know. Because the things they're authorized to do a lot. They can incur debt upon the receipt of public or private funds, and they can pledge. They have a lot of power under the statute. It just struck me that I don't know if I want to be the one to say, no, you can't have a mortgage on your building that you bought for your school because we're not sure you're going to have enough enrollment 3 years from now. That's what I'm.
Board member, is there a word issue? Is it more that the intent is without the written notification of the authorizer versus permission? Would that address your concern?
I'm just trying to square this and I'm listening, I'm trying to understand what Thomas is saying. Because, you have the statute there.
I don't in front of me.
Well, the same language is on the bottom of page 6. So incur debt in anticipation of receipt of public or private funds.
Yeah.
You pledge a sign, it's 6.2.5 on page 6.
Mm-hmm.
To your meta question, to Member Kane's meta question, yes, the authorizer / state board does make decisions about budget and does make decisions about financial viability in the application process, it's a term of the performance framework and ongoing renewal or sustainability. So this is a question of a power, like squaring two powers, their power to the applicant and charter holders' power to encumber, and the board's power as authorizer to oversee the financial viability. So does this mean that the permission should always be withheld or withheld for no reason? No, that's not what this text is saying. But what it is saying is if I if I incur debt and pledge assets towards the payment of that debt on terms that are equivalent to a car title loan company, with high interest rates or repayment terms that are based on overly aggressive enrollment projections or future enrollment, I think that that's an opportunity to say no. And so I think that the two are compatible when you read your authority for financial oversight and their ability. They can pledge. They have that power. Public schools don't have the power to mortgage their own building. Public school districts don't have the power to mortgage their building. Charters do, but there needs to be some oversight to ensure that the continued financial viability. Can I make payments? Can I make payroll? Can I stay open? That's how I read the language.
I'll add as well from kind of a practical or in practice aspect. When a charter school is going to get funding like a mortgage or that, typically what we've seen is then the funder wants information and guarantees from the authorizer that school's going to actually be open. They want to know that school is.
We're not going to ever do that.
Well, but the relationship that they want to understand what the relationship between the school and the authorizer is that how many terms you have left on the contract. So it kind of becomes almost like a three-part negotiation. So yeah, I think in terms of the contractual language, the first portion certainly gives that school power that a typical public school would not have. But it's conditional on the permission or the knowledge of the authorizer.
Again, this is a recommendation to you. Should you choose to adopt it, striking that language, it would be against my recommendation, but it is certainly, as you are the authorizer and you are the sort of the owner occupier of this contract, it's within your discretion. But I think that sub 6.7 is consistent with the statute and consistent with your authority.
Sandra, do you have anything to add?
I do have something to add, but Deborah, did you have something to add also?
For the mic.
I am not an attorney, so I'm not going to disagree with Mr. Mays, but I will say from a logistical standpoint, I think the business office folks that are trying to figure out steps may have a little confusion without having counsel there to interpret what may appear on the surface to be conflicting statements. And so Jason had mentioned earlier that not all charter schools have ready access to counsel. And so I think without the expertise of somebody like Mr. Mays, there just may be some difficulty in the execution and differentiation between the two statements. I think the law is very clear that schools are able to enter into debt and they do have that power to encumber assets. I think the difficulty might also be establishing a process for the State Board of Education to review any request to enter into that debt prior to actually acknowledging that there may be an issue from which we should refrain them from entering into debt. And so I think this is really a great opportunity to build in some monitoring protocols that would actually allow us to maybe strengthen that if within the annual reports or other annual or within the year monitoring controls, identify some issues. Then at that point, maybe there's a conversation about requiring some sort of communication with the state board before entering into debt. But I think at the surface level, I agree with, I think not having somebody of Mr. Mays' expertise may be difficult from an application.
And thanks for that. And I don't know if I would say I have expertise in mortgage law, but there's additional internal and external checks in the statute regarding authorizer oversight, but the internal and external checks specifically in section 13 regarding the budget. So the indebtedness pledged by a certain asset, whether that's a vehicle, property, that should be included in the budget. And that would be one way of assessing viability. Does does this encumbrance does this encumbrance, do the repayment terms fit within section 13, fit within the budget?
Well, 13.2.7 says they can propose bonded indebtedness in a capital improvement zone. I mean, I think they're allowed to borrow. Right,
And of course,
in their budget.
they're allowed to borrow.
That doesn't say anything about us approving or not, does it? Well, I guess overall, are we approving their budget annually? I guess we are. Oh,
They're not
we're
approving.
just approving the contract that says how they budget.
Yeah, they're not
what they budget.
They're not, you're not approving the budget, but you're approving in the performance framework, sort of the ongoing financial sustainability. So it's not necessarily the line by line of the budget, but overall the sustainability under the performance framework.
Their application would have a budget.
Right.
So that's incorporated by reference. We are approving a budget. And that's
For the
incorporated
first
for the
one.
first, yeah.
The first
I mean, a projected, I mean, which I know will change and stuff like that, but I mean, we are approving, have an approved budget, approved application that's incorporated in here, so.
So 8.29 as part of the performance framework on page 11 refers to the financial performance sustainability. 8.210 refers to governing board performance and stewardship. So borrowing against assets implicates both of those.
Yeah, and this would get into deeper stuff and what the department would, I think one of the next big tests for the department is to develop and adopt standard performance frameworks. But when you look at the financial mix of that, typically you're looking at debt to asset ratios, cash flow, cash on hand, things like that. This is beyond my scope of understanding of even the performance framework, but a lot of those metrics are considered. So the authorizer is not approving the budget, but they're evaluating the school on components of the budget.
So the department's recommendation is to adopt this standard contract and continue to have questions, but I think we did not budget enough time for this discussion. And with that, no,
No apologies needed.
no apologies needed. Open for continued questions, but I'm going to turn it over to President Robbins.
Okay. Discussion continues. Any questions from board members that haven't been raised yet?
I mean, let me just say one last thing and then I'll shut up on this topic. Let's say there's no issues at all financially with the charter school. They're going to expand. And to expand their facility, they need to borrow some money. Why do we need to be involved in that? We would need to be per 6-7.
Yes, and I think that is sort of like the gray scale of I'm a large asset, large enrollment charter school that is expanding, and my expansion is planned. My expansion is sustainable based on realistic projections versus I'm a low asset, low income, low enrollment charter school. The evidence will vary, the risks will vary, but one permission is easier to grant than the other. But having both come to the board makes sense for uniform treatment.
So I'm just going to say this out loud on the heels of your question or what you just shared. So they would have to come to us before they borrow the money for that approval. I mean,
It doesn't say prior written permission, but I presume that's what it means.
Because it
Will
would,
not encumber, yeah, it's prior.
then how does this apply to the other charters that don't have this provision in their contract? So we would have these agenda.
This contract is universal. It's the blue language that's gonna be different between it.
Actually, I know that, so that this would be serve as a model contract. So again, like the blue highlights put in there are areas where you would have to negotiate because those are custom school. But this is something where, say, a school is on their second renewal and they've been very financially sustainable. That could be an area where you negotiate out with that school, like, okay, this school, you can negotiate that away, but
Or contracts we already have.
So
Where that's not in there.
yeah, I have all the past.
Yeah,
Just kind of looking through those to kind of verify the language. I think in existing contracts, it is. This language is all.
some of the existing contracts use nationally available templates. Some have used Access templates in the past.
Some of them are.
And as far as I'm concerned, if it's not there, this is a preemptive check. If it's not there and the charter engaged in unsustainable borrowing practices, that will come out through the performance framework and through review. 6.7 is intended to be protective and proactive.
Yeah.
So I have no concern about a contract that doesn't contain it, so long as the charter operates in a fiscally responsible way, sustainable, cohering with their mission. This is a sample for current and future contract negotiations.
Well, I don't want to belabor it because I think on the whole, it's a great document. So I would move that we approve of the template of the charter school contract, but that we annually review it as things change over time, proactively, not waiting till, that it be an agenda item each year. And then we look at it to see if there's any reason to amend it or revise it.
I'll second that.
So make sure I'm going to summarize the motion is to approve the contract as presented with the caveat of routine review. Is it annually?
I said annual.
Annually.
I don't really care what the temporal part is, but that it be periodically reviewed. It's up to what.
Probably before we enter into new contracts the next year.
That would
Makes sense, I think.
Probably at a November or December board meeting.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
On or before the December board meeting. Okay. All right. We've heard the motion and the second and the clarification of that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. We would request that when the contracts come back to us, let's see, in February, right, for approval. Those blue sections are highlighted for us. It's for readability and so we can focus in on what is in the groups.
Thank you.
Just final, just put a pin in a couple of stray thoughts for organization of board's workload. So should the contract be routinely reviewed, non-controversial encumbrances approved? I think those are candidates for your consent agenda. So if there's no substantive change or the department staff in their discretion think that this is a routine, well-founded request, it is certainly in your discretion to place those items on consent agenda.
Yep.
Okay with that.
Well, I think we missed lunch. I suppose maybe we should catch up on it. It's, I think it's 4:45. Let's break for lunch and come back at 1:10. We'll cut off lunch by 5 minutes. We'll have some quick board reports and resume the agenda at 1:15. All right, we're ready. We do have something for the board. Typically, our March meeting is held off-site. Last year, we were in Storm Lake. We have an extensive agenda in March, including approval of AEA budgets. And so what we're looking to do is have the March meeting here at the Grimes State Office Building. And then propose holding the April board meeting off-site. And what's being targeted right now is Kirkwood Community College in Cedar Rapids. So.
What day's the April meeting?
The 17th.
17?
4/17, it's one day. Right.
Oh,
That's September, that's 2 days, right? Or am I?
We can do it. We can do it either way, but.
I'm not lobbying for 2 days.
sounds like you are.
We can do I'm sure.
It's 2 hours closer, so I'm in favor.
I was thinking
Are you?
I was probably thinking Mary and Cindy could be in favor of that one too.
Oh, yeah,
Right, right.
fair enough, yeah.
So
Oh, there's Mary.
there's Mary.
Hi, guys.
Oh, there's Cynthia there.
Hey, Mary and Cindy was talking about the March board meeting is typically held off-site. And we're looking at having that one here at Grimes State Office Building because of extensive agenda, including AA budgets. And then having the April meeting off-site, and right now we're kind of targeting Kirkwood Community College in Cedar Rapids for that site. Being for Cedar Rapids, I'm assuming you're probably not opposed to that site if we meet there in April.
No, not at all.
And
You
that
all-
April meeting is April 17, is that right?
Yes.
In March 20, okay. Yep, sounds good.
Okay. Well, we'll take formal action on that at our next meeting in February, but
It's probably best too, because March 20th, I think is during spring break, so those wouldn't be in session probably.
all righty. Do you have anything for a board report? Fine.
Not.
Oh, Cindy, you're on the Jumbotron.
Cindy, you have anything for a board report?
I do not.
Mary?
I do not. Thank you.
Michael?
I'm just gonna say that we were talking about the TPRA grant earlier, and my aunt actually, as of December, finished her all of her courses, and she is officially licensed and did all of that through the grant program.
Oh, good.
Congratulations. So amazing.
Beth, do you have anything for us?
Well, speaking of the TPRA, I did get the stats. I can give those to you real quick. So the TPRA, the first round was the $45 million grant, and that there were 19 awardees, but those were made up entirely or largely of consortiums that were pretty large. So there were about 140 schools that were participating the first round. There are currently 655 active apprentices through that first round of funding, and we've had 149 completers, including Michael's aunt, so far from the first round. And then the second grant award just went out last week. There were 11 awardees. The consortiums are limited to 5. So probably, I can't remember how many school districts there are, but fewer. They project apprentices for the next year or when they get up and running at 94, K-12 teachers 68, and paraeducators 26 to build out from the second round. So, awesome.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes.
I've just been on the community college circuit in the last couple of months. So I've had the opportunity to spend some time with Indian Hills Community College, working through their strategic planning, and then also working with Hawkeye Community College, and have spent some time on their campus. And then I'm actually going to meet with DMAC here in the coming weeks. So seeing if I can- just checking in and having some good conversation.
Good enough. All right. Nothing else from the board reports. I think we're ready to move on. We have a Davenport Prep.
They are in the ICN room, and Tom Bredfield will be bringing them in just a moment. And talking into the speaker, hoping he hears that. But as they come in, I'd like to just, before we start with each individual charter application, I'd like to kind of take everything that Jason from the National Association of Charter School Authorizers just talked about and put that in context of the process that we have in place for evaluating applications here at the department. So to start with, I do want the board to know that we received 8 applications by the November 1st deadline. We held numerous technical assistance sessions digitally, and department staff provided additional technical assistance by request. I will be right with you. And through the process, once we got through the capacity interview portion of the process, 2 of the applicants decided at that point to withdraw their applications, work on them, get them highly polished, and really focus. It was really more focus on the business side of their plan, their financial and operational plans. And they plan to resubmit in November of 2025. So I did want the board to be aware of that. So as we heard this morning, an application that earns the team's recommendation here in the department demonstrates that a great idea for a school and the business acumen to execute that school. I'll give you a brief overview of our procedures in relation to the components that Brian talked about. So starting with the application, as you recall from our August meeting, this year's application was redesigned in the form of a template with all required components in Chapter 256E. It was collaboratively developed, and the state board reviewed and approved the application in August. As for rigorous approval criteria, we redesigned our rubric with very, very specific criteria for what we were looking for to meet expectations under each component. That was provided with the application template to the applicants for transparency. Our evaluator panel consisted of experts in the school business office, special education, school improvement, food and nutrition services, and transportation where applicable. NACSA did consultation to ensure the process maintained a high level of rigor. We practiced due diligence by having multiple individuals review each application. We came together to calibrate our scores compared to the stated criteria for each item in the application. In those meetings, reviewers identified areas that needed additional information, and those areas formed the core of the questions for the capacity interviews. The capacity interviews then were held, yes, here in person in the Grimes building, and took the form of had prepared questions, but then they were also conversational in nature. We had other questions too that arose through the course of conversation. Following that, each founding group held a required public forum that at least one of our members of the review team attended. And finally, we came together as a team one last time to look at all sources of data from the capacity interview, the public forum, and the application, and come up with our evidence-based recommendation that is reflected on the summary sheet in your board packet as well as on the public website. And so before we transition to Davenport Prep, who just joined us at the table, are there any questions about the process, the rigor of the process, anything lingering from this morning as it applies to what you're about to see for the next 6 schools?
I think we're good to go.
Okay. In that case, I'd like to introduce Davenport Prep. I'll do a quick run through of their summary from the reviewer team. Then I'll have the team introduce yourselves. You'll have the chance to address the board and talk a little bit about your school and your proposed application. And then we'll have plenty of time for the board to ask questions. So the Davenport Prep Founding Group proposes to serve grades 6 through 12 in Davenport, starting in the 26-27 school year. The founding group connected with a variety of local leaders, as you can see on the left-hand side of your sheet under environmental scan and summary of need. As you can see from the scores from the team, they scored high across all areas. I do want to take a moment to orient you to this form just a bit. You know the components that we were looking for in academics, operations, and financials because it was up on the screen earlier and we reviewed it in August. But the school overview components that were scored included the purpose, the target population, the vision, mission, and the evidence of need that included the environmental scan. And the expectations in this section included evidence of community need documented and a demand for a school with that specific mission and vision. Additionally, on the right side of the chart, there is a score for alignment. This is what we were looking for when Jason talked about alignment between the components. So they have an academic plan. What we were looking at was, do they specifically finance that academic plan? And does their operational plan support the academic model that the school is proposing? And so as you can see in the case of Davenport Prep, across the board in all components, they scored very high. Their innovative model, bottom left-hand corner of your sheet, is designed to appeal to middle and high school students facing academic challenges. The school plans to offer skills-based instruction, project-based learning, and a pathways program to promote career exploration. As for their requested waivers, they do request a waiver for offering bulleted reasons are below on the right bottom side of your sheet. On page 2, under academic program, we give a brief summary of the team's findings and the application. So we provide some highlights, including evidence-based practices and a Quest Forward curriculum library. Please note the review team noted the comprehensive description of support for students with IEPs, limited English proficient learners, gifted, talented, and students with at-risk factors. The operations plan gave a detailed description of student recruitment, as well as detailed plans to support educators and school leaders. And finally, the financial plan notes commitment from Opportunity Education to provide ongoing financial assistance. And the budget, as you can see, presents a realistic and viable 5-year plan for their finance. And so if you have questions for me regarding the process, it was a good time. You can also hold them, and then I'll turn it over to the Davenport Prep team.
Any questions for Deborah? Hearing none. You guys look familiar.
Well, it is an honor and a privilege to be here once again before you all and talk about our proposed charter school, which is Davenport Prep. Our organization was founded in 2005 by Mr. Joe Ricketts. He is the founder of Ameritrade and the owner of the Chicago Cubs. And it was established in 2005 because he had 2 simple questions that he wanted answered, which is, why are students bored and not engaged in the classroom? And then the second question was, are students truly prepared after high school for life? Do they understand that they have the ability to own their knowledge? And are they prepared for life right after high school? We were founded in 2005, so we've been doing this for over 20 years. And our investment in education started then. We are a nonprofit foundation funded by philanthropy. And we have 2 private schools. We have one in Omaha, Nebraska, and we have one in Santa Rosa, California. We also have 2 charter schools that are opening up this fall here in Iowa, one in Des Moines and one in Cedar Rapids. And you're going to hear more about that from one of our founding principals, which is here today, which I should add is homegrown talent from here, from Iowa. We also have a Tanzania network. It's over 38 schools, and they use our curriculum and our tools and our software. We have a curriculum and software team that is absolutely amazing, and they give us all the data and analytics to track the engagement that is in the classroom. You'll hear more about that and about the amazing work that we're doing in those schools from our chief of schools, which I would like to introduce now. He is a new member to our organization, and he is the leader of our network. So with all of that.
I mean, doesn't really, we have a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So, hi, everyone. As we bring up the PowerPoint, I'm James Trupus. I'm the chief of schools here. I prefer not to talk about myself, but I know that part of the application process is understanding who's the team that's responsible for ensuring that the school is a success. So just a little bit about myself. My whole career is in K-12 education, over 20 years in the charter sector, specifically as a teacher, traditional public schools in New Orleans, as well as in Los Angeles public schools, and then moved back to Chicago, where I went to school at Northwestern to found a school on the south side of Chicago. So I founded a school on the south side, was principal there. Despite 80% of our students being first in their family to go to college, we were number 1 in the city of Chicago of 128 high schools for college enrollment. We were number 3 in the city of Chicago for ACT growth. And then again, it's uncomfortable to say it, but I know it's important. I won the Ryan Award for the top principal in the nation while I was principal there. We ended up scaling our work in Chicago. We now have 17 schools in Chicago, not through Opportunity Education. This is my previous employer, and serve about 13% of the high school kids in Chicago. And we're named the number 1 charter network in the country as well. I've done a variety of other work outside of that as well, but I was brought to Opportunity Education, as Kat mentioned, this spring. I was brought on specifically to take what I've been doing for the last 20 years and help our organization now take what they've been doing for 20 years in curriculum, pedagogy, software, running our private schools, take what I've been doing for the last 20 years of founding and starting schools, merge those together and make sure we run incredible schools. So our principals in Santa Rosa and Omaha report to me, the 2 principals in Des Moines and Cedar Rapids, and then each principal spends their residency year. So core to our mission is that we have a residency year. So principals spend at least 12 to 18 months in the community, visiting high performing schools across the country, and then soon in residence underneath our Des Moines and Cedar Rapids principals, learning best practices and getting ready to launch a great school. And I'll introduce you to one of them here in a second. So the Matt Lakis, he's actually meeting with city council members right now here in Des Moines as we get ready to launch. We're building a new $45 million facility in downtown Des Moines. So he's meeting with city council right now around that. But we are, he is a former district leader and principal here in Des Moines and was most recently the principal at Woodward Granger. And he is moved over to launch our school in Des Moines. And then we have Justin, who I'll let tell his story as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. Justin Blitz, and I'm the founding principal at Cedar Rapids Prep. Cedar Rapids through and through. So I was born and raised there, graduated from the high schools in Jefferson High School in Cedar Rapids, Coe College in Cedar Rapids, and have worked for over 7 years now in Cedar Rapids in education. So principal at Roosevelt Creative Corridor Business Academy, associate principal at McKinley STEAM Academy, both magnet schools. So prioritizing innovative programming. And I also served in a district leadership role as the director of culture and climate transformation. So overseeing all programming and personnel related to social, emotional, behavioral health, as well as some diverse populations like English language learners, homelessness, and counseling programming.
Yeah, and the same will be true in Davenport. For us, it's something that's just core to our model, is making sure that we are finding top leaders in the community, top teachers, top leaders, and that they're core to the school as well. And it's just something we're willing to prioritize. And as I mentioned, we have a residency where the principal sits in residency as well. So they actually have the thoughtful time to launch the school as well. We have not launched that search in Davenport transparently because we obviously don't want to do that until and if we're lucky enough to be approved, then we'll start that search as well. School is Davenport Prep. Our proposal is to serve grades 6 through 9, essentially at full growth around 800 students. There's some flex in the plan to the maximum. And really with a college career and service focus as Kat and corridor mission, and Justin can speak to some of the component parts of that.
Yeah, I would say the operating model for opportunity education is really what drew me to the organization. And so as you can see, size for one thing, I think is primary. So we're large enough to be able to offer, robust programming in terms of co-curriculars, academic, athletics, but small enough where we know each and every student by name. We know our families by name. You're not just a number. When you go to our school, we're very obsessed with customer service, partnering with families. We believe that families deserve to be part of the educational process. And we work really hard to involve families in that. And then we spoke a little bit about the college and career readiness aspect. So we have a unique pathways program, which focuses on things like professionalism, giving students access to career exploration, college exploration, in the field experiences, internships, things of that nature, which we think really is a value add for our students and separates us from other organizations.
So we also spoke to this a bit, but just part of the work of the last 20 years has been developing curriculum that hits at that core original concept, which is how do we make sure that students are engaged in every classroom every single day? And so we both have curriculum that we've developed that prioritizes student engagement, but then also software that we've developed that allows in every single class, every single day, teachers are also measuring student engagement. So just like we're used to taking attendance, but showing up is just stopping at a stop sign. The real question is, did you go further than that? And so we also measure student engagement in every class every day, which gives us a dashboard view of are we delivering on that promise for families as well.
So part of our partnership here in Iowa is not only to give exceptional education to students, but it's also to be a good neighbor to the community. Our investment, like James had mentioned, is over $45 million in a facility here in Des Moines. And we are looking at building a state-of-the-art facility, not only for the students, but that the community can also use. We're going to be building a theater. We'll have a concession and a box office that the community could use, and the Playhouse could use it, and the students in the area and the community could use it. And we're also building a gymnasium, which is also going to be open to the community to host their games and their sports complex. So it's very important that our investment is not only in the students, but it's also in the community that we decide. We've made a very strong impact, and we've done our due diligence with the community to make sure that the needs of the community are met with the building and the structure that we're doing, and that it meets those requirements for them.
And it's just corridor models, making sure we have at least one, if not more, community assets that were informed by the process of what we're bringing when we come to community. So we even just recently met with the mayor of Davenport, talked about a few different sites we've identified, and talked about, where would be the best economic impact where there's also student need as well. And what would that look like? And in Cedar Rapids, we're building a brand new turf field as well, because that's something that was identified as a need as well. And so that this isn't behind walls, like this is for the community.
And that is it. We are eager to find out if you have any questions. We would love to answer them.
Questions for Davenport Prep? So you're looking to build a similar facility in Davenport?
You can't promise it would be $45 million. Obviously, we want to get our costs, but similar. Yeah, absolutely. So we, because families at the end of the day, they want to make sure that the building that their kids are going to is like they're proud of it, that it's somewhere their kids feel safe, their kids are invested in. Part of student engagement is actually the physical space. It does matter to student engagement. Like quality teaching, number one, paramount, matters most. But the physical space and how you can design for that, I think, tells a kid of their self-worth and their value and what they're going to do as well. So we'll see what it ultimately is. We've identified a few sites that we're excited about.
So with your facilities, in Des Moines. So you have a lot of financial backing. Is that how it's going to be built with?
It's fully yeah, so 100% philanthropy funded, the building. So this is a donation for Mr. Ricketts. Fully philanthropy, there's no dollars coming back in any way. And so that's part of our family foundation that we work, that Opportunity Education Family Foundation for the Ricketts family. That's part of the investment, is that philanthropic gift.
So obviously, you're asking for some waivers, which I understand that you can do. What goals are you going to be setting where we can come back and say, oh, they're achieving these goals as a part of their program?
Yeah, so I'd say there's our internal goals. We're pretty data driven. I would say, simply stated, there's 5 domains that we measure success of our schools on. We think about, just like we think about a whole child report card, we also think about a whole school report card. So 1 is operations, 2 is instruction, 3 is climate, 4 is our pathways program, and 5 is our leadership, right? So hiring, staff culture, family engagement as well. So we have 2 summative goals in each of those 5 categories. They align, and part of our work right now has been aligning that to the Iowa State, report card as well, and making sure that those measurements mesh well as well. But that's how we measure it internally, to make sure and then we give a radial graph that shows performance across those 5 domains.
So when we come, I guess the ongoing question is that how do we know you're attaining what's important too is the student achievement goals as part of.
Yeah, I mean, the simplest way to say it is, are kids coming and are families and students happy? Are they making growth on state standardized tests and ACT? And are they having a high quality choice when they leave our building? Like, if we were to simplify it, as what are the choices they're making? What's the growth they're attaining? And are they coming to school and happy in our schools? Like, that's at its simplest form, I think, and at the end of the day, it's what we should care about. Are you enjoying your experience? Are you making growth, and are you having great options when you leave? I think it's intuitive, but then we add measurements to it.
So will we see those goals sometime?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to share that as well. Our DNA doc, we call it, which outlines the DNA of every school as well as what the goals are. Yeah, happy to follow up with that too.
Because part of the transaction, if you would, is that if approved, you'll be granted waivers as requested. And the actual part of that then is the accountability as far as what goals are you going to establish specifically? What are your targets and how successful are you in that?
And I can just speak from, building leadership perspective. We welcome that accountability, and we believe deeply in our model and how we operate. I think the governor and the Department of Ed has done a great job of creating some accountability measures. And we believe in those measures deeply, right? Like when we're looking at whether that's reading growth, whether that's math growth, college and career readiness, attendance, all of those things are very important to us. And we believe with the model that we have in our DNA measures that'll be reflected in the performance profile.
And the public charter route is actually the more accountable route. Like it'd be frankly easier to start a private school where you have less accountability, but we actually welcome the public charter approach, which really forces that accountability, because we shouldn't be delivering for family.
Can you talk a little bit? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about the Pathways program and how that's designed and kind of what that looks like for kids?
Yeah, that'd be great. You want to say that?
Sure. Yeah. So we're really focusing on a few different measures. So we're looking at things like professionalism. So we want to give students opportunities and experiences and scaffold that throughout their experience with us. So things like having experience doing interviews, practicing interviews, writing resumes, going and exploring different career opportunities and college opportunities. So when students leave, not only are they prepared academically, but they have an idea of what their interests are. And one of our kind of guarantees or promises is that students are going to leave us with acceptance letters to 2 best fit colleges. So all of this would be kind of prepping students to get to that point. Again, not only academically to be prepared, but to have those experiences with college and career readiness, internships, and understanding, some of those basic needs that maybe students don't get access to: financial literacy, again, professionalism and exploration.
Yeah. And the quad 4, we're trying to come up with a better name, but the quad C's, if you will, there's each year kids have to complete at least 10 hours in these 4 areas as part of our pathways. So 10 hours in career work, 10 hours in college work, 10 hours in co-curriculars, so extra clubs and sports, and 10 hours of community service. So we think by doing at least 10 hours in each of those areas each year, you're developing both skills, but also passions, right? Like you're starting to understand that as well. And one thing I will add on the workforce development side is we are that career side. We've found that yes, some of our students will go on and get advanced certifications and we'll have partners where that's happening. But what we found from employers is it's often less about the exact certification you got to run this machine at John Deere. It's actually that you came ready with showing up on time. You understood how to present yourself, and that we'll have kids who do connect very directly into industry partners, but we also want to make sure kids are ready for any job that they go to as well. So pathways, some kids will get really narrowly focused, but all kids will get the breadth of being ready for any job. I don't know if that answers.
I'd call those the soft skills.
Yes, exactly.
How do you do that if they're not working? If they're not working?
Yeah, because that's where the 10 hours, exactly, great question. The 10 hours of career. So that's why we have 10 hours every single year.
That's going to teach them soft skills.
No, I don't think it's sufficient. So we have, I assume you don't either, right?
No, not at all.
So our curriculum as well, that we have a pathways curriculum we've designed as well that kind of think about it as like a rotating, like they'll start it as freshmen participating in this, then sophomore, we call it our PIOD framework, but you participate as a freshman, then you invest as a sophomore, and then you're owning and driving as a junior and senior. So we're giving you the opportunities in careers. We're giving you work for, job day, career days, things of that nature. And then by the time you're a junior and senior, you're seeking out your internships. We're a part, et cetera. So
do you anticipate that, from what I heard you say so far, you anticipate your students are going on to college to either a 2 or 4 year program as opposed to going into the workforce, going to a registered apprenticeship, doing?
We want our students to have options available to them. And so we believe there's great power in saying no to college if that's your choice. We don't expect every student to go to college, but if that's something they want to do, we want them to have that opportunity. And so it's different to, when you're 20, 21 years old, looking back to say, I wasn't able to because I wasn't prepared or I didn't have the skills or qualifications. And it's another thing to say, I had 2 acceptance letters in my hand or more, and I chose to go down this different path because I thought that was a better fit for me and my passion.
Mm-hmm.
So we stay relative to the direct question. We're really agnostic on it, but we want every kid to know that they're college material.
Can you speak to the leadership pillar a little bit more?
To the
Leadership pillar?
Yeah, the leadership pillar. So the leadership pillar is, so essentially there's the 2 scores, like the 2 summative scores in it. One is our community and family engagement score. So because we think strong leaders we measure that as well. And now I'm on the spot blank. The second measure is, so that's family NPS score, net promoter score. And the second one is related to hiring. I believe second one is, so it's that. So it's 90% are above average or better in every single staff position you filled in your school. So when we do a performance evaluation, we want to make sure that because honestly, it's the best lever is every single classroom great? And the 2 levers a principal has in that. So is who are you hiring and how are you engaging that community to be invested? Does that answer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I blanked on like, where's the second goal?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you identify or obtain the 215 students in year 1, et cetera? It grows fairly significantly.
It does. Yeah. Student recruitment is each community, in my experience in charter schools, every community is different as it relates to student recruitment. But the one thing they all have in common is that it's a ground game that in the end, you have to be with families in communities, meeting with people, and that there's no substitute for that time standing in the YMCA or going to the 8th grade counselors and talking to them and meeting with, and there's just a volume and a ground game. We do take to not get too into the weeds, but we take a nets. I like to fish, so I call it nets, cast and reel, and spear fishing. Spear fishing is always your best approach, which is referrals, word of mouth. Those are people who are, and by year 2 or 3, that momentum, people see what you're doing and they get it and they want to come. Cast and reel is the kind of going out and speaking engagements and hoping you catch 1 two people here and there. And then Nets is digital advertising and other kind of broad-based marketing where you're doing Google Ads, media advertisements. And so we do take an approach of kind of each of those layers, but the real work is actually on the ground. And that's where the majority of, ultimately where the majority of it comes. And then by year two, it does make an assumption that by year 2 and 3 and 4, that's accelerating because of the experience that families are having, which is typically, that's been my experience.
Does the nature of what you do as you're describing it combat chronic absenteeism for you, or is that something you have to deal with?
I mean, every school does, unfortunately. Yeah, but so we've, an advisor, you can speak to it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to what we were talking about before, we believe many parts of our model will support not only chronic absenteeism, but just student engagement and investment. Every student who comes to our school is paired with an advisor that stays with them through their entire course of their educational journey with us. They serve as a point person for the families. So families have someone that they feel connected to, that they have a direct contact with. And students have a person who's constantly checking in with them, making sure they're on track, who deeply knows them, their hopes, their dreams, what they want, and can guide them. And whether that's course decision making, making sure that they've got assignments turned in, all of those things. I think just overarching, each community is different, and each family wants, maybe something different. But we believe that if we connect deeply with our families, families feel engaged and feel like a collaborative partner, that's not only going to drive, student attendance, but it's just going to drive better outcomes in general. We want to deeply partner with students and families in that process.
Is the person with whom they engage a teacher?
A certified teacher, yes.
Are you guys engaged with families already in Davenport? Like, have you been talking to families or will that start?
Yeah, I'll let Kate answer that as our community lead. So-
Yes, so before we actually submitted our application for Davenport, we actually flew out here and we wanted to make sure that we had a one-on-one, face-to-face with some community organizations and families. Again, part of our process and part of our reasoning is not only to give the students the amazing education, but it's also to hear out what the community needs. So we met with the Boys and Girls Club. We met with board members from the YMCA. We met with senators and we met with the lieutenant governor. And we also met with a university president. And it all seemed as if there was a need for what we can offer the students of Davenport. So I just want to be very clear that we do want to make sure that we're not planting a flag in Davenport just for the sake of building a school. We know that there's a need and that there have been parents that have reached out to us and we want to make sure that we are catering to a community that wants us there.
And a couple of us drove though as well. I want to say. I'm like, it's actually closer door to door from my house to Davenport than Des Moines to Davenport, which is interesting. But yeah, and that's the work though of that residency year is really diving in with families and community as well. So we also don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Like we've not been approved. We've got, so there's no reason to stir up too much, but to just understand it.
Other questions or comments?
You guys talk a little bit about how it's going. You guys have 2 schools opening up in the fall.
We do. It's really exciting. I mean, you can speak to Cedar Rapids, where you guys are at right now in the process.
Yeah, it's been an exciting process. So identifying location has been, a top priority, as well as just engaging with community stakeholders. And so I've spent a lot of time engaging with folks throughout the community, whether that's parents, leaders in the nonprofit world, making sure that we have robust programming in place, identifying evidence-based curricular resources, all of those things. And so it's kind of just been a little bit all over the place in different areas, but it's been a really exciting process. I would say we're on track to, for our scheduled opening, if not a little bit ahead. And I'm feeling more invigorated each day by the progress that we're making.
Yeah. And each of our principals, we have a school design tracker that's hundreds of rows now, that kind of in every category, from curriculum to operations to finance. And so we spend the whole year, it's like a project plan of how do you get ready to launch. There's areas we're behind, there's areas we're ahead, but we're generally feeling positive. Both places. We'll launch we've paused on launching our application for students launches in the next month in both locations. But we've wanted to make sure we had as much answered for families before we launch that application. Where are we going to be? What just our confidence metric was higher in some certain areas. So now we know where we'll be in Cedar Rapids. We purchased the building and additional land here in Des Moines. So that this also families want to know that too. So.
Can you speak to the residency model?
Yeah, I'd love to. So the residency model one, we have the school design. So there's first a school design plan, which is put in narrative form your beliefs about the various sections of it, from your mission, your vision, your why. Like, why are you doing this as a leader, to details around board and finance and operations. And the residency year. So I'd say one is writing your narrative, and then we pivot from writing the narrative to, okay, now we go into project mode. Like, you know, your why and your what. Now let's get into the, so then it goes into Excel form where it's like, all right, are we checking all the boxes? During that year though, depending on the resident, so they report to me, but depending on the resident, they're going to have different strengths and weaknesses. So in Justin and Matt's case, they had never worked in a charter school before, right? So critical was, let's go out and visit high performing charter schools, right? So he went to High Tech High in San Diego. Then we went to Ednovate as a team out in Los Angeles and visited their schools, met with their leaders in a 2-day intensive. And then we'll continue to visit schools this spring to make sure. And what I don't know is who the principal of Davenport will be. I know the structure with the school design plan and our project template, but I don't know what their strengths or weaknesses are going to be. And depending on that, we'll adjust what their residency looks like. So they'll spend the principal of Davenport will spend a significant amount of time in Des Moines and Cedar Rapids in residency with our 2 existing principals, but then also figuring out what are the other holes we have to fill and how can we use our connections across the charter sector to fill those holes is core to it. Matt and Justin in Des Moines and Cedar Rapids, they've had to really design from scratch. The beauty of Davenport Prep and future schools in Iowa is it's more Control-C, Control-V, like copy paste, and take what you're learning and now put your own spin on it. So it'll be a much, I think, easier residency than what Justin's endured.
Yes.
Other questions or comments?
That's the online.
Oh, we can't see the team. Yeah, right. Because we don't see the Zoom.
Yeah.
Skip, maybe.
All right. I just realized that.
Our online people, Mary, Cindy, Michael, anything from you guys?
No, I'm good. That was a great presentation. I look forward to your successful operation in Davenport as well as Cedar Rapids.
Yeah, I would agree. Thanks. Great information. And since you're first out of the box here, yeah, so it's good to have this as the starting point for our discussions today, but looks like a great plan.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion. So are you?
To approve the application for Devon.
I was like trying to look. I was like, what am I? What are we moving? I'm like.
Second that.
I still move for the application for Davenport Prep Charter School. It's been second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, it was in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Thank you.
very much.
You're-
Greatly appreciate it.
We're excited. Thank you.
Yes.
Really grateful. Very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations. Time, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good
again.
luck.
Good luck again. Yeah, good luck. Yes, thank you.
No,
Or a year.
No, I know.
Tell me about it.
No, I,
So much. Good to see you. Thank you.
no, yeah, but the workforce side. Yeah, I bet you.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Good luck. Next one.
Welcome. We have Distinctive Innovation Academy. We're going to start us off.
Sure, I'll give you a little rundown and then I'll turn it over to the team. So, Distinctive Innovation Academy is a founding group seeking to open in 26-27 school year, grades K through 8 here in Des Moines. They project starting with 225 students and over their 5-year authorization period, moving up to 450. They have engaged with a variety of organizations. They propose a community hub model. And they have met with Des Moines City Council, who has articulated community needs that align with the applicant's programming. If you take a look at their scores on the right-hand side, you'll see that the review team scored them high in all categories, from school overview, academics, operations, finance, and alignment.
Deborah, is there a cutoff score for these?
We don't have a cutoff score, but you'll see that there's no score anywhere in the recommendations for approval that's less than an 80. We didn't say if you get above an 80, you have to go through, because there's so much qualitative and there's so much information. You saw the applications, there's hundreds of pages. And so it really is a consensus.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Their innovative model is around rigorous academics, whole child development, personalized and student-centered learning. They propose to focus on 21st century skills with real-world learning opportunities. They do not request any waivers. Their academic program really focuses on high-quality instructional materials. The team was pleased to see that. And they communicated a variety of parent involvement strategies, including listening conferences where they listen to the parents, innovation nights, student showcases, parent conferences, and community hubs. Their operations plan included a thorough and robust governing board professional learning plan, as well as a very clear and detailed plan for student recruitment. Their financial plan indicated a letter of intent from Distinctive Schools to provide financial support for startup and ongoing operational expenses. And their financial plan also described contingency plans if any fundraising or awarded grants didn't go through. And their 5-year plan demonstrates financial viability. And so that is a high-level overview and summary of the team's review. Any questions for myself or any of the team members? Or I turn it over to the school.
So Distinctive, how many other schools are part of this in general?
We have 8 schools in Chicago.
8 schools in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, well, go ahead and introduce yourselves and you can take it away on the.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Monique Langston. I'm pleased to be here with you this afternoon with my colleagues. Our CEO is actually on the Zoom, so I'm not sure if we can pull him up to kick us off. His name is Scott Fraunheim.
I am ready if you can hear me.
We can.
Good afternoon, President Robbins and all the members of the board today. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration of our Distinctive Innovation Academy application. Thank you for everything you do across the state. I'm personally grateful for your understanding with me being on Zoom today due to a family need, an emergency, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm the proud CEO of Distinctive Schools and a founder of our organization. And I've truly grown my commitment to Distinctive over the years as a teacher, a dean of students, a director of special education, a school principal in our network, and now our CEO for the past 6 years. We've worked really hard since our founding and over the past year to engage with different communities to identify opportunities to grow. Most recently in Iowa, specifically across the Des Moines community, and to ensure we're working to design with, for, and by as part of our model, alongside the community of Des Moines to bring a new, exciting education choice for parents, learners, and families with an innovative and world-class educational opportunity. Obviously in our distinctive classrooms, but also as part of our community hub model, where all students and all educators and all families can be part of more than just the traditional school day. We've reviewed a ton of local data aligned to the benefits of our model, and we believe we can really help Iowa students achieve and excel in deep ways. Distinctive was founded, like I said, in 2011, and we've had a track record of success and a strong 21st century academic model, a strong staff culture, a family culture, and a student culture that we're extremely proud of, and a focus on belonging and ensuring a focus on the whole child. Our growth and academic performance in all of our current schools is and has been strong since our founding, outperforming local neighborhood schools while also ensuring that our performance has a multiple measures philosophy to ensure the whole child's success, as mentioned. We have a strong national reputation for our personalized learning model, focused on supporting every individual educator and learner based on their needs, their strengths, their interests, and preparing them for careers of their future and a 21st century future. Our excitement about growth in Iowa is aligned to our history of results and our personal and professional aspirations to impact more students and families in partnership. Our model focuses, as I mentioned, on culture, innovation, and excellence, and we're really proud of the work to date and know how much more we can do. I'm honored to be here alongside just a few of our incredible leaders who are with you in person to share more today. Our larger team noted in our application is obviously fired up and excited and ready to lead, pending your potential support and approval. The local school board and an amazing school leader will be identified shortly, pending that potential approval. And we're really excited to review some slides of our model. Again, thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it back over to Katie, Monique, and Aaron to lead the rest of the presentation today, and I'm here for any questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Erin Lanu. I'm the Chief Operating Officer. I've been with Distinctive a little over 6 years at this point, and I've spent the last 22 years in charter schools in Chicago. So we're excited to be here and share our model and philosophy and seek the approval for this school here in Des Moines. I'll turn it over now to Katie.
Thanks. Good afternoon, President Robbins, members of the board. I am Katie O'Connor. I'm the Chief Education Officer. I also have 20 some years of experience in charter schools in Chicago, and I'm just honored to be able to learn more about Iowa and see what we can do together. Our distinctive vision for learning is something very near and dear to our scholars, myself, our team. And essentially this outlines the 7 aspirations we have for all learners for their education and their future. This is centered on high expectations, active learning, safe and joyful learning experiences, and a deep belief in individual identity. We are creating classrooms with a sense of belonging and engaging learners as active leaders in their community. Specifically, our academic model, as Scott shared, relies on rigorous instruction, high quality instructional materials, whole child development, and of course, the personalized support and learning for each child. We anchor to externally validated curriculum that is aligned to the core state standards. And the whole child development is rounded with STEAM and STEM, arts, real world problem solving, as was shared in the application. And we do this with support through continuous professional development for our educators. One thing I've forgot to mention also with that is that data-driven practices is one of the things that that drives the student-centered approach. Thank you. Within that, we uphold a multi-tiered system of supports. This is definitely in the ecosystem, but what we mean by that is getting to know each individual learner really deeply and starting with the individual first before we start making plans. Tiered interventions and extension strategies occur throughout what we call What I Need in daily sessions. And we uphold those inclusive practices within each classroom and use professional development so that the child truly is the center of their learning. Key levers within those, the student support model are literacy interventions, bilingual and special education services, community-based partnerships for mentorship and internships. And as was shared in the application, very strong parent partnership, which comes through listening conferences, lots of engagements throughout the year, innovation nights, showcases, conferences, and so forth.
A key pillar for our strategic plan are our community hubs and building partnerships. We are partners with our community as well as with our parents and students and families. So we will do the same here and prioritize those partnerships. As part of our due diligence and investigating coming into Des Moines, we met with Mike Huglet, who supports the Iowa Coalition of Charters, who helped us and started opening some doors with us with some local groups, including the DMARC Food Bank, Boys and Girls Club of Central Iowa. We've met with some legislators, so we are learning quite a bit about Des Moines, and we're eager about our opportunity to come here. We have community school coordinators that are in every school building who help build the partnership so that we would have after-school programming free of charge to students so that they could extend their learning time while also helping parents who are working. So we are excited about our community engagement. As we look at this through a financial and fiscal lens, as well as the operational side of things with the building, we're working with a local broker right now, exploring some possibilities, particularly on the south side of Detroit or of Des Moines, so that we can potentially find a space that we would be able to either lease with an option to purchase or renovate and remodel. Ideally, it would be a school building or something that would be very easily converted to a school. We have taken on large construction projects in the past, so that is something we're familiar with. And we are looking into different opportunities around philanthropy and funding, meeting with different groups like Charter School Growth Fund, Walton Family Foundation, IFF, to help secure those funds for any sort of a purchase and or renovation.
Great. Well, thank you. Our vision for Distinctive Innovation Academy is to create a transformative educational experience for students rooted in innovation, whole child development, and community engagement. By leveraging proven practices, fostering personalized learning, and addressing the unique needs of Iowa's diverse student population, we're committed to delivering a high-quality education that prepares every student for a successful future. We look forward to partnering with the members of the state board, families, policy advocates, and community stakeholders to make this vision a reality. Thank you so much for your leadership, and thank you for your consideration of our application and our readiness to bring an innovative and excellent education solution to the state and community.
Thank you. We'll open it up for questions and comments.
I like that you've talked to different community leaders in Des Moines. Have you talked to or reached out to families, talked to them about the need for your school, talk to them about, I mean, I know it's early days, so probably not a lot, but just for engaged families.
We've started that process, but we also wanted to be very mindful of the process here to ensure that we are approved before we get too far down that path. But in talking to some of the local leaders, and working with Mike, understanding the need and the desire for some school choice and school options, that would be our next step if we were to be approved, would really go deep into the community to make sure families understand that this is an option for them, as well as explaining who we are and what we would like to bring as an option to Des Moines.
Opening date is
2026.
27. So why Iowa?
I think understanding the need, the opportunity to be in at the ground floor, especially as charters are relatively new here, the authorization process is new. Expanding, Des Moines is a really dynamic city. I think there's a lot of parallels to Chicago. So it really piqued our interest.
And I can jump in there. This is Scott, if that's okay. Really excited in partnership with our DS National Board and some of our partners and our larger team around actually some aspiring leaders on our own team who are Iowa born and raised and looking for opportunities to continue to have impact in their home state. Proximity to us and just making sure from a regional perspective that we're able to provide the right supports and the right leadership and the right investment into a community. As you may know, we've looked at other opportunities in states pretty far away, and we do not feel like that is the right decision for us because we want to be proximal and we want to be really invested in the state where there is demand and there is need. And first and foremost priority is the academic achievement in Des Moines and what students deserve and what we believe we can do with them and for them.
Where do you see your students going after the end of the 8th grade?
It's a great question. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if we really uphold that community hub model, we understand the community schools that are opportunity for high school and beyond. I think that this group of applications is promising for us with the high schools because there could be other collaboration offered with the applicants that are opening high schools as well. So we could have a continuum, so to speak, with some other folks that are in our same boat, so to speak. But I really think it would be the integration into the community and understanding where our students and families want to go and giving choice there.
So do you just start with only kindergartners then?
We have, but with this application, we're kindergarten through 8th grade, but really it would be a seamless handoff and a continuum into that huge freshman year.
Into the local,
Yes.
to Des Moines Public Schools.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And hopefully partnering really deeply with the communities that are serving them most closely to us.
I can add to that too. Our high school transition process, we've got 8th grade counselors that are working in our buildings alongside the community school model. So we host lots of different high school events. We help students with their enrollment process at the different high schools, in whether it be charter or other local district schools, making sure in the same way high schools are finding the right college and or career and or trade options for students, that we're setting students up for their post-secondary, for their secondary supports that are leading them to post-secondary decisions. And we've seen really good success rate with students of ours accepted and attending selective enrollment high schools, magnet high schools, as well as other related, partnerships after 8th grade.
And then could you talk a little bit about what you do for your students when it comes to career prep? What kind of activities or engagements are you working with? Do you work with like local employers or to identify opportunities that exist here in Iowa?
That's actually something we do very well in Chicago. Obviously, we do it more in our high schools, but we absolutely start that, like Scott said, in the intermediate and upper grades in the elementary schools. Community is going to be key for that. So understanding what the community wants and what students are wanting to do in the community. And there's also a lot of mutual benefit to that financially and just like within the thriving community. So we bring lots of people in our current context. We also send kids out to specific places through some of the counseling that Scott talked about. We also start, just to back it up a minute, with learner profiles. So students within our system have a deep understanding of themselves starting in kindergarten. And so they're able to start articulating those things very early. And it goes beyond just like soccer is my favorite sport when it's like at the younger grades, into truly understanding their identity, both as like a community activator or a leader in their community, like I said, but someone that can inform their own destiny. So it starts young, but the community has to be there to support it on the other end too.
I think also piggybacking off of what Katie said, the partnerships are important, right? And so in Chicago, we have partnerships with Women in Trade. We have other trade organizations within the high schools that also can trickle down into the, middle school to get them prepared for those opportunities once they get into high school. Sorry, Scott.
Nope, you nailed it. I was just going to say our career exploration tracks in 6th through 8th grade are super important in making sure that we're providing access and exposure and also excitement for, kids to identify what that might look like earlier on, knowing that, some may choose to not have a college exposure. And so we want to be doing as early exposure as possible to some of those options for students in 6th through 8th, especially, and maybe even younger.
I have a question on page 2. Under the 5-year projected budget. And I just couldn't find an explanation in the later financial data, but I mean, the remaining balance at the end of year 1, $399, shows up as a surplus from the prior year in year 2. And then same thing happens from 2 to 3, $303,000. But then at the end of year 3, it says the remaining balance is $532,000. But in year 4, it says the prior year is $229,000. And then it does that again, year 4 to 5. Am I missing something there?
Only because I have it in front of me.
Yeah.
Scott, you might want to jump in too. This is her lane, but I'll help.
Sure.
I believe there's a per student or some like mathematical calculation when you go from 375 to 425, that when you look at it per student and distill it down. I don't know if that sounds right, Aaron.
I can touch on this. So
Thanks, Scott.
go ahead. So at the end of the first year, obviously with just a small surplus, our goal is to break even. And we mentioned that, you know, in our letter of support that we would be contributing at Distinctive Schools, any additional support from a revenue capacity to be able to drive that. We did submit a second budget, and I believe that that one was submitted here, where we made some adjustments to what that year one revenue surplus would be. As we continue to grow enrollment, we see that surplus continuing to grow. We know this is just obviously our baked submission model, but we know we'll want to reinvest any of those surplus dollars back into the school, ensuring a nice safety net, obviously, for cash on hand expenses for any emergency situations. But as we continue to grow enrollment, we want to make sure that we're reinvesting some of that surplus back into the school, but we want to do that in partnership with the local school board. And so we modeled where we think we can project that so that we can start to think about what that surplus on hand cash would be. And on it from a balance sheet perspective, where we can invest back into the school would be in partnership with the local school board.
So some of the prior surpluses go into some kind of capital versus operation.
Either capital expenses and or other, balance sheet investments that we'd want to make in partnership or on behalf of the local school board for sustainability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about the personalized learning pathways.
Absolutely. We consider the curriculum the floor and the high quality instructional materials, and then adapt and adjust based on students, whether it's their achievement, their interests, their passions, whatever, as part of the foundation of the personalized learning model. The pathways can be built using several parts of our model. The first is using some of the online platform that we use for some universal screening and things that offer digital learning. So it's one very quick way to enter into a pathway. The learner profile that I spoke about also offers an opportunity. So once the student engages in the guaranteed core standard or the curriculum, how does the student then expand or extend that through a personalized learning plan within their independent work time? So potentially we read or learn about something that's aligned to state standards. And then when students are able to go and do their personalized learning pathway or their personalized learning plan, they, along with either themselves or a small group, would then do something more of self-interest. So it's all started with the floor and built up using the individual learner profile.
I would just add that we've adopted the LEAP learning framework as part of our organization too. And so really focused on being learner focused, empowering students to holistically understand their strengths, like Katie mentioned, learner led, entrusting students to take ownership of their learning and to really be in the driver's seat, learner demonstrated, making sure that learners can progress towards their grade level standards at their own pace and obviously based on demonstrated mastery. And then most importantly, we've talked about this a ton today, but learner connected, making sure that we're connecting to learners' families, educators, the community, and basically their aspirations for life as that last component of our personalized learning model.
How do you obtain or identify students and get them into the charter?
So we have a really robust student enrollment and recruitment plan. Obviously, we haven't been promoting any of this based on just prior approval of a charter school, but in all areas where we attract and retain and recruit students, we do so in partnership with parents. We believe that parents and family members are the greatest advocates for their students, especially elementary grade students. And so we partner deeply with parents through local hosted community events. We go out and join the community in partnership with our identified school leader and hopefully some of our staff to be hired at the location. We welcome people into our community, into our school, to make sure that they can feel and see a modern classroom that we build out so that folks can come see what a personalized learning classroom and environment can look like, and really think about ways to design with, for, and by those community members to want to be part of something. This isn't being done to them. We want them to help us design and create what this looks like. And so very organic, very relational driven. We do not believe in some of the recruitment methods used in other states for charter schools. We believe that parents and families and students should choose to want to be with us and should do so in partnership. But very organic model, local hosted community events, and a pretty rigorous process from application to enrollment.
Thank you.
Scott, you mentioned earlier on that you have a number of inspiring leaders in your pipeline who are Iowans. Can you talk a little bit more about your aspiring leaders preparation, your principal preparation in particular?
Yeah, so we have a really strong track record of principal residencies, as well as a leadership pipeline of resident teachers who are teachers that are working alongside a general education teacher, special education teacher. And then we have instructional coaches as the next stage of our leadership ladder. From instructional coaches and deans all the way up through principals, we've kind of self-promoted and self-identified some folks that are really interested in aspiring leadership. A couple of them from Iowa. And so having conversations with them about our application and their interest in, returning home to go do great innovative work in the state that they love, in the state that we're all learning to love very quickly, and loving very quickly. As part of that residency model, that folks would go and do basically a tour of duty in that job or that role like experience. And so we've got a couple of instructional coach leaders, a couple of assistant principal leaders that have shown interest in aspiring leadership and being thoughtful about the Iowa school opportunity pending a potential decision from you all. Our chief talent officer is also from Iowa and has a real passion for making sure that there's a strong teacher pipeline and that we're supporting certification and pipeline to education for folks that are interested, as just a couple of examples.
Thank you.
Katie could touch more a little bit on just the leadership development and PD for some of our leaders.
We do lots of surveying of our staff so we can grow our own. And so there are opportunities for all educators to share and voice what they want next, what they want for the future, and think about ways they can grow from within, as opposed to in 5 years, a teacher leaves to go get an administrative job elsewhere. And so the ways that we are giving opportunities, we offer opportunities for them to go learn elsewhere and bring it back. So external conferences, things like that. But one thing we're the most proud of is we do Principal Academy on a monthly basis, and they come together and do roundtables, problems of practice. It could be anything on reading about the science of reading for, that content that day, to personalized learning and the LEAP learning framework that Scott talked about, and anything in between. How are we combating chronic absenteeism? So we bring them together.
Just a side question. Since you're an education specialist, have you heard of AIW before?
Heard of what?
AIW? Academic Intellectual Work.
Maybe.
Just a side question. Other questions or comments for this group? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move for approval of Distinctive Innovation Academy Charter School application.
Been moved by Brooke.
Second.
Second by Brian. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your support.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We don't want
Oh,
the,
this is.
we don't want the heat.
No, it's just a little bit. Yeah. No problem.
But it is.
Thank you.
I want the warmth, but.
Oh, it was nice to meet you.
I'm like, what are you doing? I need the
It's just a little.
I need sunshine.
You're gonna be buried in something.
It's the word, it's reflecting, like.
Okay,
Told her I didn't think it probably wanted to say to people in Des Moines that we are comparable to Chicago. So.
Oh, this.
I am.
Good. Hey, Chris, how are you?
Not better.
Good, good to see you.
How are ya? Hey, how are ya?
We got it.
Good.
Yes.
We do. Welcome, Great Oaks. I'll give a brief overview to the board of the review team's recommendation and then turn it over to you to Steve. So to begin with, President Robbins, members of the board, some people at this table may look familiar from last year. This time last year, Great Oaks came with a proposal for a charter school. They opened in August. So the timeline was short and they pulled it off and they are thriving at their campus here in Des Moines. And so they're here. Our next agenda item is specifically for a location in Davenport. Our agenda item after that is for another location here in Des Moines, in South Des Moines. And so that because the applications are very similar, virtually identical, we'll take them as separate agenda items, but just know that whatever I tell you this first time, I probably won't repeat again. I'll just say, like I said last. So Great Oaks seeks to open an additional location in Davenport for grades 9 through 12, opening in the year 26-27. They're projected to start with 138 students, move up to 325 students. You can see their projected revenue, expenses, and balance on the summary sheet. Their environmental scan and summary of need showed that in Davenport, there are over 1,400 high school dropouts since 2019 and a 14% youth unemployment rate in the target area. They have established partnerships with local organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club of the Mississippi Valley, United Way of the Quad Cities, NAMI Mississippi Valley, Lift Women's Foundation, and Riverbend Food Bank. As you can see from our charter team application review scores, they scored high across the board in every category, with no concerns about their capacity to move forward and open another successful school. Their innovative model description includes a focus on opportunity youth and dropout recovery, with serving that population with personalized learning, wraparound support, small class sizes, and field experiences. They do request waivers to offer and teach, and the number of days and hours required by Iowa code. Looking at page 2, their academic program, again, focused on personalized learning with wraparound support. They have an interesting schedule that's the precipice for their waiver request around scheduling. So they alternate week by week with students in the field one week and in the classroom the following week, and then the next week they switch. Their operations plan, the founding group brings experience in planning, opening and sustaining charter schools. They've proven themselves here in the state with their current operation of their successful school opened this fall. They demonstrate comprehensive plans for administrative, teacher, and governing board recruitment and development and evaluation, as well as a clear plan for student recruitment. Financially, they're associated with Oakmont Education, who does provide additional financial support for startup and ongoing operations. They've identified additional grants, and they have presented a realistic and viable 5-year budget that you can see at the bottom of page 2. So any questions for me on the team recommendation before we hand it over?
Tell me more about the Oakmont Education Organization.
Sure. I have colleagues that are joining virtually.
Ask them if they can hear us.
I
can. We can't see them.
Okay.
I can hear.
There's Karen.
And I can see you guys.
Wonderful. So Chris Galassi Worrell, she's our vice president of the organization, and Karen Wachter, who is our vice president of our dropout recovery schools. So Chris, do you want to go ahead and answer that question about the overview of Oakmont?
Yeah, so hello, good afternoon, President Robbins and esteemed board members. I want to say thank you. I know you guys can't see me. I wish I was there. I will be there next week. I have not been cleared to travel from a major surgery I had at the beginning of December. So I'm getting cleared Monday and hopping on a plane, and I will be in Iowa for your condition of the state. So I really look forward to it. Oakmont Education, we were founded 8 years ago by a group of former high school dropouts or takeouts, so to speak. So some people that had proximity to our students because they were once our students, or they were, in families that had, siblings or others who were our student population that we serve now, and have field experience working for other organizations where you kind of get to see what you do and don't want to bring with you when you move forward. So we kind of came together, and Oakmont was founded. Now in that 8 years, we've grown significantly from a management organization, a CMO that had just a handful of schools. Now we have 18 campuses in Ohio predominantly, with our first being in Des Moines, which, as you heard earlier, we did open on an accelerated schedule, which is not something that we love to do nor want to do. Hence this application, 2026, 2027, giving us the appropriate 12 to 18 months we need to really be in the community, and doing this with a little less fire at our backs. So Oakmont Education, we are a CMO, and we serve our schools, and we work for the board. It's like a vendor capacity. So we are, we work with our boards and their independent legal counsels, their independent treasurers, to make sure that the school is as successful as possible. We do all of the back office, and academic kind of operational items that the school doesn't have to do. If they're a mom and pop, they might do, but we do that all from an HQ in Akron, Ohio. I myself am in Columbus, Ohio. We have people in Dayton, and we now have our executive director in Iowa, who will oversee all of the campuses as they grow and all of the principals in those buildings. And that is Chris Byam, who is at the table with Dr. Jerry Farley today. Do you want me to talk a little bit about our average student, or do you just want to talk about just the overview of the organization?
Table's yours.
I think we're ready to go ahead and start, Chris.
Okay, great. Well, I'm Chris Galacy-Worrell. I am the vice president for Oakmont Education. I come to this work as a former young person that didn't graduate high school. I was taken out of my home in the 90s. This work is very important to me. A lot of people will say, Chris, it seems so personal. It really is, and I make no qualms about that. It's very important that we let students that many people have written off have a place where they feel seen and safe. And I'm excited for you to hear a little bit about how that has transpired and materialized in Iowa, which is different, because than it has in Ohio. So it's really exciting. Our average student in Oakmont, I'll just give you a quick overview and then hand it over to the gentleman in the room. Our average student is over age and significantly undercredited, reading at around a 5th grade level and having around a 5th grade math capacity. They've attended 2 or more high schools before coming to us, and a third of our students are systems involved youth. So one last thing I do want to say, since we do work exclusively with students who are behind for one reason or another, or have dropped out and want to re-engage, across last year, just in these 2 areas in Des Moines, you had around 665 students drop out, which each dropout cost their community around $300,000 of additional funding each time that student drops out over the lifetime that they're involved in that community. That's, in very many different factors factor into that number, but that number is very well published and out there. And then in Davenport, you had a smaller number because it is a smaller area, 293 students, and that's going to cost that community almost $91 million. And I did a quick overview of just over the last 3 years, and there were a little over 3,000 students dropping out of these 2 cities. And that's close to $1 billion that it'll cost those communities for that lack of engagement when they drop out, whether they become systems involved in prisons or are not contributing to the economic base of their communities. There are many factors that go into that. So we're really excited. We only work with students in this capacity who are opportunity youth, 16 to 24, not engaged in meaningful work or educational opportunities that fit their needs.
Thanks, Chris. We have four main pillars of our approach to working with opportunity youth. And the first is to heal. We get wounded students. We have students who have experienced some form of trauma in their life. They're disengaged from school, and they basically function in a survival mindset. It's funny, in school, we learn about Maslow's hierarchy of need, but I don't think sometimes it translates to real education in the field. When you are a parent of a child and you're in high school, that's going to take priority over you going. Or if you're a victim of domestic violence, or if you're dealing with mental illness or addiction, or you have a juvenile court probation officer, some of these things get in your way and they are a priority, but you live in a survival mindset. And so we have to start reestablishing trust. We have to heal those wounds before we can take our youth out of a survival mindset. So that takes us to our second pillar, which is hope. Where there is no hope, the people will perish. We look at the fact that if we want our youth to graduate, get jobs, join Iowa's workforce, we have got to get them to believe that tomorrow can be a better day. If you don't believe tomorrow can be a better day and you don't have any aspirational kind of mindset, then you stay in today. You work just to survive. So why does education help you survive? One could argue with all the stresses that they have, it really doesn't, until you make the switch that tomorrow might be better. And if tomorrow might be better, then I can work hard today to make that come true. So then we move them to an aspirational mindset where they believe again, and they have hope. Our third is workforce development. This is where the rubber meets the road. Most data supports the fact that young people drop out of high school. It's the number one reason, because they don't see the relevance of what they're learning and what they need as an adult. When you bring workforce in, it changes the entire dynamic, the way they view what they're doing. So we break workforce development down into three major areas. The first is nationally recognized industry credentials. These are the things that employers understand. Now I know what skills you bring and how well you have to be able to do them to get that certification. And it validates them to employers, which is critical. I have to add in here, we are partnered with DMAC. Our faculty members are approved adjunct faculties at DMAC. And so our students, while they're earning nationally recognized industry credentials, are also earning college credits. From a dropout to college credits, pretty fascinating. The next thing is the old adage, you can't learn how to swim by standing on the side of a pool. Work-based learning is how you really overcome that. Our construction students right now are building Habitat for Humanity's home. It's a one-story building. They've done the framing, they've put the roof on, they put the trusses up by hand. Our schedule, like you said, is week on, week off. So they're really immersed in it and build that stamina and that talent that employers are looking for. Resiliency training. If you talk to people about what employers are wanting, or you talk to employers about what they're wanting, they realize that the next 5 to 10 years is going to be a lot of disruption in the workforce. They need young people who are resilient, flexible, agile, not to take a specific job, but to work for a company and have the ability and the agility to move as the disruption occurs. So we teach that resiliency, those teamwork skills, those professional skills that businesses are looking for. You may notice on the slide, I have purpose, passion, and possibility. That's the way you win over hearts and get young people to start to come to school at a higher rate. For us, our work-based learning, our project-based learning, all has purpose, whether it's using 3D printing to make medical prosthetics or building the house for Habitat for Humanity. Now what they're doing matters. From that, they get excited. I'm doing something. I put in that wall, I put in that window. That's a huge difference from I got kicked out of math or I got kicked out of class or out of school again. And then they start to develop the passion because they get good at it, because it matters. And from there, they realize I can make a career out of this. That's the possibility. And finally, what you'll see that not a lot of schools really do is beyond placement assistance is placement support. So we have 12 months of support that we provide, very much like the Department of Labor model. That's what we are. In Des Moines, we just received a $1.5 million grant from the Department of Labor for Youth Build to help support that post-secondary support. Think about this. In college, how many options are you for a freshman to get help? If you're struggling here, you're struggling there, you go to an office, because colleges know if you finish that first year, the probability of you completing is significantly higher. But where are the supports for non-college bound youth? Our responsibility is not to get them a diploma, but to help them navigate into adulthood. And so we're committed to providing that support through their first year of school or first year after graduation, to learn how to be an adult, to get the resources. And I mentioned DMAC, but I also want to mention our other partner, which is IJAG. And IJAG brings in a ton of their knowledge base for working with trauma-informed youth, helping us access community resources to mitigate these problems. What we've really tried to do in Des Moines, we will be replicating in Davenport, which is to bring the community together to help their most vulnerable youth. And that's the last slide. Sorry. Okay.
Did you say the ages of the students?
Same as 16 to 21. Same as public school. We are a public school, so 16 to 21. Yes, sir.
I thought you said 24 at one time.
Chris said 24 because that's what they do. in
I
Ohio.
apologize. We are working on raising that's opportunity youth. The definition of opportunity youth is 16 to 24. That is sorry, I was talking about the definition of opportunity youth.
Okay, thank you for the
Yep,
clarification.
absolutely.
Questions or comments?
I'll start. Thank you, Jerry, for articulating so well the importance of thinking about workforce when it comes to how you design education systems and how you integrate those and the success and the reasons that you do that, especially for the benefit of students. The hope that it gives, because as you know, such a large percentage of our high school graduates are not going to go to college.
Right.
That doesn't mean they don't have potential, that they can't be truly, truly successful. And so the sooner we start talking to them about that,
Yes.
and showing them those options, the better off we're going to be.
Can you talk a little bit about the school that opened in August?
Sure. You want to go ahead?
I'd love to talk about it.
You might.
At the beginning of August, we had 14 students. I'm happy to tell you that we've got over 150 students now. With the goal being at 170 for the end of the year. I'm guessing by the February, we'll probably have that number. We're averaging anywhere from 7 to 12 students a week enrollment. Right now you can, there's 90% of our students are financially disadvantaged. Almost the majority of our students are 18 years of age or older. Most of them have gone to multiple schools, 2 schools prior to coming to Great Oaks. Right now we have about 12% of our students were children that were incarcerated or have incarcerated parents. We also have more than 5% have experienced some sort of homelessness, and nearly 7% of our students are parents already. I will tell you that we have successfully completed 106. Sorry, there was a bell ring as we were walking out of the school today. It was 107 credits with those students. And we've been doing, I think we've got it was 13 OSHA certified students. We've got some students that have finished certifications for CPR. So we're in the 20s for some of the credentialing components of the school. The amount of passion from the students and the involvement and the participation continues to grow. And it's remarkable what it's doing for our Opportunity Youth here in Des Moines, to be honest. I'm a former educator in the Des Moines Public Schools. And it has really done some great things for the community of Highland Park and Oak Park, to be honest.
Awesome. Sounds like you guys are doing some amazing work. Thanks, Chris.
I don't have a question. Is it word of mouth that you referrals, self-referrals, getting the students?
We started with a lot of intention to cast a big net. So we did radio, we actually did Media One with some television. We went to community events, all these type of things, but really started to develop partnerships, school counselors, juvenile court, all of those people in the community that serve the most vulnerable, like Urban Dreams here in Des Moines, working with them. But once you start to create the awareness, the groundswell really comes from word of mouth.
Chris is a former, was on, worked at Workforce Development prior to this job. And we met with Jerry and his team when they were initially thinking about coming into Iowa. So they've been a really good collaborator with IWD from the very beginning.
I think I heard somebody virtually.
Michael's.
Michael, did you have something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, not a question, but I could just love how I can tell how passionate you guys are about everything, just in the way you're speaking about it. And I just think that shows that you guys are gonna put all your effort into this, and I'm just really excited to see where you guys can go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Student board.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Echo Mike's comment, passionate. If the adults aren't passionate, the kids are not passionate. Period.
Our team has been extremely, just the inviting nature of the school itself. It just really reflects the need, and the kids just eat it up. It's been phenomenal, to be honest.
Comments or questions?
So the second school in Des Moines, it's just a different location, area.
We're kind of looking at Ward 4, right around Southridge Mall. We've done a heat map of where the highest density of high school dropouts has been. And so that's why we made the decision to go into Ward 2 first, and Ward 4 has the second highest density of high school dropouts. So it's been very targeted.
And are they able to get to school? I mean, are there transportation issues or anything, or?
We strategically select the school. So in Ward 2, we're in Park Fair Mall, which is served by, I believe, 3 bus routes. So, and then of course, Oak Park and Highland Park are right there. And so we are within walking distance of several neighborhoods. But yes, we will always be on a line served by public transportation.
Okay.
And our youth are eligible for WIOA and all these other great forms of supportive services to help with bus passes and all those type of things.
I would entertain a motion for Great Oaks Center, Career Center, Davenport.
I move we approve the application for Great Oaks High School and Career Center.
Second.
Been moved by Brian and second by Brooke. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. It's carried. The motion for Great Oaks High School and Career Center, Des Moines. Moved by Cass,
Second.
second by Brooke. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
guys so much. Thank you all so much. We're
you.
very excited, and I hope that Dr. Farley shares a quick picture of the Habitat House before he steps out of the room. Quickly. Just a quick one, Jerry.
Do y'all want to see it?
Yeah.
The Habitat House?
Yeah.
All righty.
Take care.
What's the best way to do this?
Yeah, I would love to come tour it.
Tell KB to pull up the little picture he has. It's just really cool to see. It's just really cool. It's just really awesome.
There you go.
It's
Oh,
really
wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Very nice.
At the end of the year, when we finish, we have a celebration called Burgers and Bushes. And so we will go ahead and have a big cookout. We'll invite all of you to come out and see the home. And we have pictures from when it was just a slab and you get to walk through and see what our youth did.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I would love to do that.
Yeah.
and meet them and talk about their work.
Oh, that's awesome.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you all.
I just wonder we're gonna have a break.
We have Horizon Science Academy, Davenport.
All right, thank you, President Robbins. I'll give you the overview and then turn it over to the team. Davenport, Horizon Science Academy seeks to open a campus in Davenport for grades K through 10 in school year 25-26. So that's this August. Beginning with 210 students in grades K through 6, moving over their 5-year contract period to 410 students in grades K through 10. You can see their projected revenue, expenses, and balance over the 5-year period summarized on page 1 and in more detail on page 2 of your summary sheet. As you can see from their reviewer scores, they scored high across the board. There were no hesitations, no conditions recommended for their approval. The founding group has engaged with civic and business leaders in the Quad Cities, including the Quad Cities Chamber of Commerce, Estes Construction, and the United Way of the Quad Cities. They have also partnered with a local resource center to meet local families so that they can learn their needs and their programming interests. Horizon Science Academy's innovative model includes an emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, along with career and technical education, college career readiness through project-based learning, collaboration, and the science of reading, and universal design for learning. Universal design for learning ensures access for all students by removing barriers to the rigorous curriculum. They also plan to provide a Young Scholars Program that supports students in developing skills through community service, competitions, college trips, and a variety of extracurriculars, which you'll see also on page 2. They have not requested waivers at all. Taking a look at page 2, their academic program, we've highlighted some of their extracurricular opportunities, which are really robust that anybody would want their child to have access to. At the top of the page, their instructional practices integrate evidence-based teaching methods. Their operations plan was very clear in their professional development, coaching, and evaluation plans. Plans were very thorough and detailed. Concept Schools currently operates a successful charter school here in Des Moines, Horizon Academy. Founding group has expertise in a wide variety of innovative school approaches, and the application describes a clear plan for recruitment. On the financial end, Concept Schools organization has pledged to provide upfront and ongoing facilities and financial support. And their application presents evidence of a realistic and viable 5-year budget as demonstrated in the table at the bottom of page 2. And that concludes my summary. Any questions from our side?
Thank you, Deborah.
Right.
Okay, we'll turn it over to Horizons.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Elder. Thank you, Dr. Snow, members of the board. And really to everybody behind the scenes team with the review team and everybody else that's been involved. Really appreciate the process. I'll tell you just anecdotally, 2 years ago, we were sitting at the same table for Horizon Science Academy Des Moines, and I have to commend the board's commitment to chartering. And even just listening today with NACS's presentation, your commitment to becoming strong authorizers. It's in the charter world, it's really important that we have strong partners as authorizers, and we commend you and appreciate you for taking that time to learn. And really, we're all going to benefit across the charter sector as well as our students and you from accountability and transparency standpoint. It's all about the kids, but we also need to make sure that we're doing it the right way together and collaboratively. So thank you. So just on the heels of Des Moines, thank you for mentioning that. I'd be remiss to mention this, that just in our first year of operation 2 years ago at Horizon Science Academy Des Moines, we doubled reading and math scores at the state level within one school year. Last year, the state rankings in Des Moines were released, and 5 schools improved in Des Moines Public Schools. 3 of those 5 were in walking distance of HSA Des Moines. So the idea that charter schools can lift boats across all tides, this is true, and it does mean a great deal. So not only do the charter school students benefit within a community, but so do the schools within the immediate communities. There's national research that supports that. And here we saw this in such a small sample size that we see that sort of success. And it's that sort of thinking and mentality that we want to bring to Davenport. So Horizon Science Academy Davenport will open this fall is our intention. I'm ahead of myself here in a bit, but we've got a facility located. We have board members here already with us. And part of our team that I'd like to introduce really quickly as well is we've been doing this for a long time as a group, and we're confident with our model, and we appreciate the support from the state and Department of Ed to make sure that this happens for our families in Davenport. So Leo's our treasurer. He works out of our Concept Schools office and is the regional treasurer overseeing the Iowa schools. Serdar is the regional superintendent that is the academic and operational leader for several schools, including Des Moines and Davenport as well. Ann and Alex are our founding board members as well. And it's got a couple of kids that are going to be our first enrollees already. So we've got 4 close to that 210. So just more to go. So with that, again, just my name is Chris Murphy. I'm with Concept Schools. I'm our chief growth officer, and I'm responsible with just external affairs and ensuring that partnerships and developments really happen for the school. And so all the outside sort of things that are supportive of the school are in place. So our school itself is going to be part of our network, and there are currently 35 campuses across the Concept network. We've been doing this for 25 years as a nonprofit charter management organization. So you heard it today as educational service provider or management companies or ESPs. We're all similar in that sense that we are a contracted third-party system for the board, and we'll provide all of the academic models, all the operational models, all through board support and board approval. But we'll provide the budgets, we'll provide the academic oversight. Our organization will also provide national and regionalized sort of academic support for the staff. And we really believe in providing sustained support for our teachers. We have regular ongoing Zoom calls. Our directors from our base in Schaumburg will come to the school, meet with teachers on a regular basis, making sure that the instructional practices that are current and relevant for kids of the demographics that we're looking for, that they're being met and that our teachers are supported and they feel strongly supported in that sense. We are an award-winning group, and we see year over year that our schools are growing academically quickly. Our students, when they enroll in our schools, year over year will grow by 1.2 academic years every year that they are enrolled. And we can attribute that to a number of things, whether it's the extended school day, extended school year, or it's just the community focus and interest and passion that we put towards our kids. It's sort of the secret sauce that we're trying to distill a little bit that we know that we can work in our school in Davenport. So we are looking to attract a certain type of a family, which is really a family that's interested in caring education. So next year in the fall, we'll open up as a kindergarten through 6th grade school. We're looking for 210 students, and that will give us class sizes, a small kindergarten of 20 students per section and 25 students in 1st through 6th grade as a cap. We believe that those numbers really align with allowing a teacher a manageable number of students gives them an opportunity to truly understand their students and their needs, gives them a chance to then to meet with those families as well. Our families are going to be interested in science and math, and obviously reading our core curriculum is still part of it. But we really do focus on a community-driven approach that we open the doors, we encourage parents to be a part of the process, parents being part of our board as well, and having them have a strong voice in the school. And we also try and work with the parents to understand the social services and needs that are within the community as well, to make sure that the school can be a true community center for our families. So it's not just a brick and mortar, go to school and leave. It becomes part of the fabric of the community. And that's really what we intend. All students are welcome, obviously with special education needs, ELL needs, all students will be welcome, and we will make sure that our staffing plan affords the supports those students need. And over time, we do plan to expand the school from not only just kindergarten through 10th within our first initial charter term to K-12. And we will also apply to the state later on for a pre-K program as well. We did that for our HSA Des Moines campus, and we already have a wait list of close to 75 families trying to get into the 4-year-old program at Des Moines. It's just a great need from our families. We've heard this time and time again from our surveys and our interactions with parents. They want to have that early focus. And if we can have it in the same facility, which we'll carve out space for, one-stop shop, you can drop off your pre-K and your 3rd grade and your 6th grade all at once, safe environment, and we'll make sure that we have before school care and after school care available for those families as well. The schools themselves are fairly traditional. So you'll hear different academic models for charter schools, but ours look and smell and feel very similar to what a traditional public school would be. We have a school principal. We actually have applicants, over a dozen applicants already in place for our principal. And that person then will bring on a traditional administrative staff, and we'll have teachers in every classroom. They will obviously meet all the state standards for certification requirements, and we'll also make sure that we have the special education and any other sort of ELL classroom needs that we have. All the other programming initiatives that we would have as well for a school, we'll make sure that we have in place. And that's part of our responsibility as an operational group to make sure that the school has all those services and operational needs in hand. The core classes will be included: English, language arts, mathematics, history. We'll double up on math. We'll double up on language arts, which adds to the extended school day. Because by and large, the students that we typically attract, they need that extra support. They're not meeting state standards already in Davenport, just like they are in many large urban areas. And so we know that in order to really kind of close that achievement gap from a growth standpoint, they need more time in the subject areas, and they need to be in front of text, in front of high quality teachers for more amount of time. So just those simple little adjustments that really lends itself to creating what that secret sauce is for our success and our growth. Our schools as well. In terms of school choices and thinking about why Davenport, it's one of the largest cities in Iowa. We've had some great success in Des Moines already, and school choice is very common in Davenport. So there's about 14,000 students that are in Davenport community schools right now, and over 1,000 of them are already outsourcing. They're either going to private schools, they're taking whether it's an open enrollment opportunity. One of our board members, in fact, is a part of that. So she enrolls her students outside of Davenport, even though she lives within walking distance of a Davenport community public school. And this is an opportunity to provide families with some great choices that are free, that are local, small, community driven. And we believe that our enrollment plan is small enough and attainable enough to reach our goals. And so I do want to just briefly mention that, so Alex and Adriana are our founding board members. We are in the middle of interviewing a 3rd board member, so you've met with those folks as well. And we're also working with our current board member in Des Moines, and she's identified a couple of other candidates to join our board here very shortly. And so the board is strong, they are representative, they understand the needs, and they care about this. And so we're putting our faith in strong leaders already within the community. And we met these folks through extensive research and support through the community. And so, Dr. Eller mentioned some of the organizations with whom we've connected, but it's been the Chamber of Commerce. We've met with church leaders. We meet regularly with local legislators in the community as well, met with the food bank. And while it is difficult to reach parents at this stage, because, it's a thought right now, a school idea right now. We're just applying for this. We can't take anybody into a building and talk about our school. And so we find that the best success in spreading the word right now is through community partnerships and developing those relationships. And whether it's the Boys and Girls Club or the food banks, they're saying the same things. The parents that they see on a day-to-day basis want a better option. And that's what we plan to bring for them. And we're excited to do so. So what's next is we do have a facility plan. And in fact, we did sign a letter of intent to take over the historic Johnson School building in Davenport, working with the local leaders there in that area to make sure that it is school ready. It is move-in ready. It's large enough to take on several years of growth and expansion over the next few years. Great spot in centrally located downtown Davenport, and it's surrounded by a number of schools that are already struggling and have struggled for some time. And so there's parents that are going to be gravitating towards this as a positive choice, as a positive option for them. And what's next for us is the hiring of the principal. It's also then to look to hire out that administrative staff. Operationally, the website is already up and running. We are distributing information. Our board has flyers and we're spreading the word. We're going door to door. We'll begin mailings as well. And we're ready to start accepting students through the enrollment process as early as February, once the operational numbers go through and pending board approval. So thank you so much for your time. And gentlemen, is there anything else that?
No, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Comments or questions from the board members?
I have a question just in regards to the timeline. We have heard just previous to you that, getting started in August with, only 8 months or less is a real a monumental task. So talk a little bit about that and what you have in place already to ensure your success.
I appreciate that. And yes, it is definitely a known challenge, but it's one that we're accustomed to really to meeting. Part of our administrative team, that we do have somebody that's responsible for regional external affairs. And so we have a person that will be working with the board, also going door to door, managing different marketing campaigns, going to community events, spreading the word is really what this is about. And I know you've heard this today, but it's truly what you have to do. We at my office, we also oversee an art and graphics design team. And so we're really ready to produce content and materials and marketing materials to make sure it's distributed evenly and accurately to the families that need to have that. And in terms of the numbers too, our board is very strongly under the belief that 210 is not going to be a difficult number to reach. And so just with their own interactions, and Anna, you want to share some of your experience with? Yes. You've been on me all week about how 210's low. Come on over.
Enough so the speaker catches your voice.
It is quite low for us just because I have history in the Davenport Community School District, and the need is very, very powerful. The want from a lot of the parents that have been underserved in our community is very large. Unfortunately, the bad press and bad experience, it's why I open enrolled. I worked in the district for almost 10 years and it's pretty bad. And so there are so many parents that I know for a fact are just looking for a way out, looking for something. And I think that this is amazing. This is right on time and it's definitely necessary for the building of our community and to keep it going.
And in terms of the timeline, last year when we started HSA Des Moines, we started in April. So hopefully, if based on your approval, we will be able to start earlier. And you had a chance today to visit HSA Des Moines. Yes. Although this is our second year, so your impressions were?
It's really well. It's amazing. It's exciting to look at it. There's uniforms, and so we don't have to fight. And I have 2 sons and 2 daughters, and if you have daughters, it's a fight. So we don't have to fight over outfits and things like that. It's uniform, it's structured, but at the same time, it has a Montessori feel, which is amazing because everybody doesn't learn the same. And that's super important, especially for some of the students I know that would go to Horizon. I can think of like 10 families that would, but some of them have IEPs, some of them are special education, of course. And so I really wanted to know if they are catered to. And a lot of them don't actually, in my opinion, need the IEPs. But unfortunately, again, the Davenport Community School Districts is not the best with that. And so admittedly, they're not. So I just think that this is going to be amazing for us.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the IEPs because I know that they were struggling with that years ago when we took them over about 3 to 5 years ago. They were behind in them, not really doing anything. And so I know that they've made a lot of progress, but I mean, so how does Horizon, I guess, handle that issue with IEPs? Is that going to be better? Are they better with IEPs? I guess I just haven't heard charter schools address the issue of IEPs and how they handle those, so.
Well, I'll start and I'll turn to another practical thing. Just across our organization, we've got about 14,000 students, 35 35 campuses, and we have about 11% of our overall population have an IEP of some sort. And based on staffing, and we'll talk specific about Davenport, but it's based on student. And so some of our schools have special education teachers. Sometimes they have a full-time social worker. It really is need dependent. And that's where I think it's super smart budgeting by Halil's part and the treasurers. It's being able to pivot and being smart about how you allocate resources because you need high quality staff. And if we don't have somebody that's going to be a full-time staff member, we'll partner with the area educational associations just to make sure that we have external supports. And so we're not strangers to either consulting out for a need as it might be. And so our students will be supported through all of those processes and procedures.
Yeah, with Fidelity, we are implementing the least restrictive environment. And in that environment, we do core instruction. Like we do emphasize the core instruction rather than pulling out the kids and then trying to teach them separately. Obviously, everything is based on their IEP, but the core instruction is the core. So the Gen Ed teachers, general education teachers are embracing the special education kids. And then they teach. So the child is seeing the Gen Ed teacher as my teacher. And then that bonding, that organic bonding between the child and the teacher is happening, especially this is so crucial at that early age. And the model that I used to be a principal of one of the schools in Chicago, when we approach the special education like this, we have seen the students with IEP, they start becoming proficient in the state tests. Before that, everything was around IEP goals, but they were not unfortunately reaching the proficiency levels. After we start approaching the core instruction, that we have seen amazing results, and that became the norm for our schools. So we, rather than more adults, our approach is more time. So because the kids need more time. They may learn slow, but that's why rather than more adults, we are doing more time. So around the core instruction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question about your, odd that I would ask about budgets, but it seems like you're going to carry over like hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. And I just wondered what the thought process behind that is.
Sure. Basically, I mean, we prepare we prepare our budget based on our plans, but let's say there might be some unexpected things. Maybe there might be a kind of short enrollment, maybe that we might need to hire additional staff members.
Mm-hmm.
So it is always better to have some, the cash money in your reserve so we can use for that purposes.
I don't disagree with that. It just seems like $500,000 every year is a little high. I don't know, year over year. I just wondered if there was, you plan to like 1 year grow a lot or something?
So in terms of the cash reserves, our target is to reach 45 days cash on hand cash reserves. So other than that part, we don't need to increase our days cash reserves. We are going to invest that money back to the school for instruction again. But our first target is to reach at least 45 days cash on hand. So this is our kind of goal. So after reaching that target, we will be using additional funds for instructions.
I can also share too that we've been successful at receiving the federal charter school program grant for our school, Horizon Science Academy Des Moines. As an organization, we did apply for it's not a state entity grant like you heard this morning. CMOs like Concept can also apply for large scale dollar amounts through the charter school program grant. And we earmarked Davenport as a pending project for that. So there's a potential for an additional $2 million grant coming to the school that would be provided over a 5-year span. We didn't put it into the budget, obviously, because it's pending. And if that, for whatever reason, doesn't come to fruition, then we will apply like we did with our Des Moines campus as an individual school campus, which we would be able to do because, again, the state, there's no other entity grant. And so we're strongly confident that we'll be able to find external dollars that will support that growth.
What is your overall cost per teacher? So if you're a hire a new teacher with salary and benefits, what would you project on average?
Well, our average teacher salary is around $55,000. So approximate benefits are around 20%. of the salary amount. So if we adjust those together, 55 plus 11, it's gonna be around $66,000 cost.
Plus FICA, IPERS and
Those are included. I mean,
Oh, that's
$55,000 plus $11,000 benefits such as FICA, Social Security, Medicare, health insurances, dental insurance, and other retirement funds.
so you have a zero interest loan from Concept Schools.
Correct.
That's nice.
It's the benefit of working with a larger group. And truly, if I commend the schools that you've seen today. If they're not working with a management group or a foundation behind them, it's really challenging to get a school started up off the ground. As of tomorrow, if there's approval, we're going to look to start ordering desks, and how do you do that if there's not any sort of startup capital for that matter?
That's on your anticipated student count. Question on your projections. So each year you're projecting 60 kindergarten students. And then after the first year, you're projecting 50 first grade students. Are you anticipating a loss of 10 students every year from kindergarten to first
Yeah,
grade?
this is like mobility rate is real. So like 10 to 15% of in our schools has mobility. So that's why in order to be on the safe side, we put that there 50. But I'm sure we will be able to, as our names are there, we will be able to enroll some kids externally as well.
And did you say something about preschool, or are you planning on preschool?
We are planning on preschool, yes, but that has nothing to do with the charter application, but we do have every intention of applying to the state through the proper channels to bring in pre-K programming. And that will only add more to that sort of pipeline of students to support for our schools.
I noticed on your needs assessment survey, that was highly rated.
It was, as our two parent board members can attest
Very
to,
much
yes.
so.
Yeah, preschool is definitely a need in the state of Iowa area.
Are you looking at half days or full days or?
Both.
It'll be both, and sort of want you to talk about.
Yes, both. We have now at HSA Des Moines, we have 2 classrooms. One is full-time all day, one is half day.
Why are you so passionate about this project?
That's a good question. I was born and raised in Davenport, Iowa. My mother actually is the executive director for Together Making the Better Community, TNBC, the Lincoln Center. So over the last 4 years, we have turned the old Lincoln School in Davenport into a community center. And even just this year alone, I've helped about 2,000 kids as far as getting book bags or vaccinations or food just to feed them for the night. I was a kid who might not have a meal on my table that night, but you wouldn't know that if you met my mom. You'd never guess that. So we had to navigate ourselves. And I've actually told them, I feel bad sometimes for a lot of people. They didn't have a Tracy. I had a Tracy.
Yeah.
Concept will be their Tracy. So I thought I knew everything when I went to Western Illinois. I had to teach myself how to type. Then we had just gotten an Apple computer and you could put the keyboard screen at the top and it would show you where the letters were. It took me 2 days to write a paper that my roommate wrote in 8 hours. And I was like, what is going on? I shouldn't be working smarter, not harder. So I asked her, what are you doing different than me? And I got a better grade anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I asked her what she was doing different than me. And she told me I was pecking. And I didn't know what that meant. And she said, I hate when you're doing papers. All I hear on your side of the room is, and I had no idea. I was so embarrassed. I didn't realize I didn't know how to type. And so I taught myself how to type in about 2 weeks. I locked myself in a computer room and Malpass library. And from that day on, all my papers took 8 hours instead of 2 days. And I just want every kid to not go to campus and be like, we're about to get a degree and realize you don't even know how to type on a computer.
Yeah.
I didn't even know how to purchase my books. I went to a librarian and I said, I'm so sorry, I can't call my parents. I need this book and I don't know how to do it. And she taught me about the interlibrary loan. And I got all my books from college through the interlibrary loan since that day. And so that's why I'm here.
Yes.
Your budget has no audit services number. Do you not do a?
Following years. In the second year we do.
Oh, this is the first year. Sorry, that was a dumb question. Well, I would say you were on page 2, you're the first one today that I've seen that the number square from the prior years counts to the surplus to the consecutive years. Amount carryover. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
On your, so K through 10 after year 5, are you gonna go to K through 12 or?
So I just to clarify that our application is K-12.
Oh, okay.
It is K-12. Just the initial charter term, I think somewhere within
Okay.
this process.
Initial one is,
10, yeah. So within the first 5 years, we'll reach the 10th grade.
okay, cool.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve Horizon Science Academy at Davenport.
Moved by Brooke. Second by Cindy. Any further questions? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So get out before they change the mind.
Talking, I had to hold it in until they said approved.
Thank you.
They
are an emotional
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Deb, before you bring in the next one, can I ask a question about the budget, just a general matter? You know, the numbers are, I understand it's a budget and they're probably estimates. It does seem like there's not a consistent amount spent by these places on certain things. I know CMO gets a management fee, which is like $250,000, but they show, for example, like legal services of 45,000. But then earlier they were like 4,000 or 5,000. Is there a vetting over, you know, do you get some documentation of why? And so that we have some, I mean, when the report says they have a solid budget, so I haven't looked behind it, nor should I, but are you comfortable with the?
So I'll. Thank you, Mr. Kane. I would say that the things that we look for when we're looking for the sustainability of the budget is the reasonableness behind their assumptions in general. And so in the budget template that they each use, we provide the state aid revenues, and then we do the calculations for them based on their anticipated enrollment. And then the other things that we look for is if there are any other revenues that they're anticipating, such as startup grants, if they're anticipating, like we had one who had just a crazy amount of Title I revenue that they thought they were going to get. And so we have conversations around what are the assumptions that you use to generate those numbers. And there was another one who had a really, really high per pupil rate for textbooks, for example. And so some of those ones that we know reasonably what they should be, then we'll question those. But some of them really does come down to what it is they're choosing to spend their money on. And so depending on what they're engaging in, more of the logistics side of it, then we don't get into too much of that.
So what, for example, they have a long-term loan of 300,000 non-interest bearing loan in here. I assume it's the first year they get that. But is that an explanation for why the surplus is high? Because that keeps rolling through until it's paid back.
So I think whether or not they choose to have a surplus and how much of a surplus is really individual to each management philosophy. But I will tell you that as far as a state aid goes, none of them are receiving their first state aid payment until the middle of September.
Right.
So they do have to have that cash flow built up in
Understood.
order to make their bills for those
Yeah,
first
I
few
learned
months
that
every
last
year.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That helps.
Sure. And if there are additional questions specifically that you would like us to include in our review and vetting process, we're always open to that feedback and direction.
If I could think of the right thing to ask for, this is I mean, the revenue's pretty clear. They are what they are, right? But the expenses just seemed
Well, and
to
the
be
one-
divergent because their students are pretty similar, but they're probably delivering their service, their education in different ways that costs different, I suppose.
And their marketing philosophies, and if they're planning on expansion, they might be engaging in additional legal services. As you know, there are many different reasons.
Yeah. So we can't really control that.
They might also, Brian, put other things under that umbrella. So.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm worried about. I mean, I wouldn't want things to be hidden in a.
Is there any concern about, like, that first school, I think had some years they were showing like they were only going to have less than $20,000 a year left. And I'm thinking, well, you better hope nothing ever
$399
happens, right? I mean, it's like, wait, what is that not a concern?
So one of the things that we look at for sustainability is we look at that long. And so one of the things that we were trying to be more specific about was not including any anticipated revenues that you don't know for sure are coming. And so there were a lot of anticipated grants and startup funds and things like that. And so the ones that we didn't have a strong sense of a surety on, we did not allow them to include. And a number of them said, hey, but if I don't get that grant, we can get a line of credit, or we can get Horizon, they can get, Concept did the same thing for Horizon Science Academy Des Moines, and they are a proven partner in providing those funds. Scholarship Prep, is another one. They've proven that they're going to support the schools coming. And so I think in some of those, we were less worried about what that line looks like because we know there is assuredly something behind that versus some others that may not have such sure startup.
Like a smaller one-off charter school.
Yes.
This is the one I'm most concerned about,
Yeah.
but I'm waiting to hear more. So
Well, that goes back to, we have to make this likelihood of success judgment, right? I mean, when you have for lack of a better term, a big backer, big manager, the owner of the Cubs, you're in a different boat
They aren't
than,
doing very well, so they're not.
they just choose to not spend on their players.
Oh my
I think they're
God.
doing fine. But that's, I think you probably are struggling with the same thing. Maybe not struggling, but,
I will add that the majority of the capacity interview really was around the school finance. And that's where the most targeted questions are. And that's the hardest part for a starting up school, is making sure that they get that nailed. We also, the only way we let them count anticipated funding was if they had an actual commitment that it's basically bird in the hand. Like Dr. Klein said, we didn't allow for bird in the bush of, we're going to write for this grant and write for that grant, write for this. Then the numbers aren't there, then don't put the numbers in there because they're not there.
let's hear from the Red Barn people.
It's as if he's listening.
Seems like there's a lot of church. Well, mine I'm listed.
Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon.
Welcome.
yeah. That's part.
No. Sorry, who's the driver? Okay, you're gonna die. Little drivers. Terrifying. Okay. All right, thank you, President Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board. Our next charter for consideration is Red Barn Schoolhouse. They are located in Crescent, Iowa, and the founding group proposes to open a K-5 school this fall. Starting with 40 students in grades K through 3. Over the 5 years of their application, they propose to move up to 83 students in grades K through 5. When you look through their application, I will say they have one of the most robust environmental scans that I have seen in a charter school application ever, and I have many, many charter school applications. Which led to the school overview component of the evaluation being 100% from the review team. The founding group has developed already a partnership with Hitchcock Nature Center. They utilized local demographic data in designing their programming. They've surveyed their community. They had results from their survey with 93% indicating strong interest in attending an elementary school in the area, a charter elementary. I'm going to skip a little bit different pattern through this front page than I have in others, and you're going to see why in a moment. I want to move down to their innovative model design. They have 4 major pillars of their academic program, which defines their innovation. 1 is nature-based learning. 2 is project and inquiry-based learning. 3 is collaborative instruction, and 4 is integrated curricular practices. And then all of that is set within the context of dynamic student bands, which means that it's not just one class of first grade, one class of second grade, but more of a cross age bands per classroom. We're going to hold on the year-round calendar and the waiver for a minute, and I want to take you to the top of the right-hand side of the page. The review team recommendation is approval with the condition, and this is not a surprise to anyone at the table, that they will provide status updates of their initiative implementation quarterly to the charter school team. And the reason for that is they have their 4 pillars of their academic program model, which the review team was very impressed with. In addition, they have many, many, many initiatives, and they are highly aspirational, and I give them great credit for it. The founding team has a great level of expertise in many, many innovative practices in education, and they're all in the application. And so the hesitation that the review team had was it's too many initiatives to try to fully implement with integrity in too short of a time. And so we did ask in the capacity interview for a 5-year plan of initiative implementation and then that first year plan. And even still with that, it's more and faster than would be reasonably implementable in the time period. And so we'll just keep an eye on that on a quarterly basis. None of the initiatives are bad. They're all good initiatives. It was just the number of them. And so that's an area so the condition would be that we would have that quarterly review of where are you with implementation. So other than that, their operations, their financial plan, and their alignment was strong. Back to their innovative model, they're proposing a year-round calendar with a 4-day student week so that Fridays are spent with the staff for professional development. And as such, their requested waiver is round number of days and hours. If you move to page 2, they have a planned partnership for special education with Green Hills AEA, as well as for gifted, talented, at-risk, and English learners. Again, the concern around the unrealistic number of classroom initiatives in the time period. The operations plan. The founding group has a wide variety of experience with a lot of different instructional models that was very strong. Their environmental scan indicates significant community support for the proposed school. In fact, they've been hosting summer programs and some after-school programming for students in the community. And so they're already a known entity in the community. So that transition from programming that they run currently to a school is not a huge leap. That was what the review team felt. They do have a robust plan for administrative, teacher, and governing board evaluation, as well as comprehensive recruitment plans for students. On the financial side, they have secured a line of credit from American National Bank to assist in startup and operational costs. Their application details contingency plans should any fundraising or awarded grants don't meet original projections. And we do believe that their budget is realistic and viable over the 5 years. And so that concludes the summary of the team's recommendation. Any questions on our end?
What amount is the line of credit? Is it 100?
Yeah, it's the 100 is really all we ask for, but we do have other options and they're open to dealing with us further once we get approved.
I just looked at it. I was wondering what the difference was between philanthropy and contributions, donations from private sources. The 100 is really a loan, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And the 100 is in addition to additional fundraising efforts and.
Yeah, $500,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in year one, your revenue is gonna be $1.5 million.
That's our goal.
And so you're gonna have to raise a lot of money or?
And we have done a bare bones budget and a budget that we think that we can achieve. And we do have a lot of support already in the community. And even if you look at the bank letter, it's not just a letter of commitment, it's a letter of full support. And so we have contingencies so that we can work within the means that we have to be financially viable.
Wanted to be able to show that we have from the spectrum of working at a bare bones level, reaching our target and fundraising goals, sure, operate and adapt within that.
So the line of credit from the bank you said was 100,000? That's payable over how many years?
We haven't even got into the terms yet. They said once you're approved, then come back to us, but we'll be having other sources in addition to grants. We do have a lot of accredited investors in our area that we know that have the like mind and vision that we do, that we're pretty comfortable that at least we can get 800,000, if not more, from the local community.
And you might not use the line of credit, right? I mean, you only
might
use
not.
it if you need it.
No, exactly.
So you don't pay it. There's
It's a
nothing
fallback.
until you draw it. Right?
Exactly.
And we'll speak about the success of our public forum. The public forum, which is one of the most well-attended public forums that have been in the state of Iowa for charter school authorization. There were 4 or 5 funding entities and bodies there that immediately engaged with us after and since in a continued transition from our founding group into an implementation team and then a governing board.
Great. How'd you get them there? We've seen other groups.
Well,
I know 2 people show up.
It was an intention that we made. We had the opportunity and we had heard from historically that these have not been well attended because the groups aren't necessarily of the community and of Iowa. And sometimes that's not necessarily strategic to have people from the public to come to your public forums. And we had a long conversation and we decided that if we are going to claim that we are of the community, we're going to stand in that claim. And so we actively engaged as many groups as we could. The Crescent community is already really engaged considering the gap, and that we'll speak about during our presentation, the loss of their elementary school in 2023. And so that was an intention that we set out to make. And so we approached and we had 50 plus folks there and making us, I believe, the most well-attended charter authorization public forum. And what's wonderful about it is like flourishing is mutual, right? As we were there, people got excited about the idea. And since our public forum, we have been able to engage directly with fundraisers. We've been able to establish firm commitments from 3 governing board members. We have been able to engage and excite a pool of teachers. I think we're up to 12 lists and names already before we even started formal approaches to generating this idea of PR for our organization. And we think that is not just serendipity, it's exactly why we do what we do. being involved in the community and the fruits of that labor and the fruits of the community that in which we intend to serve. Are there questions before we dive into our overview?
Was your survey before or after the public forum?
Our survey was all the way back in April, actually, and it was before we even got really, really deep into looking at our applications because we wanted to let the community drive some of the evidence-based practices that we then pursued. Thank you.
One question about your waiver for instructional hours. In your application, you're anticipating about 19 hours less approximately. But then I wasn't sure how to interpret the next sentence. It says we also anticipate 10 days set aside for inclement weather days. Is that in addition to the other 19 hours or is that including?
So regarding the hours in the academic calendar, one of the keys was that year-round schooling in the 4-day model, and we had to rethink what an academic calendar looked like, and we wanted to still maintain the Iowa expectations of 1,080 hours, and we got about as close as we can that we thought feasible, and I think it came out to like 1,000, just shy of it. So we applied for the waiver to formally say that we don't technically meet the standards. But again, we think that the quality of our education more than makes up for the 19 hours shy. And to your specific question, those 10 inclement weather days, as an outdoor learning program, we need to be particularly mindful of the weather in Iowa. And so we wanted to build in those days. And so we made sure that we applied for the waiver just in case we needed to be a little more flexible and adaptable with the number of instructional hours.
So so worst case scenario, the weather is horrendous. Are we looking at a difference of 19 hours less or 19 hours plus 10 days?
Yeah, it's 19 hours plus 10 days.
19 hours plus 10 days.
So it could be close to 80 hours less.
Yes. And I think there's an important consideration about our outdoor learning model that is different from other public schools. We are going to establish rigorous and strict safety procedures for being outside and managing that risk. So for example, we're in a cold state, it's a cold day. For regular traditional schools, being outside isn't part of their model, so they prepare less for that model. It is central to our model. That means preparing teachers, preparing students, preparing parents for what is expected. And our students will be learning outside in the snow. And there's precedence for this all around the nation where you put in robust risk and safety analysis and assessment about what qualifies as an inclement weather day when we wouldn't have that. And the severe inclement weather days mask pretty closely with what a traditional public school, very severe storms, below -40-degree weather. But part of what our model is training and supporting students to understand what it is like to be outside, what it is like to learn, and making that part of the learning process as well. So I think the weather is one of the first questions that we get from parents, and we have intentionally planned for that risk assessment as part of that model.
I don't have any other questions at this point. So
Thank you so much.
Is there no indoor aspect then?
There is. So
Okay.
we have a
place
we have
to
a
go.
renovated barn, and
Okay.
we will be
Hence the name.
hybridized, but the goal is to get the students out as much as possible, training the teachers to adapt their curriculum so that they can conduct classes outside, developing our site so we have pergolas, shade-based spaces where they can hold and have classes outside. That's central to our model.
I've seen this kind of thing elsewhere in Iowa and all over the state, actually. There's one or two I'm from Dubuque, and then I've heard of it down here, but is it a prairie-like setting that you have?
It's
Where they go to explore and all of this?
Like a forest, similar to a forest.
Okay.
But not in, we don't have a
robust forest in our area. But in the presentation, we'll cover
Yeah, okay. That is,
some pictures. And
I won't interrupt you anymore. That is an
That's
element.
a good question.
And we'll speak about that when we talk about our innovation, because those programs do exist. And oftentimes there is precedent for the type of programming that we do, but we are unique in the fact that this model is a full elementary K through 5, not having the nature and outdoor learning aspect be supplemental, but central to the programming, not having just a 1 to 2 year immersion program or get the kids out for a day, but it is central and continuous to our model. Are there any other questions?
Proceed. Then.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We really appreciate it. So we will extend our gratitude to the board. Thank you for letting us share our work today. To the charter team, it's felt like a real collaboration with Deb and Barbara and Tom and Andrea to challenge us to think about how our model is feasible, how our model will operate, how our model will be financially supported. The support from Mike Hughley and Janet Boyd. And then today we have almost our entire founding group. I'm Matt Brooks. We have Jess Urban, Sharon Omek, Cynthia Gary, Sean Shea. Our one founding group member isn't here because he's in the operating room doing work right now. So we told him that he couldn't schedule his surgeries at other times. But our vision is pretty clear, and implicit in this vision is we believe in the power of the natural world as a teacher. And so we aim to offer an environment within our school and within the culture of our school that nurtures children's curiosity, humility, gratitude, and joy. And we want to touch on a few of our key elements that will bring that to life. So a little bit of context, that giant blue service dot is these colors here are the Council Bluffs School Districts, how that's divided. And with the closure of Crescent Elementary School in 2023, that giant blue dot is now the district that serves the community of Crescent and Honey Creek. The CCSA group, for which our founding group has come from, was established to find the solution to this gap that suddenly emerged in our community. We had a rural community school, and then the Council Bluffs School District made decisions that the enrollment didn't meet the protections that they needed. So they closed that school, leaving a small rural community without quite literally a central part of how that community operates. And this is something that we see playing out all over, with the consolidation of rural schools. But the CCSA was tasked initially to essentially help and partner with Council Bluffs school districts to find solutions to keep that school open, innovate with programming, shift the way that the operations are found. And that was an ongoing conversation for almost 6 years before they were beset by floods, the pandemic, which sunk those efforts and officially closed in 2023. So that is our gap. We lost a community school in Crescent. And when we were going back through our options for an option for this community, we wrestled with public, private, what are the different things? Is it just a community center? And we thought that the charter and the choice that it offered was an excellent choice for this community, because we want to show that a small school choice can work. So we'll start as a K-3 model, eventually expanding by year 5. We exist on 160 acres of Les Hill ecosystem, which is unique in the world. Only 2 places in the world that share that ecosystem. And it's a highlight of Iowa. And are speaking to our facilities, we have a renovated barn that will operate as a primary facility. So we have these indoor spaces, but then immediate access to the outdoor spaces to support our curriculum. And our priority is really simply to provide for the community that lost their school. So you can see our primary service area and our secondary service area that we have mapped out. So we intend to serve the residents of Crescent and Honey Creek. And so we spoke briefly about our approach, the 4 pillars. Again, this was informed by gathering the community, gathering local educational experts, doing this environmental scan and this survey, and gathering for these meetings, holding summer camps so we can understand what parents need and want. And as a team, we came together and wanted to center our innovative model around these 4 pieces: nature-based learning, so that idea of outdoor learning as much as we possibly can within our curriculum learning in, with, through, and about the natural environment as a facilitator for our learning. Project and inquiry-based learning, which works really, really well with that system, improving student engagement, student choice, allowing flexibility for the teachers to adapt the topics to fit the environment and the interest of the students. Working with collaborative instructional models. So this includes a whole range of co-teaching segments. So you don't just have a single teacher in a classroom with their set of students, but it's co-teaching, it's teaching across the development bands that we have proposed, teaching with one another, bringing back that idea of together, that village mindset, rather than just a single teacher that is responsible for their single classroom. And then again, alongside the project and inquiry-based learning, part of the survey we're talking about, they wanted to maintain a level of academic rigor that was suited to the Iowa academic standards. And we're thinking about how we can intelligently build that into the program that we would like to do. And so we also wanted to add elements of integrated curricular strategies so that instead of just a single classroom where you're learning math for 3 hours and then reading for 2 hours and then science for 30 minutes of this day, bringing a true integrated approach. So you're learning math and English together when you're building a garden bed. You're looking and working through geometry and having to describe that process with the English language arts standards, combining that with the science of which plants plant there that will grow in that environment. And so letting the power of those academic standards work together to create a more robust and elaborative experience that supports the comprehension and engagement for students. And this maps really well with the purposes that have been laid out that a charter should satisfy. So improving student learning, mental health and well-being, academic excellence and programming implementation, nature-based learning. There's a wealth of literature that is being published at being outdoors, having activity, learning in these environments, these enriched environments, improves student learning, dramatically improves mental health, not just for students, but teachers, which is a really critical component that we'll come back to. And increasing the well-being of the students that we serve without necessarily losing that academic excellence that has been established by the Iowa academic standards.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So when you say nature-based learning and we're going to be outside, are you talking about like, we're going to make sure that we're outside a couple hours a day? Or is it like bulk of the school day that's outside, or what is that?
It's a great question. And it's, again, it's a common question that we get. I think the safe answer, I want to be able to reserve those decisions for our staff and our principal, because they will be the ones that develop and actually implementing this program. And we think they deserve autonomy and choice in this development. But what we hope and aspire to is that the majority of their learning is done outside.
At least 50%.
Yeah, at the very least.
In
50%.
Iowa, year round?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So how do you work with technology that's pretty weather sensitive? I mean, you can't use computers, I wouldn't think, when it's really hot or really cold or windy or rainy. I mean.
And that's the flexibility that our barn provides. We have picture Tom had an opportunity to see, but we have these giant garage windows that it helps blur the lines between indoors and outdoors. So if that activity calls for engagement with technology for a specific purpose, we are able to offer that option. If not, our teachers are planning to do this hands-on work, having them write, maybe writing with sticks in the snow as they practice their letter. That's an engaging, tactile strategy for learning literacy. That's proven literacy, not just sitting in a desk within four walls. And
I assume you have
that flexibility.
Is there some kind of like, it's not like in Iowa, we call off school when the wind chill gets below a certain degree because we don't want kids to be out, and so are there parameters that you establish? Like if it's more than 80 and 80% humidity, kids will not be outside, or if it's.
Yes, that'll be part of our risk and benefit analyses that we do. And there is precedent for this. The Natural Start Alliance, there are national level organizations that are dealing with this exact same problem. And they're finding that the stipulations that we put are actually like, we can broaden that, we can push those things, especially if you're preparing students and explicitly telling them, if you're not wearing your gloves, if you're not layering your clothes, then you will be cold when we go outside. And of course we're not just gonna like, you didn't do it, throw you out there, deal with your frostbite later. I mean, one of our founding members is a medical doctor, and they talk about managed risk and why we've actually lost the benefits of those things. We don't do those practices. So we're gonna have a group of students, kindergarten level even, who understand not just that when it's cold outside, we should dress up, but have to critically think, how do I prepare myself for my day? How do I make sure that I have gloves and coats? And we will have the systems of support to support the students who have those things. We'll have systems of support to support the students who don't. That's part of our job, is to make sure that we can facilitate all of these things that are occurring.
And I think I think it's a balanced approach to risk. And I think we're trying to respond to different things with coming up with this nature-based learning. And, they found that, kids spend less than half an hour a day in outdoor play of any kind. And then they're spending 7 hours a day on technological instruments. So we just want to bring a little more balance and have it more grounded for students.
And we have that technological access to support them and make sure that they are still learning how to be responsible technological citizens, right? But we're restoring what it's like to be a kid, to learn outside and where it matters, and actually using that as a tool. So it's a really great question. It's actually a great segment into another one of our purposes. Is the purposes of charter schools is to look at MTSS, that regional structure that is so central to a systematic approach of education in Iowa, looking at it in an actually innovative environment, like where MTSS hasn't been deployed before, to see how we can take the best of what the Department of Education and the strengths of Iowa in terms of the work that they're doing, how we can integrate that with actual innovative approaches. And we've seen that can close opportunity and achievement gaps, not just in word, but like the literature shows equigenic effects of being out in nature. So not just addressing gaps, but closing the gaps that students are experiencing because of their access or non-access to natural environments. It allows us flexibility in meeting student needs with our project-based learning, responding to their motivations for learning, increasing their learning opportunities. This one's almost self-explanatory in science, technology, engineering, arts and math. We're a fabulous source of getting kids actually out to not just read about a tree and measure its height based on its shadow, but getting to hug it before they do that. We have those opportunities by nature of the environment in which our students are learning. And we are still, not just going out saying, here's the natural world, kids, go play. All of the things that we have proposed and elaborated on in our application are evidence-based practices. They're sound evidence-based practices operating within our innovative environment. In fact, many of the things that we talk about on those initiatives are the same things that 5 other proposals have come before and talked about today. Project-based learning, 21st century skills. Those are things that we can implement. It's just the environment in which we are implementing them. And we can still stand in the fact that there are professional development opportunities that we can leverage that work to support our teachers being prepared to offer that. And we are quite literally creating a new model of success for Iowa. We will be the only of our kind within this region. We are taking that idea of charter schools as mechanisms for innovation, and we are standing in what that actually means. No one else is doing what we're doing. They might have programs that are a single day. They might have a program a single week. If you're really, really lucky, they'll do an immersion program for a year or a summer. But we're aiming for K through 5, a student gets to experience the natural world within their educational experience. And what's really wonderful about not just how the year-round schooling and the 4-day week facilitates that for seasonal reasons, but that is a very intentional strategic choice that we made to support our educator well-being, centering educator well-being, where those hours are critically important, but more importantly is the effectiveness during those hours. And a lot of that relies on the teachers, and we're living in an age of rampant teacher burnout, retention, crisis. You hear it all the time. I'm a victim of it. I was an English teacher in an inner city public school system, and that drove me out of the profession. It was life-changing for me. And that was part of what brought me back to this, is we can change and shift the structures that we actually build into our programming to support the teachers. So that 4-day week isn't just giving the kids the Friday off. That is dedicated, uninterrupted 8 hours of intentional planning and professional development every single week that teachers can do to adopt these initiatives, to plan appropriately, to actually evaluate their students for these project-based, develop these project-based that are based on student interest. A lot of times we talk about these things in word, but our structures don't match. And we say we're doing project-based learning, but we don't build in the structures that it takes as a teacher to actually build a project that's individualized for kids. We built in a day every single week. So it's not just, we looked at like the requirements for professional development hours as delineated by legislation. We blow it out of the water. 34 dedicated professional development days that allows for continuous and consistent development for our staff. So it is an enormous load for them to adapt to these initiatives. We don't shy away from that, but we built in the structures to be able to make that work. It's an actually innovative and new model.
If I can ask a question.
Yeah, most certainly.
I am really interested in this concept, but there's one thing that I just kind of keep thinking about in having a kindergartner do their first K through 5 and have this amazing experience of learning outside. And then they get to 6th grade and transition to a traditional classroom, which is the opposite of what you're describing. How do you prepare them for what that potential transition looks like?
It's a fabulous question. One of the things that pops up the most. And the really long answer is we hope we're successful and extend it. You see us in 3 years and we're doing a 6 through 12. That's the goal, is to be able to do a nature-based program K through 12. We're starting pragmatically, we're starting small. We're starting at a developmentally rich age that's supported by the evidence and the research. It was another strategic decision we made. We were going to apply for a waiver for the Iowa academic standards. We chose intentionally not to for that exact reason. So we can make sure that we are holding ourselves to the standards that Iowa has set. So when a student does transition from 5th to 6th grade and we might not have the next level available for them, they have still experienced the Iowa academic standards in a robust, rich curriculum that will prepare them for that. If they have trouble sitting in a classroom, that's the traditional, that's the school that they're going into. And I think that's what we're going to find is we'll see how richly they develop, and then they have to go back into a box. And so we're hoping that this model can trigger some of those changes to adapt exactly to those concerns, because they're real concerns from parents. And that's exactly why we didn't waive the Iowa academic standards and chose to integrate it within the work that we're doing.
And in our area, like the K-6 Montessori's and other schools of that nature, they do integrate well into the public school system. So,
And I will say the other benefit of this type of school is to have children that are able to be resilient and adapt and confident. And that does it really well when you're going to a different environment transition.
I'm just thinking about the actual environment of, I have been able to be free and in the sunshine or the cold. That would be harder for me.
Yeah.
But going from that to being in meetings all day or being in a classroom all day, just like that physical environment change when you're used to not being in a classroom or having that be any part of your experiences. I don't think there's going to be any question about educational understanding or meeting requirements or being resilient and being able to flourish educationally. I'm just wondering about the environmental shift.
And I think that's completely legitimate. And I would just pose the question, is that something with our model, or is that something with the model that they're going into? And part of what we're doing here is to try to show that this alternative model, this actual innovative model standing within this charter choice is worth looking at for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. It should light a fire that, wow, these students are about to age out of this segment. We've seen how richly they develop. What do we offer next? Currently, nothing. We're the first. And so we're hoping that this is almost proof of concept, and we can then be back again, like I said, back here in 3 years, ready with a 6 through 12 model to go.
I'm not saying this is the same, but remember the Spanish immersion program we visited? When those students get out of fifth grade and go to sixth, seventh, and eighth, there's empirical test scores that they're the best students.
They're still within the
Disproportionately.
same system. right?
Understood,
Yeah.
understood. I'm just saying I think there is a resiliency here. But we don't know it because there's no Iowa
Right.
precedent for
Right.
this.
I was-
Is there in other states?
I was gonna say, and that's the fine line, right? Because those are answers that I could sit here and peddle, for you, but we don't know because it doesn't exist. I mean, that is the purpose of a charter. But we are confident and have learned and have engaged with other models that are adjacent or similar. Springhouse in Virginia, in Steamboat Springs, there's a model like this. Grand Marais, Minnesota. So when we talk about cold, they really know cold, and they have kids outdoors year round. And so there is a movement. There are people doing this work. There are people doing this work legitimately and importantly. And we want to be on the front edge of that. We want Iowa to be able to be a part of that conversation.
And we can learn lessons from them
Exactly.
about how that
And-
works.
In our area too, there is a year-round outdoor, and it's 90% outdoor nature preschool, which is a natural feeder to us, and they're a group that we work closely with. So it can be done, and there are natural feeders.
Yeah.
Four
Four Seasons Nature Preschool. We mentioned it in our application.
Is that private?
That one's a private. Yeah, and it's early childhood. So it's 0 to 5. So these kids are even younger and they're going year round and teaching these kids year round as well. And again, not even one of our big swings too is we're partnering with Hitchcock Nature Center, like the people who know about ecology, conservation, what it means to be connected to the land, the benefits of the land, how they prepare young children to learn on the land, how they prepare parents to engage with those things. These are partnerships that we're not just talking about, we've already developed. We have a board member who's directly affiliated with Hitchcock Nature Center. So it's not coming in eyes closed. I mean, we've set the foundation to make sure that this is successful, even though it is very, very new and it is different. We acknowledge that it's very, very different. And that's a great segue into our section here about preparing for success. Again, I don't want to belabor the point about public forum, but we wanted to stand in what that should be. That should be a standard for public forums, engaging effectively with the community, and we did that, and we saw the benefits of it. Immediate fundraising, immediate governing board, the gaps that we could have been here today saying we still have these things to figure. We've already started the process of preempting this so that when we get approval, it's not, okay, now what do we do next? It's approval, we're ready. Let's continue to go. We've already started the transition into an implementation team that will help onboard our governing board members. We've held community learning sessions with actual interested teachers on site to talk about what concerns they have, very similar to the concerns that you all are bringing up. Governing board commitments, looking at our site and understanding that a phased site development is more financially feasible for our model. And getting those financial letters of commitment, having those fundraising approaches, doing legal policy reviews for policies that will need to fundamentally look different for our school when we talk about risk, when we talk about safety procedures, so that parents aren't walking in and say, well, I hope my kid comes home. It's like, no, they have a very robust safety procedure and policy listed out that is supported and has been established and implemented at schools like this, places like this, organizations like this around the entire nation. So, and we're continuing to engage on all levels with our community, parents. We've been to every single Crescent City Council meeting and to engage them and keep them updated with this process. So we're preparing for this because, again, the folks sitting here, we're from the community. We are these people in the community. Our survey results said that parents are looking for high-level academics, but they're also looking at not wanting their kids to just sit in a desk all day. They're looking at developing community partnerships and growth, leveraging the successes of our community, the capacity of our community, but also then simultaneously promoting stewardship of the community, promoting stewardship of the Les Hills, a unique environment, one of the only places in the world that has this ecosystem, providing that proximity for families, and then most importantly, showing children that they too can be engaged in education. They can be engaged with the social connections within their community. They can be and are part of their community.
And this picture is actually on site. This was from one of our summer camps, and you can see there's a chicken coop and garden. There's several gardens off in the distance, and then you see the red barn there. So that's part of the Les Hills where the kids are out there.
This was taken from our summer program when we were doing some early piloting of what adapting curriculum to be nature-based might look like.
In your application, there's a segment in about special ed as far as denying enrollment if you're not capable of providing services. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, so all of our teachers will be certified. We're going to make a priority within our recruiting and hiring to try and get special education teachers, but we've also clearly outlined a system there, a point system to make sure that our special education teachers aren't overwhelmed so we can be transparent about our offerings with our families. And that it coincides also with student and family success planning that we will continually do to continue to evaluate our facilities, is our programming, are our teachers trained and prepared for supporting all students for learning, especially our special education students. And the ADA accessibility. And again, talking about that community, one of the strengths of our approach here is we've chosen not to be necessarily engaged with the charter management organization, but engage with Green Hills AEA, develop the relationship with the regional group of educational professionals that already employ, support, and facilitate strong education here in Iowa. So that in terms of MTSS implementation, in terms of IEP management and facilitation, we've got a robust partnership and collaboration with them. And it's mutual. We're getting to work with them to help them through a pretty seismic shift in how they operate, moving from their traditional support models to their pay-for-service models. And we have been with them since the early days of the application to make sure that we're aligned, which is why much of what we're doing is aligned already with the strengths of what Iowa Department of Education already offers, their performance frameworks, their education training and evaluation, the performance evaluations for teachers.
And to be clear, we are going to serve those with special needs, but there's a maximum number that we can serve. Again, based on the size of the facility and the number of students that we have.
Another side of that coin to consider too is within special education, who qualifies under special education varies so widely. It is such a wide umbrella of services. But one of the other elements about the nature-based learning is when we're talking about ADHD, a lot of the things that make up the bulk of common IEPs that the school systems are seeing, there is research to show that these practices disproportionately benefit these students who are on these types of IEPs. Some of the first bits of research that were published on the benefits of interacting with nature for children were specifically done on attention deficit disorder. Would you be happy to field any other questions? I know it's a lot, it's different, but we take pride in that. We think that's what the purpose of this charter authorization process is.
I'm not sure the school still in existence. There's the Iowa School for the Wild in Iowa City.
Yeah, we actually spoke with the folks that are still
Jay Gorsh.
Working with that.
And what happens with that is Hitchcock actually runs the programs
in conjunction with
Iowa School for the Wild. And as we mentioned before, they're our partner, so that'll be it.
And we've conferenced with them and been talking to them from the early stages about their program.
We see it as an indicator of demand for this type of programming. We've seen overwhelming, almost unanimous support for interest
in that
this type of
future
work.
growth.
And that future growth.
Do you think they'll have any difficulties recruiting teachers? I mean, I gotta be honest, when I think about trying to, round up a bunch of 5-year-olds outdoors all day, I don't know. That seems like, that's gonna be tough.
I'm with you. And one of our early conversations was what we're teaching something different. How do we prepare teachers to teach something in a different way? And there was the same conversation where like, it's a dwindling pool of teachers. This is a real struggle that we are seeing and a real issue that we're finding. And within our public forum, we immediately had 8 teachers approach us. We could fill out our roster right now with the things that we've had who have had adjacent support working as in natural environments or working at a forest school or working at the school in Colorado. We've seen actually more interest from teachers than we could possibly anticipated because I think they are clamoring for the things that we are doing. That autonomy in developing the projects for the students in the way that they know will engage their students, wanting to teach in an environment where the students are engaged inherently because of the environment in which you're teaching. A system that allows them to actually plan, not just give them a plan time and then tell them that they have to do professional development, go to the bathroom, plan for the next day, field calls, but actually gives them and has built into the system the time required to do their job well. And that's why we talked frequently about centering teacher well-being. And we think that's going to give us actually for those exact reasons.
I noticed that the number of educators is 6 for each of the 5 years, but the students go from 40 to 80.
So we're planning on doing grade bands. So K1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so for our opening at K through 3, we would technically, as part of what we put out as logic, is 4 teachers. However, for those exact kind of reasons, we wanted to hire those teachers initially. So the full set of teachers initially, all 6, that they can all be a part of similar training to improve alignment. And then those 2 teachers, because we know years 1 and 2 are going to be a load in just shifting gears and what it looks like to teach, those teachers will have even more additional support so that they've come up together, they've trained together, they've collaborated together, make it work. And then in year 3, when we bump that up to open up the K4 and K5 development band, we have 2 teachers who are ready, not waiting in the wings to be prepared, but have been doing the work. So it was part of a strategic professional development strategy to have them involved from the get.
So how will you measure success?
So we actually, again, are aligned with the Iowa Performance Framework. So math, science proficiency growth, attendance, attrition rate, all of the same mechanisms by which we evaluate traditional public schools, we plan on adhering to. And in addition to that, the way that we evaluate students through portfolio and student profiles allows us to track other elements of what the students are experiencing. So interest, types of topic that they're looking for, and all of that data that we develop through that documentation and portfolio processes for their project-based learning can go back into informing what we are teaching, the techniques that we are using to teach, and how successful that are we in teaching those elements. So those, again, a very intentional effort not to waive Iowa academic standards, but to include them so that we can continue to evaluate our success and our performance and have actually direct comparison with the traditional system as well to see, is what we're doing meaningful, is what we're doing powerful? And then we have all the intention in the world of then sharing that work to see how other schools, how other traditional public schools might be able to chip away at their program to see, I wonder what it might look like if we add maybe an extra day of outdoor learning, bringing up the whole educational landscape within our region and area as well.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. Can you talk a little more, give a little context about the 4-day student week? Is that set in stone? Is that part of the program, or is that just a choice that you made?
That's something we're committing to, looking at the larger educational environment. There are actually schools our size, many schools our size are actually transitioning to a 4-day week to manage costs and interest by the parents. We are trying to leverage that, what we see as a transition, to understand how we can use that to support student engagement, but also, again, really emphasizing that teacher professional learning and planning period of that 4-day week.
So school districts have the authority to do that, right? But do we have the authority to do that for a charter school?
The 4-day week is
For a charter school.
The 4-day week, it's not a requirement for public school districts to opt in or opt out of. So it's a choice that any school.
So it's not charter.
It's not waivable.
Yeah. We've looked very specifically into the legislation that outlines the hours during the week. You have to meet 28 hours during the week. And so we planned, 28 hours, I think, to count as what is technically a week unless there's professional development involved. And we made sure that we adhere to those legislative precedents.
Basically, you have 1,080 hours.
Right.
That's what they're asking to waive, I guess, as much as 1,080.
It'd be
you
1,000
could have-
at the worst case scenario.
That's a,
Yeah.
you know, if you think about, you know, we had the tornado, we had some electricity go down, but those are the kind of extreme things we're talking about for those 10 days. It's not, you know.
I mean, one of our summer camps, I think the temperature was 103 on one of the days.
And we managed it. I mean, that was exactly why we held those summer camps, to see what it would be like operating in the space. Can we still do? And you know where we spent most of that day? Outside under the tree, not in the
Yeah.
building.
The
We
next
thought-
day
we
we got
thought
hit
that
by
was-
tornado.
But we had safety,
Not at school,
we had
yeah.
safety procedures, we communicated openly with the parents about those procedures. Quite literally as a pilot for the kind of procedures and the level and robustness of the safety, risk, and benefit analyses that we will do to prepare teachers, and prepare, more importantly, parents and students to be ready for, different types of weather.
Can you talk a bit about security for the 160 acres? Like, for example, is there a fence on the exterior perimeter?
Yes, there is an exterior.
There's some kind of
Yeah.
protection getting on the road.
Yeah, exactly. There is exterior fence, and that's actually, we were talking about that as part of our phase site preparation. And we have critical elements for operation. So HVAC systems that we've already got contracts for, and things that we're ready to prepare the site, make it more ADA accessible. Part of that conversation was security on the front end of that phase site preparation and planning. And again,
Having a gate on the
Yeah.
front, right?
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah.
and
We don't want some people to get out, but we don't want other people maybe to get in.
And again, a major element, I keep going back to that safety and risk. It's not just we're making it up on the fly. There are critical safety and risk procedures that we will make sure are implemented for managing students when they're out in that space. How do you signal students? What very similar to procedures that are already in place for tornado lockdown drills that are currently in school.
Are there always like educators with student? I mean, you just don't
No.
go out to the back 40.
It's never students independently running around. It's always within the facilitation of educators, which again is exactly why we're adopting a collaborative instruction model as well. Not just because it's good practice, but because then you can have multiple teachers' eyes on students supporting, adapting. If someone needs to make an emergency run, then another adult is right there ready to go. So all of our 4 pillars, you can see why we've established them as our 4 pillars, are complementary to making the model work. And that's why we speak about it as this new innovation.
Is there a traditional playground equipment kind of thing?
We don't have it.
Could be in the site plan.
We feel like we don't need it.
Well, no, I know you got a big playground.
Yeah.
We were
I'm just curious.
We were figuring if, we were trying to figure out how to embed videos because it's part of the summer grant, but we took them back into the woods and there's this old downed log and the kids were scrambling up and around it. And it was.
That's the kind of thing I've seen in Dubuque. It's like something from nature, different size stumps or different.
Gross motor movement.
Right, that kind of thing. Not necessarily monkey bars.
Yeah, and what's so fabulous about that is we have video documentation of a student who like walks up to me like, I don't want to do it. And then you watch the students do it and then start supporting each other and the social aspects play. And by the end of it, the student is on the thing crawling across. And that's the benefit of risky play. Kind of playing out right there. That still operates under a safety, like a safe, hazard-free environment that we have prepared for these students.
I was gonna say before even we came along, the Red Barn was already sanctioned for an educational facility, so it's already met requirements, state requirements for safety. And in addition to that, we have already done safety walks and had safety officers out, including conservationists who have walked the woods and the forest. We're looking for everything. We're looking for everything from poison oak, poison ivy, limbs. I mean, even before any of this happened, we were, before summer camps, we were thinking about all those things. And of course, with nature schools and forest schools, it's a different level of safety in addition to your standard city schools. So it is really robust and it's something we take very seriously. I have 2 children that I hope that they can attend this school and that, obviously as their mother, that's a concern for me. And I want to make sure that all of that has been addressed.
And this is a dumb question, but is hunting prohibited nearby?
Well, it's funny that
I'm sure it is here, but I mean next door.
The landowners actually used to facilitate a hunting club and they have nixed that. And we understand and we are in conversations with the immediate neighbors about, and we've been very clear in our communication about what is going in this space and the agreements that will be in place.
That's a good question.
Right, right. And the parameters on property where the children will be, will have access to as well. 160.
Security camera kind of
Yep,
thing.
got that inside and out.
All right. I would entertain a motion.
I move the approval of the Red Barn Schoolhouse.
It's been moved by Brooke to approve the application.
I second.
That would be Mary.
Yes.
Moved by Brooke, second by Mary. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you very
Really
much.
appreciate that.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Just leave it on that.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I would be there. if I was
Good luck.
in the sunshine.
Thanks so much. It's good.
We appreciate your time.
Oh.
Anxious to hear you. Yeah. I would love to come out.
Put off for a summer program. That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know about the winter.
Awesome. Even on, you come on a warm day.
Yeah.
I will.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Goodbye. You did a what?
Accreditation.
Oh, really? So it's similar to this?
Yeah, it's different settings. So
Yeah.
same type.
It's east at Iowa City.
I don't know about that. I just read about it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't listen. I
Oh.
In all six.
I work for all several months and it's having to come be blind.
I spoke with.
That's what I'm worried about.
Consolidated.
The oldest, my, the 8-year-old
Six of those.
has already been. Yeah, so I think the experience of outdoors really is.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks. Oh, you can. All right.
I was like, we are like, I gotta make sure I can get back into the building.
Well,
I think my thing stops working.
Out here.
we were taking the time.
That's.
Yeah.
That's.
I feel like we're wasting time.
Well, that's it, but I wonder. There's no need.
You have to remember, we've got a couple short meetings.
No need. because
Yeah.
You're a successful.
Are we ready, Deborah?
You're right.
I believe.
Mary, do you have a
How are they online?
or do you just have your?
I do.
Oh, Mary has.
Mary has a question.
Oh, Mary.
Deborah, before you start, I wondered if any of the charter school presentations worked with the Iowa Coalition of Charter Schools.
I believe they all did.
It would be a.
They all did. So it might be beneficial for our
Okay. Thanks.
representative
Yeah,
in
right,
from that
right.
organization like Mike Hugelet to talk about how he interacts with them and how he helps facilitate the progression of their concept into an actual application for a charter.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
You want to do that this afternoon yet, or we?
Do that now.
Back on at the end. How about that, Mary?
After, we could take a dinner break and then come back.
Yeah, and then come back, yeah.
Okay.
All right, I believe we should have Sarah Sling on the screen, but I can't see who that is on the top right.
We've not seen her in there yet.
You don't see her?
Might be
We've been watching.
Well, well,
It might be because of the time.
I'm not sure. I know, Tom
Would have
was
been online at 3:15.
texting her.
Do you want to shift into, because Eric Heights is right outside, right?
Maybe we should. Yeah, because I don't want to do her amendment without her present.
Be all right?
You bet.
Yeah.
Shift to the,
Agenda item number 13.
we're going to consolidate these to one motion.
We have to approve separately. Gotcha.
You still going to do the legislative update today, John?
Oh, yeah, we're doing that today. Is that happening? It might be gone.
Oh, I'm sure there's nothing going on.
What? Session doesn't start on Monday, does it?
Yeah, it is
Yeah, it's
Monday.
Monday.
Tuesdays.
Yeah, we'd already be out.
Okay, Eric, you're on.
All right. Well, thank you, President Robbins, Director Snow, and members of the board. My name is Eric Heitz. I'm an administrative consultant here with the Iowa Department of Education. I'll have my colleagues introduce themselves.
Dennis McLean, School Improvement Consultant.
And Andrea Danker, School Improvement Consultant.
And we're here to address agenda item number 13, recommending approving regarding independent accrediting agencies. And this is for renewal, and we're recommending approving all of the independent accrediting agencies renewal with one vote. All of the applications received a 97 or higher, which places all of them into the recommended section of our rubric. And none of the applications reviewed had any controversial or any concerns from this team. So with that, we're open to any questions that you may have.
Not a comment, but just food for thought. 'Cause I see that Cognia also accredits state agencies. How do you feel about that, Eric?
They have talked to us about that, yes. I believe, I can't remember the state, but they have.
I think it was North Dakota.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
Eric, were these all the ones that already had a
Yes.
previous approval? Yeah.
Correct. And this was based on our March meeting, or I shouldn't say the March meeting, a meeting last spring where they had not been reapproved since they had.
Right, and then we decided to
And then
go
we just
through
put them
the
all in
process.
one.
Right.
Well, there's others besides these two.
Correct. There's these six, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dennis.
There are more recent ones and we'll be putting them into a cycle. And that's in, if you take a look at that, but
Yeah.
they've all been,
Renewal on page agency renewal schedule.
yes.
It's 2024, and then we have and then in 4 years we do.
Yep. There'll be another one in 28, 29, then probably in 2030 again with this group.
Oh, okay, so it's gonna be a year, just to try to get them all, okay.
Yep, yep, because the three remaining have been credited within the past year.
Can we do them all in 2028 or no?
We could, we wanted to stagger it out just to make it a little bit more a smoother process versus have all of them come before the board at one time.
Well, I won't be on the board.
Especially at 4:30.
Why make ask this question? I won't be, I don't care. I'm like, wait, 2028, nope.
What else can we move to 2028? I do have one thought that I shared with Director Snow earlier. You know, every year we get a printout of schools with their concerns and violations or whatever you want to call it. But we don't get that from these organizations. Again, I think we should.
Something I can take note of and ask for and follow up with the board.
It'd be good to, I mean,
That like
because
annually?
they're being accredited, accepting their accreditation, we should have information from them as far as what schools were lacking in whatever area, just to be in the know rather than, oh, okay.
And we do ask them if any of those ratings change, if they de-accredit or remove somebody from the list or something like that, but we don't get quite that specific that you're suggesting, but we can bring that up with them.
I think just from our standpoint, it'd be nice to know what's going on, especially since the state's accrediting through a third party.
Good recommendation.
Oh, it was actually good to know that most of them, the vast majority, were something real simple that they fixed right away, if I recall.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be a handful of things that were not pretty mundane. Okay.
And then just going back to your question, Vice President Axiotis, around the review and revision cycle with including President Robbins' expertise, the Department of Education developed a robust review and scoring process that's articulated in your board material for independent accreditors of non-public schools. And then the intent is to put them on a regular review and revision cycle of 5 years, but to get them staggered out for the capacity of the board and the department team.
Makes sense.
It's extensive, and I appreciate the work that you guys did on that. And I know it's later in the day and we don't want to brush this off, but the work that you did was very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And that's a good cycle.
You have a good team here.
Okay. We have
Do we need to-
the motion to approve. We're doing all the schools listed.
I move approval of the independent accrediting agency application approvals.
Second.
Can you list them out?
Oh, sure. Association, okay. Okay, Association of Christian Schools International, American Montessori Society, Cognia, Christian Schools International, Independent Schools Association of the Central States, and National Lutheran Schools Association.
Okay, been moved in second. Any further questions? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys can go home.
Jeremy?
Legislation.
If we don't, is it?
Good evening, everyone.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. Eric St. Clair, Legislative Liaison for the department, provide a legislative update for y'all. And I prepared a short 23-slide PowerPoint. No one, not in the mood for jokes.
Not taking that.
Okay, I got it. So just briefly, as y'all are well aware at this time, session starts Monday, January 13th. So just cover a couple of deadlines or the timeline for the session. Won't go into too much detail, but there are a couple of priority dates that are worth mentioning beyond the session beginning on January 13th. January 14th on Tuesday evening, the governor gives the State of the State address at 6 o'clock. Then the following deadlines that we are looking at monitoring, they're kind of major milestones of the session would be March 7th and April 4th. Those are the legislative funnels, the first and second funnels, and that basically just serves to narrow the scope of work that is under consideration by the legislature at that time. And then the last one is the 110th day of session, which is May 2nd, which is their goal for wrapping up session. They can and often do blow past that deadline, but it is always the target date for them to adjourn. So this session, the department has 6 pre-filed bills that I can go over briefly. These are all publicly available as they have gone through the drafting and approval process. So they can be viewed online on the Iowa Legislature's website. The first one relates to career education and industry recognized credentials. It adds in grades 5 through 7, career instruction and studies related to career investigation, career development, and career intention, with the intent of supporting students as they enter the 8th grade and develop their individual career and academic plan. It also establishes an industry recognized credential diploma seal program. It prompts the department to create a list of industry recognized credentials that are aligned to career and technical education programs and develop a seal that can be affixed to students' diplomas for the attainment of the industry recognized credential on that list. The next bill relates to the definition of grooming. In 2024, there was legislation passed that established the definition in statute. But the definition provides a little distinction between the act of grooming and the act of committing a sexual act, according to BOE ethics. So it's somewhat duplicative. So the proposed definition would create a little bit more distinction and get at the intent of the definition, which is to kind of address concerning behavior amongst licensed professionals before it gets to the actual point where a sexual act is committed. The third one is a Purple Star initiative. It creates a program within the department to designate and recognize schools that provide special services and support to military-connected families and military-connected students and their families. The fourth one is related to charter schools. It adds concurrent enrollment courses to the charter school funding statute. It currently references the post-secondary enrollment program, but post-secondary enrollment and concurrent enrollment, while they operate kind of mechanically the same, the funding is quite different. And so this allows for the concurrent enrollment funding to flow for those students. It also makes updates regarding the governing board of charter schools. And the last the second to last bill, it's a department administrative bill. Three primary components. It provides an update to the National Board Certification Program. It minor updates the terminology within that program, but it also allows the department to use any unspent balances for the appropriation that is given to the department to support that program to be used on providing stipends to individuals who secure the dyslexia endorsement. It has a couple of operational and human resource updates for the Iowa School for the Deaf and IES BBI. And there is more, also streamlined community college related data reporting. The last one relates to post-secondary authorization fees by establishing a fee structure for the Bureau of Iowa College Aid, which is applicable to the post-secondary authorization process and those schools that are not currently authorized or who do not already pay an authorization fee to Iowa College Aid or through the SARA agreement, which is the state authorization. Can you help me on this one? State authorization and
Registration.
it's a reciprocity agreement between multiple states and it has a fee structure baked in. So there's multiple colleges and universities within the state of Iowa that pay into that SARA agreement. So this one would be applicable to them. So 6 bills in total. That's where our legislative agenda. As always, we are going to monitor what other legislation is introduced. We'll find out Tuesday what the governor's policy agenda looks like. Every year, education and workforce feature prominently within the legislature. So we will be back next time you all convene with an update on what that looks like.
Thank you. You're very close. The National Council for State Authorization Reciprocity Agreements.
I know I was throwing out words that started with authorization, trying to stumble my way through.
So those are the department's pre-filed pieces of legislation as Eric articulated. One of those is specifically informed by the House File 2545 Committee on Graduation Requirements. And the remainder of those bills are, of course, informed through our robust communication structures and public feedback structures. So happy to answer any questions about that, but also wanted to provide the opportunity before legislative session begins to receive a quick brief on the department policy priorities.
I appreciate that. In the past, it's like, oh, this is what we pre-filed. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question just about the charter school and adding concurrent enrollment funding. So are you saying that previously they weren't they weren't receiving that funding per student, or is this just an administrative thing? And I was just curious if they were not eligible for it, or if this is just an administrative thing around how the process works.
It's more of an administrative thing related to the funding and making sure that it is expressly stated in statute that there's the funding follows the student.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to make sure, trying to understand that for our community college partners and all. So thank you.
Welcome.
Are there charter school students who are participating in concurrent enrollment right now?
Great question. I don't know off the top of my head.
I assume so if they have a high school.
Yeah.
They have high school students, I would assume that they.
Yes, there are. I'm thinking about the school in Southern Iowa that has the incredibly high ACT. Hamburg?
Oh.
Yeah, because they talked about that their teachers are, I'm almost positive that their students are
Okay,
concurrently
cool.
enrolled because their teachers weren't able to teach what the students needed. So they were enrolling them at the college or through the college.
You know, and
Talking about the
the other one, Oak, is it Greater Oaks? They talked about DMAC, so maybe they're doing it too.
plan too.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Very cool.
No, they probably,
Happy to hear they're taking advantage of that.
yeah, if they're doing.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Next up.
Work on. See you.
That's hilarious.
So we're waiting for an online connection.
We are.
We're in
Is that
contact
addressed?
with her, so we're just logged in. She's jumping out and in somebody else's account.
Okay.
You're in contact. with her.
And,
Went down to finalize.
and apologies, the presenter for agenda item 12 has been on, but is having tech issues and cannot be promoted to a panelist to speak. So we're working on that.
Did she call in via cell phone? As opposed to call in to a phone number?
We'll go check on it.
As long as she
I
can
can
be
put my
picked up
phone on
on
speaker.
Yeah.
Watch on speaker, I guess.
Can I help you?
I could either.
No,
or
shut up.
Zoom in. There is a dial-in.
Oh, is it Zoom? There should be a dial option.
There is. It's what, Mike May used to call in
Oh, yeah.
on his phone.
Jeremy, do you have a phone number?
For her.
Oh, wait, I think there's Sarah. She's on. Oh, cute photo. Muted.
Are you able to come off mute? Mystery solved.
I'm here. I'm here now.
Thank you.
I let someone else sign into a Zoom on my computer yesterday and it signed in under their Zoom instead of my Zoom. Yeah.
Well, welcome. Thank you for your patience today. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your patience. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We have all ended up right where we need to be. So the next agenda item is we have 3 amendment requests from Empowering Excellence. The first is an enrollment waiver. The request is to, the first page of the request that was in your packet is to change the age range of students served at the school from 14 to 21, from 16 to 21. That's further clarified back on page 4 with moving to grades 9 through 12 to correspond with the enrollment grades. In addition, the amendment request removes the residency requirement from being a resident of Cedar Rapids or a neighboring community. It also removes the focus on having a student body that's representative of the demographic. In addition, the amendment removes the non-discrimination in enrollment statement. However, there is no alarm in that because it's still law. So, and they still plan to follow it. So that is their first amendment. Do you want to talk about them one by one? Or do you want me to just zip through all of them at once and then go for questions?
The waiver with offer and teach is currently in grades 11 and 12.
Yes, we had some discussion yesterday around the offer and teach waiver. And General Counsel Mays has been helping me with that as well. It appears we may need to follow up with a subsequent waiver for offer and teach, but in the next month.
Okay, so what's proposed here is just to include, to make it
brief to expand the ages from 16 to 21 to 14 to 21. And then also take off restriction as far as boundaries where students come from. Is there something else in here then?
And remove the original language around a proportional representation of demographics in the community of the student body.
Correct, right? And we're gonna hold on the waiver then.
We're going to hold on the offer and teach
Okay.
and just go with the change from 10th and 11th grade to 9th through 12th grade on this particular waiver request. We did discuss also updating their projected enrollment sheet that was in the initial charter application with the minimum, maximum, and target, because right now the school has already honestly blown through their maximum. They had put 78 as their maximum in their application. They came in at 120 students in October. And so adjusting that and that's 120 is even more than they had planned for maximum for year 2. So that whole chart will need a revision next month. But for this month, if we can just go ahead and if the board would consider grades 9 through 12 for this particular request, and then there are 2 others as well.
Do we need to take them one by one or?
Let's take them one by one. Sarah, if you're serving students next year ages 14 to 21, what's that going to do to your enrollment?
Well, right now, it has helped to increase our enrollment because there's a demand in the community that I didn't anticipate when I wrote the application, where students that are in placement centers and that cannot go back into like the district level schools, they need a place to come. And so therefore, the design of our school is serving the needs that we said was to make schools flexible and available to students who are at risk. So what that's going to do with our numbers next year is probably going to do the same thing as doing to our numbers this year, which would be to increase it.
Do you have the facilities to handle the increase?
Yeah, and that's exactly why we asked for the change in facilities, because we have outgrown where we're at, because this was based on 78 kids, and now we have more than that. In addition to that, a lot of our kids are online, so it's not like we have 160 kids sitting here at once.